7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
The movements for those who
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewers' discretion is strongly advised.
Okay, we are officially recording now.
Okay, awesome. So this is the inauguration of the coffee mug.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I've been rehearsing regarding how we're gonna intro this, so I'm kind of like, shit.
You like my intro. I'm on the phone here. Like I just did the intro.
Well,
okay,
let's just say officially, welcome to episode 1 of the coffee mug. There you go. It's already done. So yeah,
he stole your thunder.
I know.
Hey, you guys wanted to know how we're gonna introduce this, so it just came
There you go.
up.
This is the best way to introduce it. Well,
Great.
welcome to episode 1.
Welcome to episode 1, and yes.
Yeah, so little description of episode of the show itself. Well, the show is just a bunch of the best way to describe it is the show is if you go to a coffee shop and you see a bunch of old men talking at the back, that's what we are.
Hey, you're old, not me.
Yeah, it's like when you go to a coffee shop, it's usually like a bunch of people at the back just yapping nonstop. It might as well be one of those, right? So my name is Leonard. I am one of the hosts. So this morning I'm drinking Dark Silk by Folgers on a CHFI mug. Not a sponsor. So today I'm joined by two of my best friends here. So we'll start with Marc. Marc, tell us about who you are and what you're drinking.
Who am I? So, well, as you said, my name is Marc, but a lot of people know me as Big Mac because I love Big Macs and I always get that #1 combo. So this morning, in commemorative to Star Wars, it's May the 4th. I got my Star Wars mug here, and in here is actually apple juice. As I don't really drink coffee, but I do make some concoctions every morning, so we'll figure out what will next week be.
And next is Derek. Derek, tell me more about yourself and what you're drinking, and hopefully you're drinking something.
I don't have any cool nicknames like Marc does, but my name's Derek, and I'm drinking some nice Tim Hortons coffee here, which is wonderful, made it brewed at home. Sometimes it's better to go to the store and get it, but we're doing this pretty early in the morning and I was kind of lazy, so.
So McDonald's or Tim Hortons, if you guys want to sponsor us, feel free to let us know, and we're willing to eat and drink your products.
I will take free coffee.
Chocolate ice frap. I'll take the free ice frap, caramel chocolate.
Because we are recording this on Sunday morning, so this is perfect for free breakfast.
I thought we'd just go for the coffee. Now it's breakfast as well. Okay.
We gotta step it up. We gotta ask for more, and so they can give us little.
Right. Yeah. Because
always ask high, and then you work your way down to what you really want.
Exactly. Well, we have a couple of topics to go through, so we'll start with something really hardcore, and it's a little. Well, you probably hear this a lot. Hear this news for the past few weeks now. It's about Facebook privacy. As you know, Cadence Analytical has been collecting data through surveys and tests that you guys are seeing in Facebook. After all that has happening, Facebook got in trouble, and they ending up telling them to smarten up or else we'll regulate them, US Congress. So what they ended up doing is the EU ending up changing their laws regarding privacy. So now when you say, hey, I want to delete my Facebook account, they have to delete everything. Before, they'll just keep all the backups and they'll just use your data anytime they want, but now they can't. So that's a good step forward for privacy. But the question I have for you guys is, does this change your perspective regarding privacy in Facebook? Does this change the way you post stuff to Facebook, or are you guys actually thinking about deleting your Facebook account or even just minimizing it?
Well, for me, I would say I'm active on Facebook for certain reasons. I mean, I like it because I still keep in contact with my family across the world. In regards to privacy and what's going on, I mean, I read what happened. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, but in a sense, it doesn't change it's not gonna change the way I use it. Like, I mean, anywhere you go now, like I can go to Google and I'll be surfing the web, and next thing you know, I'm getting pop-ups from Amazon and everything like that from stuff that I've searched before. So, anything that I do, it's all open to. It's all open right now, right? So, does it make a change? Nah, it doesn't.
Derek? How about you, Derek?
Well, I use Facebook. I probably don't use it as much as Mark does. I use it mostly to keep in touch with classmates that I haven't seen in a long time from school, family and friends to that effect. But I don't look at Facebook as all or nothing medium as some people do, to be able to use to put what I have for lunch on there, or what the dog did last week outside that was funny. Yeah, you could post funny videos you find and things to that effect. But I think when we're talking about Facebook, it's you, and you're choosing to put certain information on Facebook, what you want to put out in the world. And for me, I don't want everybody in the world to know what my dog did last week that was pretty funny. Perhaps I want the network that I have to be able to see that. And I'm sure Mark uses it for a number of different reasons, for business and so forth. But in Mark Zuckerberg, see, I even messed that up.
Zuggy. We'll just call him Zuggy.
Zuggy. In his testimony at Congress, I actually really, as much as this sounds funny, people expected him to deal with a lot of hard questions. And his point was quite clear to say that you have the control of the information that you put on Facebook. And that's very true. I don't disagree with him on that point. I think that his point to the most congressmen, they were saying, are you going to protect our privacy? And his main point was, you have to protect your own privacy. You have the choice to put it on there. Now, that's not to say that their business model doesn't harm people, because he's going to take everything that Mark puts on there and they're going to make a profile about him, and they're going to sell that information to another company. And they're going to use that to use marketing to go after Mark and so forth, depending on what he wants. And I think that for somebody like Mark, he doesn't mind that. And for me, I don't really mind if somebody knows that I want to have some popcorn from the movies or something to that effect. But I don't think I need them to know what my dog did last week. You get my point?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. I mean, again, like the argument came up. Well, do you want Facebook for free, or do you want to start paying for Facebook?
Well, one of the questions that one of the senators actually asked him is like, if you guys are, he blatantly asked them, how do you guys make money? Through advertising. Perfect. So how do you guys do your advertising? We collect data. So the question is like, how do the user give permission to collect that data? Of course they did. That's why they said, do you agree with the agreement in the Facebook? Yeah, perfect. But do they have a right to sell that information? If they do sell that information and use it to impact, let's say, the election in the US, right? Is that the right way to do it, or is it just Facebook try to make a money because they have a shareholders that they have to report to, right? So, in my opinion, if someone asks me after all this is happening, if I still use Facebook, it's like I say, yeah, it did affect how I use Facebook. Am I gonna cancel my Facebook account? No, because from both of you guys, I use my Facebook to communicate with friends and family around the world, right? And that's the only way I can remember people's birthdays. So I use the Facebook as a tool, but would I start removing stuff from Facebook because of privacy? Yes. Right. There's actually a new feature now to download your history in Facebook. I'm thinking about doing that now, and even just erasing every single history of my account, because you have that option now. And it will definitely make my account a lot more bare bones, and it will affect how they advertise around me. But I don't really care how they advertise. If they decide to put advertising in Facebook to pay their services, fine, I have no problems with that. If they want me to pay for it to get ad free, I'm not going to pay for it. It's like saying, if someone asks me, do you have cable TV? It's like, no, I don't. And it's like, why not? Because I don't believe in paying for cable TV plus showing ads in the same time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I'm already paying for that. Why do they have to show me ads? So I'd rather watch it streaming and pay for Netflix, for example, right?
Well, again, I mean, regarding, let's get back to what happened with Facebook. First of all, Facebook, the whole scandal was Cambridge Analytical lifted this information without anyone's permission.
Yeah, well, granted,
It's not like Zucky and Facebook decide, okay, we're gonna sell you this information, give this. No, Cambridge Analytical basically went in and used an app to grab everybody's to create a psychological profile of all these people, to properly give them apps to information about the election. Now, in regards to everything else, yeah, I mean, we signed, like, we agreed to the terms of service agreement that, some of our information is going to be kept private. However, in your settings, I mean, there's so many different apps that you can select that connect to Facebook. Like, just for example, like, I have these games that I play on my phone, and they ask me, how do you want to log in? Do you want to log in with your Google account, your Facebook account? And I've logged in with my Facebook, so now it's connected to my Facebook, and whatever information that I do with my games will come up onto my feed, because that's how I set it up. And it's just like what Derek said. It's like the way I've set up my Facebook, I set it up for my way. Now, do I like seeing ads that don't pertain to me? No, I don't. But that's why I make sure that I fine-tune my settings to the apps that I want. Like, if you see my feed, I get a lot of feeds for games like Overwatch, PUBG. Why? Because I'm a gamer. And
here's the question I have for both of you guys, though. So do you, when, for example, if someone asks you, hey, do you want to log in, or you started a brand new account, let's say in Twitter, and it's not Twitter, but if you ending up saying logging into like a service provider, let's say, if they ask you, do you want to log in your Gmail or Google account or Facebook, or use your email, what do you guys normally choose? Because I choose email. I don't use any of that because of, again, for privacy issues.
I have used it for a couple things for Facebook, but generally speaking, when you get the option to link it in the Facebook, I don't link it in. And exactly for that other question about privacy, these companies will source the data and they'll target you. And for people that put everything on Facebook, they're obviously able to have a much larger, clearer idea of who you are as a person and what ads can be targeted against you. But for myself, as you do, I only do email. I think that giving that control back, because your email is still secure. Facebook is secure, but everybody's seeing what you're posting on there. So every time that Mark has a new game that goes up, they're going to know that these are the kind of games he's into, and then Facebook is going to offer him an ad that, with RPGs or something, whatever that is in that genre. But when I go on, and I have a couple of online games too and so forth, but they don't know what those are. And I prefer it that way. I prefer not having Facebook know which particular games I'm into. And it's an example. It's just games, yes, but the same thing can come true for political affiliation, right? If you're a liberal, if you're a Democrat, whatever that might be, I don't necessarily need the Facebook to know that, because then what's going to happen is those targeted ads on Facebook are going to go towards that political party.
Yeah, no, I agree. And we're not going into the political side here. We are in Canada, so we do have a three-party system here. So it's I agree. If you ending up saying yes, I am a supporter of a party, and you did post that on Facebook, everyone's gonna know that, and they're gonna start targeting that. It's literally taking what you post, collecting the data, send it out, and selling it. And we just officially lost Derek. So
lost him. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So Mark, what do you think? Well, I'm trying to get in touch with him. What do you think about them collecting your data and I just lost Mark and I got Derek.
Yeah, no, everything froze there for a second.
Yeah, I just lost Mark. Oh, there's Mark back. I was about to give you guys a call.
I think there's a buffering problem.
Okay.
Yeah, because you just stopped mid-sentence. It was funny.
Did I?
Yeah.
All right, sorry, you guys both got cut off here.
Oh, okay. That's kind of weird.
Okay. Well,
you love Google. Thanks, Google.
Well, no, let's go back to what Derek was saying. Okay, so you asked the question, it's like, what do I do? Well, depending upon what it is, like I said, I'm a gamer. Most of my games that I get, yes, I like using my Facebook account. I link it to my Facebook account for one, is that if I change devices or I go to, say, if I'm on my tablet or if I'm on my phone, my saved games are on both areas because it's on my same Google account. Oh, sorry, my Facebook account or my Google account. When it comes to other things, I usually go with my email, just because, yeah, I do want certain more privacy, and I actually have two different emails to use. One for where I know I'm going to get all the spam from, and then my main email where I get all my personal stuff and all my business related stuff onto it. And again, the way I use Facebook, yes, I'm one of those guys that, who, as you know, Leonard, I'm sort of a foodie. So every time I go to a restaurant or a new place that I've tried out, I like posting things that, I'm trying out for the first time. And then I also I do a lot of fishing. So yeah, I also use my Facebook, my Instagram, even my Twitter account to help with my fishing, because I do tournaments. I try to help out my my friends who have sponsors. I try to help them out, to get them the exposure. So yeah, my use of social media is quite different from other people's and from yours. So I already know, and I've already accepted the fact that, if I post something out there, it's going to be used to
Oh, we just lost Mark.
I was about to ask him a question. I was like right there.
Let's see if he comes back. Well, okay. Well, while we're waiting for Mark to come back, what in your side, Derek? What do you think about like, for example, because you said you don't post as much. If you do, it's pretty limited. Are you afraid that that company like? Oh, he's back. So hold on, Mark. Before you finish that thought, let me just finish asking Derek a question here. The question I have is like, would it if you're posting stuff in Facebook, are you afraid that Facebook will collect it and just sell it, and next thing you know, you'll start getting your information or your photos or anything like that gets posted to, let's say, hey, Derek is actually Derek is your friend. He's eating. He went to Chipotle or he went to Taco Bell. He ate this. Would you want to like this? The same thing. Next thing you know, your friends get tagged.
Well, let me bring up another. Let me bring up another point that you're making here, and the other additional point. How many people do you have in your Facebook, Leonard?
I cut it down to 200, and yes, it's 200 people I do talk to.
See, here's the thing: I only have like maybe 40 or 50 people on my Facebook, and those people are people that I don't necessarily get a chance to talk to in person. Like, my close friends are on my Facebook, of course, but I don't prefer to go on Facebook and message them and ask them how they're doing. These are people that live far away, and I think those people that just add you on Facebook just to add you, and they have like 1,000 people or whatever that is, you don't have the ability to talk to all those people. And so you may have met this person in passing 5 years ago, and they're on your Facebook, and you're putting out all this personal information out there. And I'm sure Mark's not worried about people knowing what fish he caught and so forth, but that person, depending on who they are, knows more about you or as much about you as your personal friend because of the stuff. And I'm talking about a very heavy user of Facebook, right?
Well, here's what happened. What do you guys actually? Here's the question: is like, if you have a photo, if someone take a photo of you, and they tag you, okay, if your setting is defaulted in Facebook, as far as I know, if it's been defaulted, this means everyone can see your photos. But like, for example, Derek, you take a photo of me, you tagged me. If my settings default, this means everyone can see that Derek tagged me. Okay,
I think you're right. Yeah,
like, to be honest with you, that freaked me out the first time, because I got people tagging me and liking the photo that I haven't even met this person before. Like, for example, you tagged me in a photo, I got like 60 degrees of separations like all over the place. It's like, oh, like this photo, like this. Who the hell is this people? And it's driving me crazy. That I shut that off for that reason alone, because that was like, God, 5-6 years ago, 8 years ago. That's when I noticed it, and that's when I'm like, okay, this is beyond private. This is issue. You're literally invading my privacy now, because like, That's why I heavily changed my settings to like private everything, right?
Well,
And
that's the thing, and that's what a lot of people don't do. They don't change their settings. They feel that, okay, well, once I put it on Facebook, it's only on me. Nobody's going to like, I'm going to be safe. Well, and that's the whole misconception about everything. That's like you post something online, and even if you take it down within a couple of minutes, well, guess what? It's already out there. Somebody has a copy of it. You can only Your privacy setting is based upon what your personal issue, what you want it personally. And I understand about what you're saying about being tagged, because I'll get tagged on photos where I don't even know the person, but because I'm at an event and the person I'm with knows me, so they tagged me. So then it gets, again, it's all about spreading your awareness across social media, making a name for yourself. And like I said, for branding issues, that's the one thing that you want.
yeah, I
right?
agree.
And again, it's all about how you use Facebook. You guys talk about how many friends you guys have. I just checked mine. I used to have 1,000. Now I'm down to 528. Right?
Yeah.
But
Well, for out of 528, let's how many people do you actually talk to, or not talk to us in the sense that you know this person, I don't want to say intimately, but you know this person well enough that you're comfortable inviting them to your daughter's birthday, for example. You know what I mean? It's like for me, that 200 people on my Facebook does not mean that I know them intimately, right? So
I mean, that's true. 528. I have 528 friends. From those 528 friends, I could say like 50 of those are my closest, close family and friends and all of that stuff. That were, if I was gonna have a party for my kids or a big jam, yeah, I'll be inviting them. But then again, this is social media, and like I said, for branding issues, those other 400 plus people that I have are people that I need to see that these guys are wearing a company's product, right? For example.
So are you using them to disseminate information then? Is that sort of, you're using their network of people to disseminate whatever information you want to put out there?
I mean, it's like YouTube. For example, somebody posts the video. Now, the more people that sees that video, the more income they'll generate. Right? So the more people that you can connect with, even though they're not your personal friends, but you could put out a product out there, the more income you're gonna make, right? And that's the whole thing about what a lot of manufacturers, a lot of companies are doing right now. It's like, okay, well, we have the social media boom. Well, I have this coffee now. McDonald's is launching out a new coffee. Guess what? Everybody who's liked their page, they'll send out an information blast to it, and then people will start sharing and then sharing. It's like word of mouth. It's
so
like,
why don't you use a business Facebook account then, I guess, rather than your personal, is my question.
well, the thing is, are you asking me personally why don't I use?
Yeah, I'm curious because you referred to the 450 people as those people you're using, we're using is the wrong word, but just disseminate that information out, right?
well,
as branding.
I'm sorry, you're right. You're using those people that you know to spread the word of a product or a service that you're using. That's what Facebook is. You're sharing information. So I agree with your wording there, saying that you're using your friends to spread words, and to be honest with you, that is the best way to describe it.
Well, I mean, okay, let's take technology out of this. Let's take Facebook out of this. Let's go old school. You go to a barber shop, right? Barber there is great, and he gives you a great haircut. He's very, personable. He took his time. He got what he want, and then next you know, he goes, okay, Mark, if you know anybody who needs a haircut, can you let them know? Well, then I'll go and tell you, Derek. I'll tell any of my other friends, okay, you guys need a haircut. Go to this guy. He's close by. He has great rates and whatnot. They'll go. They get the same experience with me. Then they'll go tell their other friends. So even before social media came out, we already were using the word of mouth tactic to get business across to other people, right? again, lawyers have done it, doctors have done it, real estate agents have done it. It's like, you like my service? Oh, if you know somebody who wants to buy a house, give them my card, right? And that's how it has always been. So social media just takes it to another level because you can reach more people in one go than it was before, right? I could put one post up, I've just reached 528 people.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's a question for you, though. Do you post something that you haven't used that service before?
I'm sorry?
Have you posted something that you haven't used that service before? For example, you saw something in the street, hey, this looks good, you're just going to post it.
No.
Next scene. No? Derek? Have you done that?
No, I haven't. I generally, when I have something that I'm very interested in, I may refer to it on Facebook. Let's give you an example. Those cat videos, those dog videos, those cute things. When it really tickles me, I'll share it to my friends. But I'm one of these people that will share everything that comes across my feed because I think that's overwhelming people, and that's not who I am. I don't want to overwhelm them. They'll be like, "Oh, Derek shared another cat video. It's crazy," But if it really tickled me, I think it'll make them laugh because, again, these 40 or 50 people that I know them well, and so I'll know whether or not they'd be interested in that content, right?
So you guys never shared something you guys never used before, or even recommend? Like, you just saw, like, oh, this looks pretty good, so you just shared it.
But that's the dissemination of the whole business piece as well, right? For a business, that makes a lot of sense. But for your own personal friends, where is that tipping point where you're overwhelming them with information or becoming, I would even say, to the point of a nuisance? Because I've heard of people on Facebook that other people feel that way. I have a few people on my Facebook that are very into Facebook, and the majority of my feed is with them putting every little thing on there, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I have the same standpoint as Derek. I don't want to be overbearing to all my friends. Like, I'm sorry to say, like, I mean, I have some individuals on my Facebook that, every day they have to force or to keep reiterating their political views, and that's their right. All right, and I mean, I'm friends with them on Facebook, and every day they have something to say. So, and that's them personally. I'm not like that. I will post something that if I've used something, or if I've know about something that I've actually used in the past, or I've actually know information of, yeah, I'll post it and I'll share it. Again, like, I mean, you guys. Leonard, you're on my Facebook, and you notice that there are times where I'll post something up on a site that I'm part of, like G Tribe, gaming tribe, the Gamers Tribe, or I'll post something up on a game because I've played that game, or if I use the product, like a lot of the stuff I use for my computers. I'll share and post it because I have personal experiences with it. But other than that, if I'm walking down the street and I see, hey, look at this camera, well, I'm not going to post something that I don't know about the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, again, somebody will start asking me questions and I'll be like, and I don't want that, right? So.
Okay. So, oh man, I just totally lost train of thought. I got a question to ask you guys. I just don't remember what it is.
I still don't remember the question I was going to ask Mark before he dropped off.
Oh, sorry. I think I was ranting for about a good 5 minutes and didn't realize that I was disconnected from this call.
Oh, so the question so all this privacy issue, you guys will not change the way you guys are thinking how to post your information, like even your likes and dislikes. So, I remember my question now. Would you guys ever after all this is said and done, do you guys actually consider not doing surveys anymore? Especially because I know YouTube does ask for surveys when you watch videos. Facebook does it all the time. Would you, or even Twitter does it too now. So, but the Twitter's Q&A or even their surveys is based on the users. I can post a survey in Twitter pretty easily, and the information goes to me, and also to the world. Would you guys reconsider? Would you guys actually do the survey, or you guys don't, or you guys do it because it's fun, or are you guys worried that when you do a survey, it's linked to you and you're actually showing your preference? Like, for example, political, political affiliation, because as soon as you say what are you, liberal, NDP, or PC, as soon as you press something, they know exactly what your political affiliation now. Now, are you worried that's going to affect you in the long run, especially trying to look for a new job or getting a loan, because they can actually get that information now?
You know what? When it comes down to surveys, because I was in customer service for 5 years, and a lot of what surveys do it's used to try to improve your business model, your websites, your actual overall service. In regards to being asked political affiliation, guess what? They're not actually allowed to ask you that. So they can ask you as an optional, but it's not a mandatory question that you have to answer. And it should always has an option there for other or not applicable, whatnot. Now, in regards to doing surveys, depending upon what the survey is, I've done surveys before because I needed to, how do I say it? Air my grievances with the company. So I've done surveys, and I've done it. Certain surveys I just don't do, and if there's a survey and if I can get a discount on something, yeah, I usually do it.
Well, those surveys are actually beneficial for you because of the company directly, but we're talking about using social media, asking a survey, and that survey, that it's going to go to an analytical company and process it, and they can actually sell that information out.
Well, no, they can't sell that information. I mean, you have to read. You have to read.
Here's an example, though.
You have to read the fine print. Here's.
Do you ever read the fine print?
Yeah, do you ever remember the fine print is 20 pages long? Will you actually read it, or you'll just you scroll down all the way to the bottom? It's yes, I agree. Right, so you're agreeing to something you never read before, right, and next year you're surprised
again,
right?
And that's why everybody gets surprised. Well, I never agreed to this. Well, you read the fine print.
Yeah,
I have a tendency of reading fine prints.
You are a minority, my friend. You are so in the minority.
Well, if you know me, if Leonard has known me since high school, and I'm very literal and very direct as to what I want to sign, and I don't. Old school, never sign a contract that you haven't read.
Yeah, well,
right.
Again, we grew up in a world that paper was still a norm for us to read that contract. But we're looking at let's just say we're looking at millennials now, or even just generation below us.
Generation X.
Yes, well, I'm Generation X. I don't know what you guys.
You were the old man.
But the generation below us, they have a tendency just to skip all that fine print, and they'll just be surprised, right? So we're looking at the 99.9% of the people out there that will skim it and be surprised at the end, right? I understand. I totally understand it's their fault not reading it. Right, but with a company like Facebook or Twitter or just anybody, all the companies out there, do they have would they be a better company? Sorry, I need more coffee, or I have too much coffee now. Would it be better for them to actually say it out loud? What's the a synopsis of their fine print out before, so give you an option to, hey, this is what you're agreeing on, and here's the full version of it.
Okay, some companies do that. A lot of companies don't.
Yeah.
Now, in regards to at the end of anything that you're signing up for, there's a box that you check. Do you agree to these terms and conditions? Well, and everybody sees that it's there. Now, the company has already did their due diligence to show that they have terms and conditions, and you should read it. Any contest is the exact same way. If somebody decides to say click I agree and then click on OK and not read it, well, the companies themselves can't be asked for anything more. Why? Because they've already done what they did. Now, unfortunately, a lot of people have been sensitized to terms and conditions. Like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna click on yes, 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 and then go and click on OK, just because they're lazy and they don't want to take the time to read it. I mean, if you actually read, I have on my screen right now. Facebook's advertising measurement and analytics services, non-personally identifiable information only.
Yeah,
At the
remember
bottom
they
of it-
changed that. They just changed that a week ago.
They may have just changed it, but again, has anyone read it? No. So I've actually read it, and down here they do share their information with their vendors, service providers, and other partners that help keep their system up. They're not selling it, but they are sharing it.
They're sharing it, but again, though, the third-party vendors is the people that that they're partnering up or they're paying Facebook.
Yeah, but then again, there's also advertisers agreed to abide by our advertiser guidelines. And then here, please review your advertising preferences to understand why you're seeing a particular ad on Facebook. You can adjust your ad preferences if you want to control and manage your ad experience on Facebook. So it's specifically there. It was easy to find. And again, if I go to my settings, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this.
It's for privacy reasons. We don't want to look at it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, underneath settings in your app, in your apps and websites, there's a list of active apps and websites that uses your Facebook and has access to your profile. And when you add like some of these games, they'll say, okay, well, we won't post anything on your profile, not unless you tell us to, right? But because you have these advertisings or you've done certain searches on Facebook, guess what? On my main page, like I said, I get a lot of gaming advertising for Overwatch, for PUBG, GeForce Now. Like, it's all about what I've been searching, and it's explicitly said there already that, you know what? You have to change your preferences to determine what ads you see on your Facebook.
Well, I first want to give you props for reading the terms and conditions. I don't know about you, Leonard, but I would say the argument is for really important things that I do read the terms and conditions. Things like Facebook, things like Google. Although with Google and Facebook and these platforms, you use them so much. Whenever they change the terms and conditions, your next point is you're invested in the platform. So are you really going to say no at that point after you've gone through and reread it, unless they've changed something significantly? The second thing is that going back to your original point, I think we got off topic a little bit about surveys, is I don't do surveys, generally speaking. I don't. And there are a couple reasons for that. Number one, I know that they're data mining. All surveys are data mining in some purpose. I don't generally find that any survey or any, I'll say, test that you're going to take, you want to have some benefit to you for doing that. The piece about, what's a good example? 10 things that you may like from the last movie you saw, or something to that effect, doing an assessment. I don't need to know that because I already know my personal feelings on it. I don't need to have somebody assess that from me. All they're looking for is data mining that. And I think that when we're looking at surveys, and Mark, coming back to yourself, is the question really comes down to personal accountability and what you're willing to accept and not accept. You're not willing to accept that they're able perhaps to sell your data or so forth, which is why you're so due diligent in reading the terms and conditions. And also going back to your point is that the newer generations, they just click and they don't even give consideration to their privacy. And then when something like this with Facebook comes up, everybody stands up and goes, oh, should I have thought of that before? I think that when we're looking at that, we got to also consider personal accountability. Even though I don't read all the terms and conditions all the time, I'm accepting for that game I just downloaded or whatever that is. I'm not as worried about that game taking on my personal privacy. Maybe they'll send an ID or something like that to a company, and you accept that, especially on your phone. Those games that you load on your phone, people don't realize that oftentimes it'll ask to have access to your phone call log or your ID, your phone ID. And I'm like, I'll go through and I'll be like, why do you need my phone ID if I'm just gonna, go on a game and kill a few ducks in a game, right? Yeah. I take a very dim look on that.
Well, and that's what I see. Like, I mean, I'll download a game and it'll ask me, oh, we'll need access to what? And it's like, okay, we need access to your contacts, your photos, to whatever. I'm like, Then I go in, I actually check them off, and if it allows me to install the game with those things checked off, great, it stays on my phone. But if it doesn't, well, I'm not gonna. Boom, the game's gone.
Okay, here with that point though, because if you actually look at my phone itself,
yeah, your phone's an you know what?
Yeah, we're not gonna go there right now because this is gonna be the longest conversation we're ever gonna have. For me, because okay, fine, let me just say it. I'm an Apple user. Screw you all. But I use Instagram for my photos because I'm a photographer.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually look at my Instagram, the photo app does not have the right to access my contact information and my photos and my camera. Okay. If you look at my Facebook, it does not have a right to access my contact information and my photos.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Two reasons why I did that. Even my Instagram, even Facebook doesn't have even access to my microphone. I shut them all out, right? Because if I'm going to take a photo, I'd rather use a photo app that I know that I trust. Then I upload it, right? Same thing for videos. Same thing for any audio files that I'm not sending out. I'm doing it that way, right? The question I have for both of you guys: do you guys actually have those settings on? If you take a photo on your Instagram, do you guys use your photo app built into your phone, or do you guys use the Instagram photo app to take that photo? Because as soon as you do that, you're literally giving that app permission to get into your personal information on your phone. Do you guys have issues with that?
What I do first, I take the picture, then I go to my gallery, then I share it. I don't do anything through Instagram itself, nor do I take a picture on Facebook and set it up that way. Yeah. I always take the picture first, then I use the apps.
I do the same thing that Mark does. Yeah, I do the same thing.
Okay, do you guys doing that way because of privacy issues or because the app is shit?
No, I think it gives us greater control over
it gives me greater control because I get to choose. Well, it's easier for me to try and find a picture that I want to upload.
Yeah, way. Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I mean, that's the main reason. It's like ease of use. I know where my picture is. I know exactly where to look for it. I get it. Hit share. I know it's a few extra steps, but for me, it's something that it doesn't bother me taking the extra 10 seconds to go into my gallery to choose the picture that I want.
Yeah.
Right.
How about your contacts? Do you give permission to those apps to cut? Or in other words, any apps that you guys have in your phone, do you guys give permission to access your contact address book?
Depending upon what it is, like WhatsApp, of course, you need to allow you to have access to your contacts, or so that you can use WhatsApp as a communication and video chatting and messaging each other. Instagram does not have access to my contacts. It only has access to my contacts of whoever I already added to Instagram.
Derek?
I agree with Mark. I have it for WhatsApp, and that's pretty much it. I'm not a huge app user, but I think the other part is when you download a game, just say like a Boom Beach or something like that, and it's asking you for your phone contacts, the first question you have to ask yourself is, why is this app doing it? WhatsApp makes sense. They need to have access to be able to make a call if, you're trying to call that person, or have access to the email, but there's no reason for a gaming app to have access to your contacts in your phone.
Definitely. That's what I said. Like, if it's asking access to my contacts, it's like, oh, done. You're not even going on my phone.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because you guys said what you use. WhatsApp has access to your contacts. Mine's the opposite. WhatsApp doesn't have access to my contact list. I actually enter the phone number by hand.
Wow.
It's modern technology. Let's just use it, okay?
Okay. Here's the thing. How many people do you have in your contacts?
Oh God, because I have suppliers and all that stuff, a lot.
Okay.
But here's the thing though, because my contact information does not reside, it resides in the iCloud, not through my Google, but my calendar stays with Google. So everything's like, because I need backups for everything. I don't want to put everything in one platform. Mm-hmm. So mine's like all over the place, but it works from my end. It just consolidates straight to my computer, or to my phone.
Well, I mean, everything is also consolidated in one end for me as well. Like, I mean, everything, all my contacts are backed up onto Google, Google Calendar. Unfortunately, it's not on my phone. I leave it but I have access to it if I need it. Like again, email and everything like that is also accessible both on my PC, tablet, or not.
Yeah.
WhatsApp for me is just because the people that I use WhatsApp with and my personal contacts, it was just a lot easier just to have WhatsApp have access to my contacts. Why? Because it could also vet out all the people that don't have WhatsApp. Right.
Plus, the encryption on WhatsApp is a little different than other messaging apps. They do have encryption.
Oh yeah, well, according to Zuggy, that he's making sure that WhatsApp is a separate entity. But I'm not sure if you guys found out the founder and the founder of WhatsApp actually just quit, saying to Facebook, screw you guys, I'm out of here, because there's a good chance that they might change the encryption portion of it. Because before, people are going to WhatsApp because it's super encrypt, and they refuse to give the encryption out to anybody to have access to the people's messages and information. When Facebook bought WhatsApp, they said they're going to keep everything as is. But now everyone, all the tech journalists are speculating, because this guy left. I can remember his name. There's a good chance that will change, right? That's why China can't use WhatsApp. No one's allowed to use it because they're encryption. They refuse to give it to people, right?
Well, China again it's a completely different story regarding social media.
That's another topic for another day, guys.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because your encryption works and your privacy works if China said no to it.
I mean, China itself, like I said, like Derek said, China's just is a whole topic on itself on social media. And it's more of a political thing. And honestly, it's something that we could sit down and talk about it for hours. And it's something that I really don't. It's
Okay, if that's the case, before we move on, final thoughts on this Facebook privacy thing. Would it change your perspective how to use it, or are you guys going to do a change because of the private issues?
You know what? For me, it won't change just because I myself have already set up all my privacy settings to what I need it to be, and I just keep it. I look at it every few months. I take a look at it to see if it's still working or not. So I'm gonna use Facebook the same way. Again, because of my own personal interest and what I need it for. But for the next person, it could be different. So,
how about you, Derek? Is this would change the way you would use Facebook or your settings or anything like that?
It won't change the way I use Facebook. I mean, when Facebook first came out, I saw for what it was, and their market, their ability to make money is on advertising. And so you are the resource, you are their moneymaker with Facebook. And so I use it as a platform mostly to keep in touch with friends that I don't get to talk to. And I don't object to anyone who uses it for their business and all that piece, but I come back to the point that Mark Zuckerberg was making, or Zucky was making on in his testimony, was that you have the control over it. It's personal accountability, and as much as we're mad at Facebook for allowing the data to go over, it is personal accountability, and I think that that's the message that really should have, more than anything else, come out of that Congress interview of it with him, right? Interview. But I'm gonna probably use it the same way I always have, and I don't think it'll really change.
Okay, I'm gonna be the opposite. I'm going to, because I have two Facebook accounts. One's for my photo company, photo business, and the other one's for personal. So I'm gonna do a little experiment. I'm going to download my information and clear my history and see what happens. If this is gonna change my the way they advertise to me, and how they're gonna push advertising to me. I just want to know how it's gonna look like, because people are already doing it. They said that it literally changes the way Facebook gives you information. So I'm very curious. So I'm going to clear my history and see what happens.
I should focus on one topic then. Just do one topic constantly, so that's the only thing on the page.
Yeah, that's what
that when they say advertising, it's what they're doing.
You know what, though? I mean, to be honest, yeah, of course it's going to change. And everything changes whenever you make changes to the way that you use something. Unfortunately, advertising is what makes a lot of these things be able to run and keep going. You brought up the whole thing about cable TV and you don't want to see ads. Well, guess what? The studios that make these shows require advertising so that they get money to be able to afford to make these shows.
I have no problems with that,
right?
Advertising portion of it.
So I mean, you go with cable and you're paying a cable company to provide you with all this content. It's the exact same thing as you. Well, guess what? I got to go with Netflix, and I'm going to pay Netflix to give me all the content that I want. That's ad free. Well, so people have, again, people have choices. Do you want to watch your show that you want to watch The Bachelor every week? Well, you got to get cable. Even if it's basic cable, you got to get it, right? Do you want Netflix and to watch all the movies that you want? Well, you got to pay for it, right?
If that's the case, if that's the case, though, like, do you pay for cable?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see advertising between your show on your shows?
Yes, commercials.
So in other words, theoretically, you're paying twice.
No.
You're paying twice because one of them is your time. And the other one's paying money to your... Okay, the reason why I'm saying this is because if I'm paying for something, I want to get full benefits of what I'm paying, like Netflix. If I'm paying for Netflix, I'm seeing the show. Mm-hmm. As soon as they put an ad in that show on my Netflix, I expect Netflix to give me that content for free now.
I was with you right up to that point. I mean,
right?
Okay.
I agree with you, Leonard, up to a certain point there.
You got to remember, okay, you have a cell phone.
Yeah.
Okay. Your cell phone, you pay for your monthly cell phone.
Yes.
Right? Do you receive any text? Who are you with? Rogers, Bell?
Rogers.
Okay. Have you ever received a text message from Rogers?
Yes.
Okay. That is advertisement.
Yes.
So therefore, you said you're no longer, because they're sending you an advertisement via text message. Yeah. You want your self-service for free now. That's basically
I actually called them, told them to stop doing it because I'm telling you that I'm paying for something that I prefer not to have ad free.
Well, again, it says if you want these advertisements or these messages to stop, just text reply stop.
Yeah.
But they sent you an advertisement to help them gain more income.
Yeah.
Right?
So in other words, you won't get upset if Netflix put advertising in the middle of a climax of your show.
Yeah, but okay, what you're talking about, let's give an example. When we used to go to the movies, you used to not have any advertisements before the movie started, right? Now there's like 20 minutes of commercials before you even get to the previews in the movie. And, that really annoys me because the movie theater doesn't really necessarily need to do that. That's just their revenue stream. So I understand where your point's coming from, Leonard, but the reality is that businesses are there to make money. And they're not going to do it. Now, for me personally, I don't have cable. I don't pay for it. I agree with you in the context that when I want to watch a content, I don't want to watch commercials along with it. Yeah. Another good example is I use news apps, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the apps, I think it's like CTV or something like that I use. And every time I go to look at one video, an advertisement comes up every single time.
That I have no issues with.
What?
Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
Okay. Here's the thing. Okay, I watch CBC shows like Kim's Convenience and all that stuff. I watch it online. Okay. I'm watching it for free, right?
No, you're not.
Well, paying for your internet connection.
I'm paying for internet. Yeah.
Okay. So
it's abroad. Okay. I'm watching it. I'm watching it. Like, doesn't matter if I go to free Wi-Fi, I'm watching it still. Okay. I have no issues with showing advertising because I'm getting the content for free.
You're not getting the content for free.
I'm not. Okay. Here's the thing, though, because you're paying for cable, right? Mm-hmm. My taxes pays for the infrastructure of cable, majority of it. Your taxes paying for the infrastructure. Okay.
You're really going wide here on Leonard.
I know.
Really
okay.
wide, man.
We'll just save this to a different topic. I'm just saying that
we should probably pen this for the next.
We'll just pen. Okay, fine. Stay tuned for the next episode for that one. We're just following. Okay. In other words, let's just close this privacy thing. We'll just move into the next topic here. Any final thoughts on Facebook before we move on?
I think I'm good.
You're good?
I'm
Okay.
good. I mean, Facebook is going to be Facebook. Facebook will
Yeah.
have to make changes, and it will make their changes.
Yeah.
Now, will everybody agree to it? No.
Yeah.
Will everybody, dislike it? No. Again, it's what Zaki said. It's to each his own. Like, I have to do what I have to do for my Facebook to get what I want to see, and I'll do it. And I'm not going to bitch and complain that I didn't know. Well, ignorance of the law is not it's not an excuse.
Yeah.
So the information is available for everybody to read. It's completely there on their website underneath privacy. You can see what's going to happen and all that stuff, and it's up to you if you want to accept it or not.
Okay. Derek, you're good?
I think I'm good. Yeah. I appreciate Mark's position on it, and I think that you and I are a little bit more in line in regards to it. But I think the takeaway is just looking at personal accountability, and for the newer generation, I think that that's something as a teaching piece, you want to show them that personal accountability matters, and that just taking Zaki before Congress isn't really the problem here, right? Yes, them selling the data is the problem, but you have to expect that. You have to understand what the platform is, how they make money, and why they're using your information.
But that's the thing. They didn't sell the information.
Agreed. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. You're giving them the information. Yes. I totally agree with you on that, Mark.
Right. Okay. They didn't sell it. It was actually taken illegally. Well, according to the.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. So, we're just gonna close Facebook now because, to be honest with you, whatever.
I know we're trying to keep our little segments.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the next topic.
I don't know where we're at hour-wise, but
yeah, we're gonna go to the next topic now, and
we got a few minutes left before.
Yeah. So we'll go straight to the next topic: is the movies. What are you guys looking for this year's movie? A little bit more conservative conversation now, a little bit more easier to swallow.
Well, movies. Yes, I have not watched Infinity Wars yet.
Thank God we're not talking about it.
So yes, and you know me, I'm usually there the Thursday night for opening day. But I'm still looking forward to Deadpool, Solo. Actually, for some reason, I still want to watch Rampage.
Yeah, Derek, what are you looking for this year's movies?
Well, I saw Rampage, and Rampage is one of those guilty pleasures. You look at the trailer, and it's pretty much what you expect it's gonna be.
And that's what I've heard. And
you're not gonna go into it going, this is gonna change my life, But Mark and I are on the same page. I did see Infinity Wars last night, and I can say to you, if you're a Marvel fan, it's
holy crap, it's amazing.
Yes, Leonard was quite excied. Yeah, but it's definitely worth it.
I don't really have to watch the movie because I follow the comic books as well years ago. So
let's just say, without this being spoiler alert here, I did not want to leave the theater. I can go another 2 more hours to
and that's why you gotta wait for 2020 or no 2019.
That's so annoying.
Yeah. The way it's interesting because, and again, we don't want to do any spoilers here, but I think if you're a fan of Marvel, I think if you watched all the Marvel movies, not that you need to watch this movie, you could still just go in and watch the movie. I think the only disadvantage would be that they don't do any real character development in the movie, because the expectation, I think, is that you've seen all the other Marvel movies and you know who these characters are. Say, for example, if you haven't watched the Black Panther movie or something, you may not completely understand the significance of him being in the movie, and that may take away from the movie experience. But you could still watch it as this is the Thanos trying to take over and so forth and destroy everything. That sort of idea, that you would still be able to take that link away, right?
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking for Deadpool 2, definitely. I've seen, I think, Tomb Raider this year as well. I've seen a couple other ones. The Star Wars one, even though people are really kind of knocking on it a little bit, and I will admit I have my own concerns about it, I'm definitely looking forward to that one as well. I'm not one of these people who's going to boycott it. I'm going to give it its chance. We're going to see what it's like, and it's still Star Wars. How can you beat that, really?
Well, I've been waiting for years. I'm talking about years to see a Han Solo movie, right? So getting the whole Star Wars, from the prequels to the original trilogy to even now, it has always been about the Skywalker family, and you got get the backdrop, like you get their storyline, but you know, with other significant characters like Han Solo, you want to know where he came from. You know, what was he before he became the, you know, a scoundrel and general of the rebellion, right? So
Yeah.
it's good to see. That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, for me, it's same thing. It's Deadpool, Solo, and Mission Impossible. Because for me,
that's right.
Yeah,
Mission Impossible.
for me, Star Wars, I literally invest in this franchise for God knows how long, and I can't stop now. If I stop now, I'm kind of like just throwing my money out of the windows.
What, the Star Wars franchise?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been invested in it a lot longer than you have.
Yeah, I know. And for me, Deadpool is just why not? It's like screw you to everyone, to all the comic books out there. It's like all the PG-13 stuff. You know what? I'm gonna do a comic book movie. I'm gonna make it rated R. Why not?
But
I kind of like that.
Have the experience though. I want to have the experience of being in the movie theater, because you think about those guys that are back in 1977 and they watched that opening scene in the original theater. You didn't have that experience. We know people.
No.
We are not that old.
I'm sorry to say, but I did watch the double bill, Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, like A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back in 1980. That's when Empire Strikes Back came out. I stood in line for a long time with my dad, my sister, and my cousin to watch the double because it was Star Wars. So I got to experience watching Star Wars: A New Hope in the movie theater in its original format back then, as well as Empire Strikes Back. And then in 1983 for Return of the Jedi, I stood in line for that. Then for all the prequels, I stood in line for that. And even now, all these new ones, I don't have to stand in line anymore. I just, pre-order my ticket on Ultra AVX and I just go in.
So new topic's going to be another show about Star Wars and the history of it. That'll be another one, because I know the three of us could talk about that for a very long time.
Oh yeah.
Plus, we're kind of geeky enough that we'll go straight to canon for this one. So.
True.
Well, no, see, canon. Again, are you talking about canon now, canon, or legends?
Legends.
Legends, I can go way back. Canon, I gotta catch up on all the books on the new canons, like Aftermath and all these other books coming out. So
that's another topic to talk. That's a lot of time. So okay, last part. Tip of the week, guys. Tip of the week. So who wants to go first?
Tip of the week or gear of the week?
Whatever you decide to show off.
Okay, so I am showing off GeForce Now. So what is
for
GeForce?
us non-gamers? Tell us about it in a very 1 minute.
It's basically you could change any Mac or PC into a high-performance gaming rig using NVIDIA's cloud-based GPUs. Well, I'll have the link for you in the description. It's basically you can play. As long as you've purchased the game, you can play any game using NVIDIA's cloud system at a high resolution. It's like a high-end gaming system. So I'm doing my testing right now on it with Rise of the Tomb Raider, because Rise of the Tomb Raider has its own benchmark settings, setting on its own. So I'll have some more information. But right now it looks pretty cool. And I think it's gonna do wonders for the gaming scene.
Yeah. Would that do video editing as well too, or is this just gaming?
Just pure gaming.
Well, that sucks. Okay, Derek, what's your tip of the week or gear of the week?
My gear of the week is a small flashlight. It's an Olight flashlight. It's an SR1. It fits very securely in the palm of the hand. And the benefit to this light is that it has a high lumen count, which is the brightness of the flashlight. For a flashlight of this size, it has a lot of power, something like 550 lumens, which is a lot more powerful than most flashlights are even larger than this. It doesn't last for that long, but the compact size of it is something I really like, and I enjoy having it on me. You can fit it in the small pocket in your jeans, and you don't even feel it there. It weighs virtually nothing. And for night and so forth, the times that you may need to have a flashlight to see something, for myself, that's really important. I really like this, and I can't speak highly enough of it. It is a little pricey, but like I said, for the amount of power that you get out of it, and it does have some interesting features where you can charge it. There's a magnetic charger port here. It does have a removable battery that you can also charge as well, and it charges up quite quickly. So even if you use it up, it'll charge up within, I think it's like an hour, maybe at most, or half an hour.
How long does the charge last?
It depends on the lumen. So if you use it on the maximum piece, it only lasts a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes on the maximum side. The lower ones, maybe 18 hours on the lowest setting. But that's pretty good. It's like 110 lumens or something like that on the lowest setting, and that'll still work for a very long time.
Okay. So it's my turn. So my pick of the week is actually... got my phone here. It's called... it's called CD Mapper. CD Mapper is actually an app that both iOS and Android. It's a navigation app for public transit. So because I don't have a car, I do take transit all over the place, and when I travel, the app actually adjusts itself based on the city that you're in. For example, if you go to Europe, if you're in London, it does switch to London Transit. So if you tell the app, hey, I want to go to Buckingham Palace to Big Ben, it'll actually show you how to get there by transit and how long it takes you. It tells you exactly how many stops and what stop to take and what train or buses to take. So if you're an avid traveler and you don't want to, if you want to pay for data, the app itself can actually go no data. It can go offline as well. So if you are an avid traveler or if you're just taking transit itself, City Mapper is a great app for you to use, and it's free. I think it's being run by some of the transit guys out there. So it's a great app and service to use. So that's my pick of the week.
Cool.
Okay, well, that's it. Thank you guys for doing our first episode, joining us for the first episode. Hopefully you guys like it. If you have any comments or questions to any of us, just leave it down below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next week.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
Give up on my way home, yeah.
course, for those who...
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewers' discretion is strongly advised.
Hi everyone, welcome to episode 2 of the Coffee Mug. If you guys don't know what a coffee mug is not what you guys drink your coffee from, but it's actually a show about stuff that we want to talk about. So pretend that you go to a coffee shop and you're just with your friends and decide to talk about nonsense. And that's what we're planning to do. My name is Leonard, and today I am drinking a coffee from Starbucks, sort of. It's just a mug, not a sponsor. And today I am joined by Derek and Mark. Derek, you want to go first and tell me what you're drinking and tell me about yourself?
Again, I'm drinking today. I actually have a mug from Mech, and this is sort of a plastic mug that you use for camping and so forth. I have chocolate moo in it today. No coffee today, but yeah. Mark, you know, we could hear the heavy breathing on the mic there. I think. Just, we're gonna get the wrong impressions of the show. Yeah.
Yeah. No, nothing like that. Okay, hold on. All right.
Okay, Mark, your turn.
Oh, well, so I'm Mark. I just found this mug in my cupboard. It does say "Life goes on, days get brighter." It's one of those mugs that somebody made at those acrylic, those acrylic places. So, yeah. And inside of this is just lemonade.
Man, you guys suck. No caffeine for you guys, eh?
Not today.
Not today. Okay, so today's. I'm not sure if you guys actually keep an eye on tech news for the past week. Google finally released an update to their I/O. To their assistant. To their Google Assistant, and I just want to talk about that because that's just pretty cool. If you guys don't know about it, it's a Google Assistant, what you normally get from Google, but this time we can actually make a phone call to book your appointments or just do random stuff. I'll leave the link below. The videos, how it works is actually pretty cool. It's actually, in my opinion, it's the future of home automation. So the question I have for you guys, do you guys believe in home automation or do you guys actually have it now?
No, I don't want a Skynet to happen in my house.
Derek, I think Mark is done. Let's move to the next topic.
I think I think I would go back to Mark and say, Mark, really, when you talk about Skynet, you are actually talking about, I think, two different things. One with home automation is things like having lights and cameras and light switches connected in a way that you can use an app to turn them on, turn them off, and so forth. And the second point is more about things like Google Assistant or Alexa, or this amazing thing that Leonard is really excited about, where they can make phone calls for you. That's more Skynet to me than actual the home automation piece. So when I think about home automation, I'm actually pretty invested in the Nest system of home automation. So with fire alarms and so forth, cameras, it's all connected via an app. Now, there's no automation to that. I don't get to talk to Alexa. I mean, I do have a friend who was going to help me get an Alexa, but I haven't really seen it yet. It's been a while, but and I am interested in doing that. But there are some security concerns that I have about using Alexa, and as you say about Skynet and so forth, right, to do that. But the first part about Nest and those kind of systems, like light bulbs and switches and so forth, even turning on your coffee maker, I don't really look at it as Skynet, more as automation, which I'm very much into and I really subscribe to. When it comes to the Alexa and the Google, though, I can see your point, and I'm very wary about it, more about the privacy concerns, because as people may know that Google had been listening to a person's conversation without not using keywords to activate the device to start listening. And I think, and I'm just assuming here, Mark, that's where some of your concerns come from.
Yeah, I mean, basically, when you look at it, the premise of Skynet, what happened? We got Skynet. It became self-aware on, what was that date again? And it used the internet to take control of all automated things, including everybody's houses. Well, I mean, it launched the nukes to destroy the world, but when you look at it, it all starts with one thing. Like, yeah, we have home automation, but everything's connected to your network. Then you have Alexa and all the Google AI and all those other things. They use the internet and your network to connect to everything. So once you're all connected, it could just be one virus just needs to take it all out. You know what I mean? There's going to be people out there they're going to try to hack into in any form of that they could think of to get into access to your homes, to disrupt our livelihoods, right? So that's my concern about this whole automated thing, all AI and everything like that. I mean, yeah, it has its good points, and everything always starts out with their good points, but you also have to look at the other end. People are going to use it, try to exploit it, and try to use it to gain an advantage to the people who are not aware of how to really protect themselves.
Well, I agree with that. I think, let's take Nest, for example. Nest is a holistic system. You can have an automated door lock on your door. You can have a camera. You can have your smoke detectors linked to it. You can have your thermostat linked to it, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I actually have an electric door lock myself, but it's not a Nest. And I do that, as you say, for security. I don't have all of my eggs in one basket, because any system can be hacked. Any system can be, monitored. I don't have any cameras in my home. You'll see a lot of these Nest things online where they show people looking at their dogs and so forth, and that's wonderful. But to me, that is a home privacy issue, because Nest can be hacked. Any account can be hacked. You know how that is, right? Yeah. Any Nest account. But for me, for security, even though I could get a Nest unlocked door, I don't. I have it as a different company. That's a standalone. I'll never change that, simply because it lessens the opportunity for somebody to hack into it and so forth. As for things like Alexa and so forth, you're talking about taking over the world. The reality is that AI is coming. We're not going to, somebody is going to do it. Most likely it's going to be the Googles of the world that are going to do that. And that does have a lot of implications, a lot of concerns. They'll tout that as being able to control it. But, as what's the saying in Jurassic Park, life finds a way, kind of thing. Consciousness finds a way. So that's definitely a concern to think about.
I agree. For me, because I use Alexa. I use Alexa to control my lights right now, and I also have Siri on my phone, and Michelle's using Google Assistant. So all three of us, sorry, not three of us, both of us are using all three products seamlessly. I do agree about putting everything in one basket regarding your assistant. For me, assistant is the future. Sorry, AI. Let me just rephrase this. AI is the future. They should have a morality laws regarding AI, especially if your AI is actually talking to a human being, like what Google's actually showing now in their I/O conference, right? And I think there should be a disclaimer and saying, "Hey, this is Leonard's AI talking to you. He wants to set an appointment," or something like that, right? At least it gives the other person, the other side, sort of a fighting chance of like having a conversation to a person, not thinking that it is a computer trying to manipulate the conversation or trying to do something else, right?
On the other hand, on the other side of that, I would completely agree that something like what you're describing, to have an assistant that can go do certain tasks and so forth, is a wonderful thing. It would lessen certain day-to-day things that you have to do. It would allow you to free up time, which is the purpose of all automation, is the idea that, there's a task that you don't have to do. Back in the 50s when we started to have refrigerators and irons and vacuums, back in those days, those were the automation pieces that everybody craved and everybody had to have. We're just in this new generation where we have new tools to make other things that are automated. Automation has been around for a very long time, probably a solid decade or so. But that was mostly do-it-yourself kits that were done, not these integrated home automation pieces. So home automation is nothing new. It's just the integration piece is a lot newer.
Well, I mean, like that whole thing about automation, you're right. It's been around for a long time. I mean, how many, in the factories or in the industrial side of things, like how many, like a lot of it's all automated, right? For manufacturing cars. I mean, there's still a human element to it, but a lot of it is all automation. But again, I don't know. To me, it's like I think everybody. I know what it's going to be going forward. I mean, this is what everybody has been looking forward to. I mean, all the movies that are coming out, like, at this time, we were supposed to have Nikes that could self-strap, right?
Technically, they did make that. Technically,
yes, they did do that. They did do that, right? So everybody's still waiting. Everybody is, leaning towards the future. Now, but sometimes, again, like when you look at cars, a lot of things are being automated in cars now. But for me personally, I don't feel that it makes anyone a better driver. I feel that it's going to make them a worse driver, because they're going to rely on blind spot checking, lane, being in your lane consistently. Even ABS. ABS came out a long time ago, and it's still, when you first learn how to drive without ABS, you actually learn how to brake slippery conditions by pumping your brakes. Now with ABS, you're not supposed to. You just keep your foot on the brake, and it should do it for you. But what happens when ABS does not work? Your ABS is not working. Nobody's going to know the technique to be able to brake properly when you're in a sliding condition. Same thing with these blind spot detections. Great, you look at your side mirror, you see a little red dot saying, "Oh, there's a car beside you." Well, what happens if that's not working? Is the person going to learn how to check their blind spot? So, again, I'm always the devil's advocate when it comes to new technology. I mean, like I said, I don't. It's great, it's coming out, but everybody has to also think about the drawbacks on it. Like, is people going to learn how to do things for themselves when this is not working? You know what I mean?
Okay. Here's the thing. Here's a little story. I agree with Mark 100%. Everyone should know the basic of learning, like basic skill set. Like, for example, learning how to pump your brakes, and especially if your ABS brake faults, how to check your blind spot, for example. For me, I'm sort of the opposite. I love technology. Technology, in my opinion, it is the future, but there is responsibilities the manufacturers should take regarding implementing those new technology. For me, I gave my parents an Alexa. Then I automated their lights. For that, because in my opinion, home automation assistants are great for seniors or people with disability, because that's where, in my opinion, that's where home assistance or home automation it will benefit human race, right? Especially if you have some type of disability. I automated their lights because a couple of reasons. One is just in case there's an emergency, or if they fall and they need to contact someone, it's connected to their phone. They can contact me or contact my siblings. If there's an emergency, they can just say it out loud and it will make a phone call for them, right? And it's become sort of like a safety. It's a safety thing, right? And in my opinion, that's where home automation should focus on. Right. If you're just if you're a techno nerd like me or like us that wants to check out home automation because it's cool, because it's there, we want to know how it works, then yes. But that, in my opinion, that's just a toy now. But as soon as you get older and start using it properly, that's when the benefits of home automation shows. Like you can actually start seeing it in that way, right? And including here's a little FYI. A couple of weeks or a few months ago, I was walking and getting out of the subway. I noticed that there's a guy who was using FaceTime. I always make fun of people using FaceTime, and he's actually doing sign languaging through FaceTime. And in my opinion, that's a great way to use a technology. Technology that's will benefit a certain population that needs that visual communication, and same thing for home automation. It's a tool that can be used properly, can benefit a certain population.
I agree. I think that's a great point about people with disabilities. I mean, even the advent of automation in cars in regards to driving, when that comes along, you get an entire population of people who are even blind who can then technically own a car, depending on the laws and, how advanced the piece becomes from a technical perspective and a safety perspective. When that hump is overcome, those people will have access to transportation that they never did. But another good example I like to point out is that each generation usually has something that they see as the norm. Right now, today, they have the kids, they have Google Maps. I had in my day, I had a map in my back pocket. I had a calendar of the bus times, and I had to figure it out on my own where I was going. And I was my own Google Maps. This is, they don't have that these days. And a second thing that they don't understand is what a payphone is.
Yes. Oh yeah, the art of the payphone. I mean, they're still around, and they look at it, and it's like, yeah, you put money into it, and you make a call.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, it's only 15 cents. Then became 25.
Yeah,
it's 25 cents. You remember those bell cards?
Yeah, the bell cards, and then the little tricks, pressing 0, hanging up twice, pressing down to be able to get a free call out of that cell phone.
Try to convince the operator that you need to make a call to somebody, and they'll just put you through.
And then
tell your children who an operator was.
Well, you know what I mean, in this generation, I mean, they have texting. The art of conversation is dying.
Yeah.
It's like, so how did you communicate and how did you get in contact with your friends? Easy. We pick up the phone. We tell everybody, okay, we're going to be at this station at this time. If you're not here at this time, we're going to go on and we'll be here. Just meet us there, whatever. Or picking
planning ahead, right?
Yeah. or actually, picking up the phone and actually having a conversation with an individual. I mean, I could remember days, or I would talk to some of my friends, and if they had problems, we'd be on the phone 24 hours. Like, we wouldn't sleep. We'd talk about our problems and everything all night long. Yeah. Then you get the knock, then you get the knock on your door. It's like, Mark, hang up now, or I'm going to take your phone away. Right. So,
yeah.
So, I mean,
I
yeah.
agree.
bunch of
I
old guys
agree.
reminiscing. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's gonna, that's
you
why I
guys
don't
are
mind
old.
moving to a dumb phone. So
You guys
going back to a dumb phone, in my opinion, is the best way to go for kids.
But no, I mean, it's that's the whole thing about automation and AI. You know what? It is the future. Don't get me wrong. It is the future. It's going there, and one day, and I would love to be alive to see, uh, you know, everything. Like I got a food replicator at home, and I don't have to do the cooking no more. I would love to be able to sit in my car and let the car just drive me somewhere, and I don't even touch the steering wheel. I mean, I look forward to those things too. Being a techie nerd and all, but again, I feel that everybody should still learn how to do things on their own.
Well,
Yeah.
the other, I don't know if you're aware, Mark, but they have recently developed a robot arms that will actually make a dinner for you. It can be installed in your kitchen, and it will literally make the dinner for you. It'll get stuff from your fridge. It will make it. It was amazing. I've already told Lo that I'm gonna do that, and we're gonna buy that because I think they priced it at about $15,000, and I'm like $15,000, so I don't have to make dinner anymore. Oh yeah, that's great.
$15,000 is a good investment when you have to make dinner for 8 people.
Yes. Yes.
When you have a full household, yeah, $15,000. It's like, okay, great. Set it at this time. I mean, the first automated cooker is the slow cooker.
Now he's
Put
in
everything-
automation. Now he wants it.
I
it's like,
want one.
what, a slow cooker?
Oh yeah.
Oh, grab it. All you do is chop up everything.
You
Throw
don't
it
have a
in
slow cooker?
No, I don't.
Really? They're
I
great.
am the slow cooker.
For a large family, you can't beat them, right?
I
Yeah.
agree. Well, it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny though, because after hearing all this, it's kind of like I had a conversation with one of the people I know that his stepson does not know how to do cursive writing, and I'm like, did he take that out from the school curriculum?
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
They did.
Like
They took out cursive writing out of the school curriculum.
that, I'm having trouble understanding. That's like because now, like I heard this comment before was made that kids today will learn how to type before they learn how to write.
Yes, and that is
And I
true.
noticed that to my nephew and my niece.
Well,
And I noticed that they're learning how to type on an iPhone or to a tablet before they
Yes.
learn how to write their own name. And that freaked me out. And now you actually have a mic now on your keyboard. You can actually say what you're texting.
well, that's all
emailing.
phones. It's called text to speech. Microsoft has had text to speech
Yeah.
for a very long time
Oh,
already.
you're right, yeah.
So even stenographers in courts have text to speech. So text to speech has always been around for a very long time.
Yeah, but that's the beginning of in my opinion, that is the beginning of automation of something basic skills.
Well,
but now that basic skills are sort of going away.
Well, no, I mean they develop it to help individuals who have certain handicaps to be able to input what they want to say, like text to speech, right? They've also helped it to, like I said, a stenographer. When you're talking about a stenographer in a courtroom, needing to type out all the words, they would just repeat and say it, and it would translate everything over to text. Sorry, we're saying text to speech. It's actually speech to text that we're actually talking about. Sorry, I want to make that clear. So, in a sense, that it's been around already. In regards to typing, when we were in school, typing was given to us as an afterthought. It was a optional course that you can take to learn typing. Now, kids these days, they already have computer labs when they're in grade 2. They get tablets. Some schools have tablets for their students, so they learn to type before they write. So I can understand why they took out cursive. I mean, I feel honored to know that I could write cursive. It's a dying art, and even to this day, when I write, my writing is a mixture of printing and cursive, And when people younger generations try to read my writing, they're like, okay, did you just write? Can you
Yeah.
just type it out?
I've had that experience too. Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's I don't know. For me, it's like cursive. It's, as you said, it's a dying art. It's a dying, like it's a dying art. But I can't wait to see the younger kids. If you ask them to sign, how are they gonna sign it?
sorry, you guys are freezing up.
Sorry, the question, the comment I have is, what happens if you ask a younger generation, "Hey, I need you to sign this document"? How are they gonna sign it? Are they gonna sign it with their name with like big letters? Or
I
are they
think
just
so.
gonna put an X? You know,
that-
so that's what I'm kind of is what's next gonna go away? Is like assigning a document is going away now because no one knows how to do it. Like, I don't know. For me, signing a document is not. I don't know. For what I've seen, it's like 99.9% is cursive, especially in
Yes.
English language.
Well, yes, but now when you take a look at a lot of documents, it's online. Just type your name in here, click on this box, and you've agreed to it. But let's take it back a little. We're talking about cursive in our generation. Well, what was before our generation? There was calligraphy. Were we ever taught calligraphy? No. But older generations were taught calligraphy in school, right? So each generation has something that disappears from the next. So, and it's just
So going back, so if that's the case, with that logic, well, it's not even a logic; it's actually it's a fact that, if we lose something because of of automation, just general automation itself, is that gonna why are our generation sort of holding back on it? Because try to hold it from the past because we know it works, but the new generation is like, oh, you old timers, you guys don't know what you guys are talking about.
To Mark's point is that skills are lost. I don't know if I put a map in the hand of our children these days, that if they would be able to find a location by themselves other than using Google Maps and saying it in, to mark a location, to figure out a route to get there, to go on a bus without having that bus route shown to them on Google Maps to plan it out. And I think that planning process might be a little bit lost in the newer generation. Not necessarily the millennials, although I would sort of put them more towards that generation. But as you say, every generation loses something. I would say, a skill. And if we look even farther back than what Mark was talking about, things like woodsman skills, and can you build a log cabin? I can't. Even
wish I
for
can.
that. But yeah, I wish I could too. But even things like bushcrafting and things to that effect. Now we're talking really long ago. But there are skills like are you able to, what are your math skills like? Our generation was very dependent on things like calculators and things to that effect, right? How good are your math skills? Back when they launched the moon landings, everything was done by hand. I mean, yeah, they had the first computer, but they did math on the fly when they needed to. And I don't know if I could do that level of math on the fly myself even today, from a skill perspective.
well, I mean, every skill needs still. Let's take math into consideration. Well, when we were in school, we weren't allowed to bring calculators into school. We had to do everything by hand. It was only when we got into when we got older and when our generation started crossing over where calculators were being more accepted into classrooms, that we started using calculators. But with any skill, from woodworking to even playing sports, if you don't do it often, you're not going to be as proficient as you would be as somebody who would do it every single day, right? And it's the rule of 10,000. You do something 10,000 times, you're going to be like, bang on every time you're trying to do it. Other skills that we're looking at, I mean, again, when it comes down to innovation and new technologies coming up, yes, it does make our lives easier, but something is going to be lost, right?
I guess that'd be our takeaway then. I think that would be our takeaway from this entire conversation, right? That something is lost with each generation in doing that, and we have to be mindful of that, what's lost, and maybe try to keep that. I agree with you about the cursive piece. I really do. I think that's something that we're losing it was very valuable. But I think, again, every generation will feel that way. And I'm very curious what millennials will think of that way when they're our age. What will they see as being lost?
Yeah. Well, they're probably gonna say all this automation, the new AIs, is like taking over our jobs.
Actually, that might be actually very true. You're right.
It is. Have you been to McDonald's lately?
Well, no. I mean, I'll tell you this right now. You brought up a great point, and this is what I'm saying. Something is always lost. Well, think about it. Ford Motor Company. They had the production line, and it was all people building these cars. When the first robot came in, and the industry started changing into making more things automated by using robots to do some of the heavier stuff, how many people lost their jobs? Every time a new technology comes into play, when you have, let's take a look at AS400, Unix, and then SAP. When SAP can do exactly the same jobs as AS400 and Unix and everything else, and you can integrate that into a new ERP, well, you're not going to need as big of a IT department as you did before, right? So, again, this is one of the drawbacks of having all this new technology, all this new innovations coming through. Great, AA comes in. These guys are going to be like, I could walk up, like right now we walk into McDonald's. We have the self-service where we just use the screen, we choose and we do our orders. They got rid of how many cashiers. One of these days we're going to walk up and we're just going to tell a screen, okay, this is what I want, and then there's no cashiers at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
And then you got, like, again, with the innovations in the kitchen. Well, I want a Big Mac. Well, guess what? Within 30 seconds, it's out. It's on a conveyor belt. No human hands has touched it. So there's, like I said, there's the good things about it, and there's always the bad things about it.
Yeah, I agree. So takeaway is automation is gonna kill us all.
well, we may have longer lifespans afterwards, but
Yeah. Okay. So any final thoughts in this home automation thing?
Skynet.
Skynet is taking over.
Skynet's taking over.
I think I want to make sure that that we, I think for myself, I'd be curious in 20 or 30 years to have somebody watch this video, a millennial, and hopefully they'll refer to us in 20 or 30 years and say, this is what these guys thought from their generation. And now that the AIs are running everything, like Mark said, we really should have listened to them back then.
Yeah.
Now we're slaves.
You know what?
Our overlords are taking over.
So.
Okay.
Well, I have a question for you. This is a direct question for you, Leonard. Star Trek or Star Wars? Right now, Star Trek or Star Wars?
Star Trek.
Oh, you ass. I just had to say it because, well, one person's wearing Star Trek today, and another's wearing Star Wars, right? So.
I'm a Trekkie. What do you want me to do?
Yeah,
Come on, Star Trek was around before Star Wars. Star Wars in any way, shape, or form, but Star Trek was around before Star Wars.
Yes. That'd be my.
It had 2 movies before Star Wars.
Actually, no. The first Star Wars, the first Star Trek motion picture. What year was it released?
Oh yeah, he's right. No, he's right. Yeah, Mark's right.
If you're talking about movie, yes, I agree. But if you're talking about Star Trek versus Star Wars, whoever comes first, Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek was only.
Mic drop. Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Star Trek came out. How long did it actually last? The first series.
3 seasons.
3 seasons, but each season is like 50 something episodes or something ridiculous.
No, it was not 50.
20 something or something. I know it's a lot. Well, this is a great segue. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
So, you want to take this one, or you want me to take this one?
Okay. Sorry, I just have to say, when it comes to monetary gains, Star Trek or Star Wars?
Okay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about longevity here. Okay, so our next topic is this, though. Thanks for the segue here. The topic is this: Is Netflix and Amazon considered a film or just a TV show?
Neither.
The reason why I point that out because Netflix decided to step out from the Cannes Film Festival because Cannes says they're not considered a film; they're considered a TV show because they're not considered mainstream enough. Do you guys agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay, I need you to elaborate, Mark. I really do.
Yeah, I know. Seriously.
Okay. What is considered a film?
Is the film definition of film old school or the new way of thinking?
See, well, here's the question: what did they define a film as? How was that
Under Cannes,
definition there?
to be
That's the
considered
first
in the Cannes Film Festival, even Toronto Film Festival, that your film has to be shown in big screen.
Yes.
Right, that's the definition of being part of that festivals. Netflix did submit to film because it's considered film. It's been recorded and shown to Canada a few years ago. They declined it because of those reasons. But now Netflix said, "Oh, we're not submitting films anymore in the Cannes." So now sort of a question's been asked that why not Netflix and Amazon films considered film or why not shown in the film festivals, right?
Okay. Here's the thing. So if let's see, Rogers is only a cable company, but give me a production company here.
Alliance Atlantis.
Atlantis. Okay.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at just regular TV productions, okay, or made for TV movie. Is a made for TV movie considered a film?
It is a film.
No, but is it considered a film underneath the standards of Cannes and all the film festivals?
Under Cannes, theoretically no, because you're just showing it on a. Well, they're defining anything being shown on TV is not considered a film. Like quote unquote film or like film festival worthy.
Why?
Right, because they're not considered mainstream.
Okay.
Right.
So Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, all these streaming services.
Okay.
Yes, they do produce their own shows. Yes, they produce their own movies. A made for movie for streaming. Basically a made for internet movie. Not made for film. Not made for movies like the cinemas. That's what they're talking about. Cannes, Toronto Film Festival, they're talking about films that are made to go onto like a full screen motion picture movie theater. Because it is not mainstream. Because how can you say Netflix is mainstream when you have to subscribe to it? Right? So I can't go to Netflix. For example, if I'm not a subscriber to Netflix, I can't go and watch that film that they produced that they've sent to the Cannes Film Festival. I have to subscribe to them. And if it's the only one I want to see, I can go to a movie theater and watch any movie I want to without doing a monthly subscription to it.
With that logic, any film that's been shown on YouTube, for example, is that considered film because it's still mainstream? It's a definition that's mainstream is like not being paid, for example.
Which film are you talking about?
Let's say someone made a content and put it on YouTube and it's free.
If it's
is that considered film?
No, because YouTube is not. When they consider mainstream in the industry of movies and everything, mainstream to them is what you can see in a movie theater.
So if I put my film in a movie theater, is that considered a film?
Well, here's the piece that we really got to come down to is what are they defining it as? Because when I look at this, I look at it as more as them trying to protect something that they have currently. So they want these movies have budgets of 200 million, whatever that is, to go for a mainstream movie in a theater and so forth. Then the argument can be made that it's not shot in 4K or the format that would be able to be viewed in a movie theater. And that could be a good argument for it. But there's two sides to this. One is a technical side of what is the content of the movie and the way that it's filmed technically to be able to be shown in a movie theater, which is true. If Amazon or Netflix doesn't film in a way that you can present that media in a movie theater, then I would agree that you cannot have the content classified as, mainstream. However, having said that, Leonard's point is quite true.
Mhm.
If from a directing perspective, from a acting perspective, any piece of artwork could be considered mainstream if it is available to everyone. And his point about being on YouTube is a valid point, where that is a publicly viewed mainstream. Obviously, they want to protect theaters and so forth because this is a revenue, it's an industry and so forth. And I look at this argument about Amazon and Netflix more as an industry reaction to something that is new form that's occurring in society with Netflix and the Amazon. And they are a true threat to it because what they're doing is producing movies at a very low cost compared to what these other companies, these production companies are making that.
Well, let me say this. Okay, so mainstream. So my 60-year-old grandmother is at home. No internet. Wants to watch this film. Can she?
If she
No.
goes to the theater. What happens?
she would have to.
No, not if it's on YouTube. Not if it's on YouTube.
Well,
Not if it's on
you have to
Netflix.
leave the house, right?
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying,
Comment there.
Again, if somebody does not have an internet access, they're not going to be able to watch the film or movie on Netflix. They're not going to be able to watch it on Amazon. They're not going to be able to watch it on YouTube.
But with that logic, though, what happens if that person can't go to the theater? Same argument you can say. What happens if that person can't go?
Okay, but it's available to them. The fact that they can't go means it's because they can't go. They could be in a hospital or thing, but it's available to them if they're able to go. If I'm able to watch it,
argument that you can say too for Netflix, if they're able to pay for it, why not pay for it?
But when you're talking about a senior citizen who's on a strict budget because they're on a pension of say $1,500 a month, but yet they have to pay $7.99 a month for Netflix, and how much, like $30 a month for an internet service, are they going to be able to afford that? We don't know. They're not going to be able to if they are, right? So being on Netflix it's not accessible to them. They don't have the means. They may not have the financial means to have a sustainable subscription to that service. They go to a movie, sure, they have to pay for a movie, but it's still available for them for a minimal cost of $13, or for them maybe $12 because they're seniors, or $8. They could watch that one movie that they want to watch. They can't watch it on YouTube. They can't watch it on Netflix. They can't watch it on Amazon if they do not have an internet connection or they don't have a subscription. So it's not available to them.
I think your argument is valid. It's a little narrow pointed in regards to it. I take your point. You can even transfer that argument to people that are on, social assistance or something to that effect. Yes, I agree. But at the same time, most people these days have some form of internet connection, whether you're senior or not. Maybe not so much, people who are necessarily in assisted living homes and so forth. But again, for even those people in those environments, they do have internet access now. It's sort of a more common piece. And again, your argument is more about a very narrow window there, rather than more mainstream, where's the logic being that most people will have internet access about that, right?
But
in this day and age.
I mean, that's the thing. Again, a lot of people's terminology of mainstream is based upon being on the internet, being on social media, being on all this. But we have to take a look at the film side of things, what they consider mainstream. Our definition of mainstream can be different from somebody else's definition of mainstream. So you got to take that into consideration for themselves. So the Cannes Film Festival, Toronto Film Festival, and all these other film festivals around the world, they all have a set of rules and what they consider mainstream. It's like what's considered to be when you look in sports. How many games do you have to play in the National Hockey League before you're considered a rookie? Wayne Gretzky never had a rookie season in the NHL. Wayne Gretzky never won Rookie of the Year. Why? Because he was in the WHL, which was another professional hockey league that he was playing for before the Edmonton Oilers came and joined the NHL. So this is what I mean about the different rules and different what people prescribe perceive as a different form of definition of what their mainstream is.
So why don't we go back to my other point is about not so much about the definition that way, but about the definition about the content. So is a piece of artwork that is made as a film as good as what is placed on in a movie theater from a directing perspective and from an acting perspective? And in that definition, I would say wholeheartedly that it would be defined as a movie, with provision to say that there may be a particular length of time that that to be classified a movie has to be maybe an hour and a half, or as a minimum, or not to exceed 3 hours, or something to that effect, like some standards that are in place which aren't currently in place that I'm aware of.
Well, right now, if you put in a film together, as far as I know, if you do release a film, doesn't matter it can be a short film, could be a long, like Ben-Hur style length of film. You can still define it as a film because it is considered a film. It's an artistic form of visual artistry, I think. So I think the best way to, in my opinion, the only way you can go around I think the best way is just to redefine what is considered a film, what is considered film to be shown. Because right now, people are still defining, hey, are you a YouTuber? Your work is not considered film because you're showing it on YouTube,
and
or you're doing right. I think redefining what is considered a film, I think, has to be made soon, because there's a lot more content being shown online, or even just online, or even billboards. Some of the billboards I've seen, like automated billboards, has better production value than some of the stuff I've seen in film. Even advertising has better production value in some of the films I've seen so far. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think redefining what is the definition of film, I think it needs to be done soon rather than later. Because having the old concept of film has to be mainstream, or a film has to be shot in film, or has to be shown in big screen, that's going to be going away soon because of online content and online distribution, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just had it here. Sorry, I actually had the meaning of what is considered to be a film. Not the actual film itself, but it's basically they actually had to be.
Sorry about that, guys. I got an ambulance passing by.
They actually had how long it should be, what the content was supposed to be like. I think the minimum was 70 minutes. Running time is supposed to be minimum 70 minutes.
Okay, but then the question becomes, when they rejected Netflix's pieces, I believe their only argument was that it couldn't be shown on the big screen, right?
Yes.
I think that was fair. And so, to be fair to them, if, and most likely, Netflix and Amazon didn't record these in a high enough format that it can be displayed on a screen, that is an excellent argument. But let's assume for the moment Netflix did record it in that frame rate to be able to show it up on the big screen. Would we still make that argument for them? And I think I would argue against it to say that it would be valid.
Yeah, I agree, because if film was recorded based on their minimum requirements, for example, then it should be shown.
Well, okay,
but as Mark said, like, if their rules say that, oh, you have to be shown in big screen, it has to be released in the big screen, then their justification said, no, you're not considered a film. But here's the thing, though, because they're using the word film,
okay,
that becomes to the point that becomes very kind of like gray area. Before
we go any further, and I mean, this is maybe my fault for not really reading into this. So I went back and I looked at exactly why Netflix is pulling out of Canes. And according to Reuters, and Netflix was told that they can't be a part of Canes because they did not want to release its movies for theatrical distribution in France.
In France?
In France. So this is basically, here's what it says here. Cannes Festival director, the director of Cannes, said last night that Netflix had refused to give its movies theatrical distribution in France and would therefore be banned from competition at the 12-day festival. However, Netflix could show movies outside the competition. So again, the Cannes Film Festival, if it's a, I never knew that the Cannes Film Festival was a competition.
Yeah, same thing as the Toronto Film Festival.
Okay, so if it's a competition, again, rules of competition. It's not that they're saying they're not a film. Netflix refused to distribute it in France to be able to be part of the competition, which is part of the rules.
Yeah, well, again, that we already established that if it's a rules, it's rules, it's rules, right?
Yeah, rules is rules. So I'm just saying, like, I mean, in the beginnings of this, my perception was that Cannes was not allowing them to be in the Cannes Film Festival because they don't consider their movies as films. Well, according to this, what we thought and what my perception was completely wrong. They still could say, you know, they could show the movies outside of competition, and they're still considered movies and films, but they're not allowed to be in Cannes because they won't distribute it in France, in theaters. So I don't know where we went wrong here in thinking that Netflix says that Cannes thought that they're not films.
Okay. If that's the case, if Steven Spielberg actually made a comment as well that Netflix, he doesn't think that Netflix should deserve an Oscar because it's defined differently. So the question is Netflix the question was, is Netflix considered a film or just a TV show? Right. I agree that Cannes has the right to say yes or no.
Yeah,
that's never been part of. That's always been established that it's rules. Rules is rules, right? And I think I did this wrong, by the way. But at the end of the day, I think it's just the question is some people still considered Netflix and Amazon not film, right? Okay, or in other words, if I ask you, hey, the new made for Netflix movie, is that considered a film?
it depends on the concept. Again, is a made-for-TV movie a film? Or no, it's a TV show. It's a TV movie. Then we have a Netflix movie and we have a Netflix film. I mean, I've had, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, and I've had the question, what is considered a movie and what is considered a film?
Yeah, that's a good question to ask, yeah.
So what's a movie and what's a film? What's the difference? They say Schindler's List was a film. They say Star Wars is a movie.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty good question to ask, actually.
They say Casablanca is a film. You know, they say Fast Times at Ridgemont High, it's a movie. Both classics, both has its followings, but what's considered a film and what's considered a movie? I've never delved into it. The question was asked to me what it was. I go, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is. And it
I
comes
agree
down
with
to
you.
this.
I don't know either. I would agree wholeheartedly that those are very classic movies, and I consider them movies myself. That's when we say film, I think film might be we have to look into this a little bit more myself. Is that film might be more of an artistic expression versus having a particular plot point that is intended of A, B, C to Z, right? Whereas a film is intended to express a particular concept or something to that effect. I mean, just off the top of my head, we'll probably have to look into it a little bit more. But most things that I watch that have a flow of A to Z, I would consider that a movie.
Yeah.
I really would. Casablanca is a good point where it's more of a telling of a story, which a film could still be. A movie could still be that, but a movie usually has a different connotation to it, right? It may incorporate more reality-based, fantasy pieces with them. I think more so.
Okay, here's a brief, very short definition. Movie is a slang for motion picture. Film is a medium in which motion picture are fixed to.
So we're really arguing about the same thing, really. Then
Exactly.
But like I said, I had that question: what's considered a film and what's considered a movie? And like I said, it's a question that has always stumped me. I mean, I do have Google, but I never did look into it. But again,
I did.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's like
technology, automation.
What's considered a TV movie? What's considered a Netflix movie? Is a Netflix movie considered a TV movie?
Is it just based on of the medium being shown into?
Yeah. So again, I think there's a fine line. There's a gray area about terminologies being used and being thrown around here. When it comes down to what we were talking about earlier, I guess it all falls down upon what the rules are. Right?
Let me also go back to the point about the comment about Oscars and whether it's Oscar worthy. The same thing as we made a point earlier about the film festival. Oscars have conditions that need to be met in order for sound, visuals, acting, so forth. Mm-hmm. And I think his point that he was making was that most Netflix movies would not meet the high standard that is placed on the Oscars for these types of original music scores and acting and so forth. I'll actually take away that point of acting. I think actors can be very effective regardless of the medium. More it comes down to the visuals of the movie, the sound, and the editing. And editing makes a big point in most movies that you watch and how you feel about them. So I think that's another big one.
True. And then, I mean, when you look at it here, going back to it, okay. So the Dark Knight, the second movie of Christopher Nolan's trilogy of Batman. The Dark Knight itself was that an Oscar considered movie?
Yeah. It was very well done.
It was very well done. Heath Ledger, God rest his soul, won an Oscar for Best Supporting Role for it. He has his role as the Joker. Mm-hmm. So what criteria was given to him getting the votes needed to win that category? But yet, The Dark Knight itself wasn't considered for Best Motion Picture.
That is a much larger conversation that we could have, which I don't think we should really get into because there are actually points that I think I could make about that, but I don't want to do it because we'll start into a whole different other.
I know, but it comes down to the point about what's considered like the Oscars and their criterias.
Yeah.
Based upon.
Sorry, here's a good example. Sorry, Mark. Here's a good example. Stranger Things. This is a Netflix show. Mm-hmm. It won 35 out of 125 nominees of awards for everything from Golden Globes to Emmy time, Emmys, Actors Guild Awards, all that stuff. But they never won a single Oscar.
Yes, because Emmys, Golden Globes,
are nominated by their peers.
But Stranger Things is an episodic show, not a movie.
Yes.
Oscars only deal with movies.
Okay, hold on. Yes.
That's true.
Oscars only deal with movies. That's why Golden Globes is both TV, movies, another type of thing. Screen Actors Guild, Emmys. It's like the Tonys. The Tony Awards are for Broadway shows. Right? And it's strictly for Broadway shows. But everything else is a free-for-all.
Oh, here. There's actually a list from CNET regarding... Actually, never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind.
I was going to say, but it's not actually the full list I was looking for.
No, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Again, a lot of shows have been, if you take a look at a lot of shows have been nominated for the Golden Globes, for the Emmys, but you have to find out like what the Golden Globes cover and what the Emmys cover.
Oh, at streaming service Go, Netflix has some grounds to make up against Amazon, who won the first Oscar Oscar from a streaming service last year. This is the Merchants by the Sea. So looks like, well, I'm not sure. I have to double check on this one, but so far, what I've seen, by the Sea is an Amazon's production and won its first Oscar.
Okay. So
I mean, we're not questioning the ability of Netflix or Amazon to produce or put this content out there. That's not in question here. It's just a question of whether they're going to meet those criteria, right?
Yeah, and like I said, when we first started this subject, we had a misconception about exactly why Netflix was pulled out of Canes, and why they're not going back to Canes. And it's more or less they just refuse to follow one of the rules. It's not a thing about if their stuff was considered movies or not, or films or not. It was just the fact that, well, we don't want to distribute this in France in a theatrical, in the theaters.
Agreed. So why don't we segue into the next topic, guys?
No, well, we don't have any more. Well, what we can do is, I only chose 2 topics today, but if you guys want to go to the next subtopic, we can definitely do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, something fast and very simple. Okay, Derek actually forwarded me a link from the Toronto Star. If you guys don't know what Toronto Star is, it's a newspaper in Toronto. TTC, the Toronto Transit Commission, start offering passengers with disability or who needs special seating with a button that says, please offer me a seat. Okay. In my opinion, not in my opinion, there's actually an article and it's getting sort of mixed reviews, I think, regarding why is the Transit Commission doing this. Is this, some people think that it is considered, you're putting, well, here's the thing though, the TTC does not, just giving these buttons away who thinks that that people need disability. They have to request for one. They don't check for what is their disability. It could be anything, right? And before they release this little button that people can use, TTC do have a blue section under transit. If there's a blue seat, this means you have to give priority. It's priority seatings for people who has disability. Now they're releasing this button telling people, hey, I have a disability. I need you to get out of my seat, or you need to offer me a seat. Okay. Do you guys agree or disagree with this this button?
Okay.
Personally, I have no issues with it.
Okay. First of all, priority seating does not mean it's their seats. Priority seating means they get first priority to it. However, if the seats are already occupied. However, as common courtesy, you should be giving up those seats to the elderly, to the disabled, and
people pregnant,
people who are pregnant, people, even people with small kids. It's like priority parking. We have a parking spot that says it is for families with small children or expectant mothers. Is it against the law to park there? No, it's not. Now, there is something that I am trying to find right now. The TTC themselves has a bylaw. And based upon those bylaws, will also determine whether or not it is a finable offense to be sitting in those blue seats when there's an elderly person standing around. Because I mean, you can see many pictures being posted from many, transit systems around the world where you have one person lying down on the bench and taking up 3 seats because they want to put their feet up, they want to have a room for their bag. Or you have an elderly woman standing up while there's a young lady or a young man sitting in a priority seating, and they don't want to give them up. But who's to say we don't know if that person sitting down there right now has a sprained ankle, who has a hurt back? We don't know.
Is this is this a passive way to do public shaming?
I think so.
I think the other question becomes I think TCC did this as a way to address a larger problem, which was that people with disabilities were finding these seats were not being given up to them, whether they're elderly, whether they're pregnant, and they wanted to have another visual way to give that person to, be standing in front of that person without having some awkward conversation, to give a visual cue to those individuals sitting in the seats that the person might want to give that seat up. However, I look at this as more of a social question because, I would ask a person with a disability, do you want to walk around with a pin on your lapel or whatever to show that you're a person with a disability? Or because there are people who, besides having the visual piece of somebody who is like with a white cane or blind or in a wheelchair or whatever that might be, maybe they want to self-identify. Maybe they want to put that out there. And I look at it as a cost-effective way for TTC to try to address the concern. But also I look at it as a social question where, if you have somebody who is elderly come on the train, is that individual sitting in that seat willing to give it up? And to me, that's a cultural piece, but also a generational piece, depending on how you look at that. Nobody when I was growing up, where I grew up in the eastern provinces in Nova Scotia, would actually say to anyone getting on a bus, they would give up the seat immediately. Without question, they would simply get up. But I've lived in parts of the country where that didn't occur, where you would see, and I'm not necessarily placing this on young teenagers or anything like that. I'm even placing this on adults where you live in the country where they would not give up their seat. So in the area that you're living, it could be a cultural piece as well. It could be something of the area that you live in, because if you did that in one section of the country, people would get angry at you. You would actually be heckled and ridiculed for not doing that, whereas in other parts, they would give it no mind. So again, I look at it as a social question as well.
Well, it's, for me, because I do take the TTC every day, and I do take the subway, I do take the bus, I do take the streetcar. And there are priority seating for all three of them. And I've noticed that since this article came out, I've been keeping an eye on the blue seats. I actually did an experiment as well too. I noticed that even before this article came out, or this button thing came out, that if you see someone that you think requires the blue seat, or even in seats in general, they'll automatically offer 99%. I say about 95% of the time they will offer that seat. I've done that, right? Because again, it's courtesy, right? As Mark said, it's not the rules, right? I notice as well too that 5% who does not offer those seats, some people will do sort of like a passive public shaming of a person not offering a seat, like from a dirty look to like very passively commenting to their neighbor beside them, for example. Right. I think TTC doing this button thing is sort of like an awareness. It's like you say, it's a cheapest way to do public, sort of like it's just showing them, hey, there is a problem. You need to provide, just be more courteous. In other words,
well, yeah,
it's a very typical Canadian thing to do. It's like very passively say, hey, you have to be courteous. Right?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, yeah, it is a way of everything. It's just like, again, like you go to the malls and you have the signs now saying, courtesy parking for certain individuals. It's not against the law to park there, but you should be courteous enough to give that parking spot to those people with expectant mothers, kids with small kids, and then some. Again, the art of chivalry.
Dying.
I just want to correct you on something here, Mark. In regards to those parking spots, there are actually passes and cards that you're supposed to hang on your mirror to show that you are designated as a person with a disability.
No, that's right. That's handicap parking. It's against the law to park there. I'm talking about parking spots where they say it's for expectant mother, courtesy parking for expectant.
You mean
mother.
Like the ones with the strollers and stuff?
Yeah.
So they have signs. It's courtesy parking, and it's priority parking for these individuals, so that they don't have to walk as far. But it's not against the law to park there, right? And it's out of common courtesy not to park in those spots if you don't have a child. But I've seen people who park there because it's a closest parking spot to the entrance, right? And then all of a sudden they're pulling out, and then you see a family with 4 kids walking down to get to their car, and having a difficult time when they could have just parked right over there.
If you see that, do you do passively shaming that person because they did something not very nice and courteous to their fellow human beings?
No, I don't, because I'm in my car, they're not going to see me giving them a look or whatnot, or I'll be driving by, the car's already parked there, and they're not in there, so
Well, what happens if you see them like going to their car and you notice they're just literally have nothing, they're just.
It's a good question. Do you speak up when you see something like that? Let me give you guys an example. Let's avoid the question of disability for the moment and just look at another example I can give. A few weeks ago, I was at a movie theater, and and Leonard was there, so he knows what's going on here. What the story is. So we were at a movie theater, and it was full. It was a full movie theater, absolutely packed. There was no free seats. And in the front, there was a family who had a baby, and it was crying constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And so they brought the baby into the theater, and it was crying for about 15, 20 minutes or so as the movie was going on. And I assumed that whomever was beside the baby, because they were being quite loud, probably asked the people to leave or something to that effect. So they removed the baby out of the theater. But then later on, they came back with the baby, and of course, it was crying again. And as we were leaving the theater, I went up to this person and I said, I really appreciate if you could, not bring your infant into the movie where everybody has paid a great deal of money to come in to do it. If you could arrange for whatever, babysitters or whatever that might be, and not bring your child in. Well, the person had a very bad reaction to that. He was yelling at me. He was putting his, finger up in my face and all this sort of stuff. And I was approaching it from a courteous perspective, but he got very angry about it. And I look at that, once I had done that, more people stepped forward to say that they were objecting too. And I think it's a question of, do you speak up or don't you speak up, and try to educate that person, whether you claim it's a cultural piece or if it's them as a person, or you're looking at how they act towards other people, that becomes a moment of education versus the person doing it. And as people left the theater, other people expressed their issue with it and so forth, because it did ruin the movie experience to a certain point. But that comes back to the point of, do you say something? And for me personally, as long as it's in the appropriate situation and done in an appropriate way, I would speak up. I believe that that's important to do, because it would allow that person to believe that if they continue to do that action, it's socially acceptable to do that, which I don't necessarily always agree with.
I may not have approached the person directly. I would have actually went to management, because I don't have the authority or anything to say to this person, well, don't come back here with your kid, because it's it's disruptive to the other patrons.
Let me be clear. I didn't do this during the movie. It was after the movie. Yeah. And we're done there and so forth to that effect. And, this was not something I was doing to interrupt the movie or to shame them in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. I mean, I had a private conversation with the person, which then they overreacted to, which then became a larger scene per se, right, in regards to doing that.
When it comes to that, and that's why a lot of people, I feel a lot of people, including myself, sometimes I don't confront the person. First of all, some people might react differently, and they might be completely, I'm sorry for this. However, I don't have a babysitter, and, I really wanted to watch this movie with my family, with my friends or whatnot, or with my other kids, and I had to bring my child, like my crying child, with me, and unfortunately, sometimes that's the only way that they can take their kids to the movies. In my respect, I would have taken it to management for one. It would have been a management's call to actually ask the person to leave, give them a refund or whatnot. As well, if my movie experience wasn't up to par, I usually get some form of, compensation by the movie theater as well, by the management, for my troubles and everybody else's troubles. You're talking about the movie. How about if you're on an airplane? You
A
guys are
different
all-
environment, which I wasn't trying to make this a situational question. I was making more of a social question of education and peace. But I take your point. And actually, I would agree that one of my mistakes was I should have in the beginning, when I noticed there was a problem, gone immediately to management, which I did not do. I thought that after the fact would be an inappropriate time to go to management, because then I hadn't done that during the movie. And so management obviously would say to me, well, you should have come to me at that point, right? And doing that. So I looked at it as more of an educational piece versus doing that. But I agree with you. You should not be confronting the person in the theater or so forth. I mean, if there's somebody in behind us in the theater that's being noisy or something, you'll turn around and politely ask them to be quiet, that sort of idea. And then if they continue on, yes, you go to management. You don't deal with it directly yourself, right?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, unfortunately, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know. You confronting somebody, perfect example, road rage, right? I know Leonard has road rage. Leonard has one.
Since I moved out here, yes.
But
I haven't seen that. Is that a bad thing? Is he pretty road rage?
Well, from what I heard from Michelle, it's pretty bad.
Okay.
Like, and mind you, this is a guy who came from living downtown, so I don't know why his road rage would be even worse here in Mississauga. But confrontations can bring two things. It can bring a resolution, or it can escalate. And as a person myself, there are times where I've confronted people and it escalated, and the turnout could have been really, like, the outcome could have been really turned out really bad. So for me, because now I know myself and I can get hot-headed at times, I try not to do the confrontation. I try to find another means of dealing with the situation. Or you know what? Sometimes I just shake my head and says, okay, karma's a bitch. Right? One of these days that they're going to do this, and guess what? Somebody is going to either key their car or they're going to get blocked in. And I've seen it happen where individuals will see a car that's not supposed to be parked there. They park so close to the car that the guy couldn't open his door, and they had to wait until he had to wait until these guys came out, or he had to find some other way of getting into his car. It's the exact same thing with people with luxury cars taking up 2 parking spots. Why do people do that?
Okay, so let's return back then to the original point. And Leonard, what do you think about this? Because you haven't really spoken too much on it yet.
Well, for me, it's like I see it differently though, because for me, because I do take transit every day, and for me to seeing those blue seats, because I sit in the blue seats until I see someone needs that seat, right? And every time I take for example, the subway, every cart has a total of I think a total of like 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 12 to 15 blue seats for every cart. And I noticed that everyone who sits in those blue seats, to see someone that deserves to use that seat, for example, with disability or with kids, they do offer those seats. And I did experience that before as well too, because a long time ago, I did walk with crutches and canes because of sports injuries, and they did offer me those seats, and I'm very appreciative of those. And I also seen people who do not take those seats, did not offer those seats, and I noticed that people do publicly, passively shame those people who does not give those seats.
But
right?
in general, majority of the time, people give up their seats.
Yes, majority of the time they do give those seats away. And for me, for the TTCs giving those buttons away, people do have an option to use them or not, or to ask for one. And the biggest issue, or the potential big issue, is if you, as Derek said, what happens if you walk around with that button? Mm-hmm. Are they going to look at you differently? Do they automatically do they think differently about that person, or do they automatically, or do they offer those seats? Right, so it is a very Canadian thing to do. It's a very passively way of saying, "Hey, you should offer the seat." Okay. Right? I have no issues with them. I don't see any potential issues. Again, it just becomes very social. I think it's a social experiment of like of shall we do the right thing, right? And if you don't, if you see this button, if you don't offer it, the people surrounding you automatically shame you passively or even like actively. Yeah, I think because for example, if I had those pin, if I show up in the subway and never offer me that seat, I can guarantee you right now, someone will say something.
Well, I mean, with or without the pins, somebody's going to say something. It just takes that one individual. You could be an 85 elderly person walking onto the train, and there's a blue seats there. Nobody gives it up. So with or without a pin, if those people don't want to give up their seats, they're not going to give up their seat if the person's wearing a pin.
No, I agree.
Will the passive and active shaming happen? It might. It all depends upon who's on that train at the time.
Yeah, right? Well, with the advent of social media, it's going to be more escalated than normal, right?
You know,
I mean, record this and post it on Facebook or post it on Instagram. Next thing you know, TTC's commenting this person or this person's employer sees it that this guy works for this company. Next thing you know, they're fired.
Not offering a seat, you cannot be fired for that.
No, I know. I'm just saying that
you can't be fired for it. See, that's the thing. You can't be fired. Like,
you should tell that to the guy who actually said something really rude comments in a Toronto FC game.
Toronto FC. Oh no, comments are completely different. Where. It's an individual. Okay, so I take a picture. You take a picture of me sitting in the blue seats. My face is down. I'm reading a book, or my face is down on my phone, or I'm asleep, and I take a picture, and you publicly shame me saying I did not offer the seat. How do you know that this person at the time did not see this person coming in and offering their seat? You don't know that 5 minutes later, 10 minutes, I look up and say, oh, sorry, do you want to have a seat? But yet the picture's already up. How can you stop that?
No, you can't. You can't.
Yeah. So, again, the public shaming and it's all up to the people. There's always going to be two sides to a story.
Yes.
And the fact that if it goes on social media and then it's on it's being put on Facebook, well, you know what? There's going to be consequences on both ends. And the fact that, yes, you can make certain comments and you make certain derogatory comments can get you fired because it's actually in people's handbook. But for sitting down on a seat and not giving it up, you can't be fired for that.
Okay.
Because if you are fired for that, then that company is going to have a big legal battle for wrongful dismissal.
Yeah. Derek?
No, I agree with Mark. And we're moving into a different topic there in regards to consequences of doing that. But I think that in Canada, it's a generally prescribed that courtesy is the first point that you are to put forward. That we are generally considered to be a courteous country. We're proud of that. There are cultural pieces that involve in that sometimes where you might have a cultural difference that might impact that perhaps. But as a rule, I think that's a well-established point within Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm out. I need a refill. So.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do this fast then. Pick of the week. Who wants to go first?
I've got nothing this week. I just
you suck.
No, pick of the week. Yeah, well, I forgot it was Mother's Day today, so yeah. I was
okay, so now you just put that in a record. You should have said, "I totally remembered it was Mother's Day, and it was my first priority today." Yeah.
My tip of the week: keep an eye on the calendar, right?
Yeah, keep an eye on the. That's my tip of the week. Keep an eye on the calendar.
Okay, if that's the case, Derek, what's yours?
Oh, mine. I recently looked at purchasing a backpack called Pack Safe, and I think it's at Expedition 45. It's a 45-liter backpack, but the interesting thing about this is that it has a lot of security features in it. There's a link there that Leonard has that he can put up on the screen about it. It's from Mountain Equipment Co-op here in Canada, and it's sold by them, and it it actually has some good security features. So inside the bag is a metal mesh, which prevents it from being sliced by, say, a knife. So you couldn't take a knife to and cut through the material into the bag. It really has a lot of protection. You can lock the zippers, so you can interlace the zippers through a locking mechanism. So it has a lot of security if people are traveling. And you also have the ability to, it comes with a metal wire, which you can then wrap around like you would with a bike lock or something to that effect. So there's a lot of security options with it. It is a little bit heavier than most normal backpacks, but it's very well made. It's very good quality. And for the price, it is a couple $100s. And for some people that might be too much, but between the quality and Mark's laughing, yeah, between the quality and the features, I think it's a good option for those that are concerned about security while abroad.
I don't like their design.
Well, it's about functional than design.
Nothing catches my eye.
Well, I will. To be honest with you, that bag is actually pretty cool. I do have one of their bags, and I do travel with it, and it's worth it. To be honest with you, it's worth it because
that's the camera bag that you have, right?
No, the version I have is just a sling bag version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I agree. That bag is pretty awesome. I do have it. I do have a version of that, a smaller version, and it is heavy, but it is worth it, especially if you're traveling, especially if you're doing one bag travel. It's definitely worth it.
You got the sling bag?
Yeah, the older version of the sling bag. So, but
sorry, I'm on the website right now. I'll take a look. Right.
Oh, okay. But I'll have that link below at the description, so we'll have one there. And for Mark's link, we'll just put Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day. Yeah, but
yeah,
hey,
okay.
I made it up with breakfast this morning. So
there you go. So mine is more sort of like a admin stuff than anything else. I just want to let you guys know that this is our second episode. The channel is up and running now. If you do look at the playlist itself, the playlist actually has two versions of this show itself, the coffee mug. There's a video version of video podcast, and there's an audio podcast. The video podcast, of course, if you're watching this video, it's video. The audio podcast is just going to be an audio version of the podcast. Because we haven't finished, or we haven't really finalized the podcast hosting yet, but for now we'll start with this. We'll move into a podcasting hosting soon. Then we'll let you guys know when that's up and running. Our goal is to host it or distribute it through podcast hosting, and distribute it through iTunes and Google Play, and hopefully more. Again, this is give us a while. It's gonna take a while, but it's gonna be out there soon. That's why we have a video and audio version of the show. So, yeah, if you definitely subscribe and stay tuned for more. Do you guys have any more comments before we go to our closing?
Yeah. So if anybody out there has any comments, suggestions, or like whatever you want to hear, or us rant about, or us where we should be doing this, let us know with the comments below.
In other words, Mark needs more ideas regarding his pick of the week.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm one of those guys that if I see it, I'll see it.
Just be sure to click on that bell so you get the most recent uploads that we put up.
Yes, please. So again, thank you again for listening or watching. Please don't forget to subscribe and like us. And if you have any comments, definitely write it down below. It'll be awesome. And we'll see you guys next week. Thanks, guys.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
Okay.
If I'm on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you still amaze me? If I'm on my way home, yeah. If I'm on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you still amaze me? If I'm on my way home, yeah.
This is the movement for those who.
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewer's discretion is strongly advised. Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 3 of the Coffee Mug Show. Welcome. And today we have a very interesting topics that we're going to be talking about. And yes, we are going to be talking about Solo, Star Wars, because all three of us actually saw it in the span of like 2 days. So, but before we go there, we're going to start talking about a couple of things that kind of interesting. So again, my name is Leonard. I am drinking coffee on a Christmas themed Star Wars mug. So Mark, what are you drinking today?
Again, I just got an owl mug. Found it so I'm just gonna drink some juice out of it right now.
Derek?
I have my Game of Thrones Winter is Coming mug.
Nice.
Yeah, and I'm drinking just some OJ today.
Okay. Well, today, your plan today is to go to Harry Potter escape room, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's the one in Ajax?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to talk about that next week then, because we need to know how was it.
Question is how long did you guys have to book for? Because I heard it's all sold out.
I booked probably 2 or 3 months ago.
All the time.
Yeah.
Wow. Jesus. Well, apparently
Okay, so
it's only for 1 year, right?
It's only for an hour, yeah.
No, sorry, I couldn't hear you guys froze up there on me.
How long is this going to be a permanent escape room, or is it just a theme for this year? You guys know?
Well, actually, they've had it for some time, and
Yeah.
actually, they're going to tear it down in June, I believe. So that's why we wanted to go now before it does. I guess they swap them out every once in a while, keep things fresh, keep people coming back, right?
Yeah, best way to bring kids in, right? Okay, so we'll start with something simple. As you know, if you live in Canada, we receive a massive nationwide update on our cell phones for the emergency alert system. If you guys don't know what it is, the alert system is in Canada. It started as a radio and television. So when you receive an alert regarding natural disasters or an emergency, you'll get you'll get something in your TV or radio saying, "Hey, this is an alert." But now the government decided to expand it to mobile devices. So about a month and a half, 2 months ago, or even 3 months ago, we received an update to all cell phones, all mobile phones, with smart mobile phones, with an emergency system. So how it works is there's an emergency, it goes into our phone, it tells us in bilingual language in French and English saying that, hey, there's an emergency, stay tuned for more information, for example. And so according to the government, this alert system was deployed in partnership with the federal, provincial, and territorial emergency management system, including Climate Change Canada and the Weather Network. So it covers the whole country. It's actually a pretty cool system. But unfortunately, last week we received our first emergency alert. It's for an Amber Alert in Thunder Bay. I have no issues with that because that's pretty cool. But unfortunately,
you should explain what an Amber Alert is.
Okay,
first.
so Amber Alert is if I remember correctly, it's an alert system for missing children or kidnapped children.
Yeah, it's also implemented in the States.
Yeah, it's implemented.
I don't know if it's really for kidnapped children. I mean, it's the idea that they want to get the message out to the public about a child that's missing, either for them simply being missing or possibly, as you said, perhaps abduction or something to that effect.
Yeah. So we receive an Amber Alert in Thunder Bay. So if you guys don't know where Thunder Bay is about 1,300 kilometers away from Toronto. And the system itself is supposed to be geotagged. So in other words, if you are in Thunder Bay, you get the alert. But if you're in Vancouver, you should not be getting this alert. But unfortunately, they accidentally transmit the alert all over Canada. So, but the good news is they did find the child. We did receive another alert saying that the child was found. But now critics are criticizing how the system works. My questions for you guys is, what do you guys think about the system? Does it work, or this is a great first step?
Well, it works. We can't deny it. It works because I got the messages. Other colleagues of mine got the messages. As long as you're on the LTE network, right? If you're not, and if you're on like say 4G, you don't get it because at the job site that I'm working at, multiple of us got it, while like the same number didn't get it. So, I mean, the system does work. It is working as advertised, as what was explained to us, and how it's supposed to work. So that's a good thing. Now, regarding the types of alerts, I just didn't like the fact that I received 3 text messages about this, about the Amber Alert. One in English, one in French, and then a third one of the Amber Alert being canceled, both in English and French. So,
Derek?
Well, I agree that it was a little frustrating to have those 3 messages, but I think also that's important to have those 3. I think the thing that I'm taking issue with more, that it was from Thunder Bay, and not necessarily that us in Ontario or in Toronto. I mean, if the police believe that whoever this person abducted the child was coming to Toronto, that might be relevant for us for that geolocation to be advised. But I think my concern with the system is a couple things. One is that, firstly, it's a great system, wonderful. Apparently, they spent a lot of money on this thing, and it really hasn't completely worked very well. The second thing is about, and I don't know if this is the case, but in regards to trusting the alerts as well, because in the States, they've had a lot of problems, and I know, Leonard, you have a few points to point out about that, but they've had a lot of problems in multiple different states about this. And if the system is hacked or something to that effect, can we rely or trust on the information that's coming through that?
Well, here's the thing though, because the issue. Well, there's one issue when this actually came out. It happened in Florida. Some guys hacked the emergency system, similar to what we're talking about here, telling people that there's a zombie infestation in Florida, and they found out that someone hacked it and it was a publicity stunt for Walking Dead. So there's pros and cons in the system. The system does work, but unfortunately, it needs to be fair. It needs to be fine-tuned, right? But is this a worthwhile investment for the government? I say yes. It needs to be fixed, yes, but at the same time, it can be very, very dangerous in the way that if someone uses the system in a publicity stunt like what happened in Florida, right?
Don't get me wrong. I think it's very valuable, especially for children who are lost and so forth. Yeah. That's very valuable. The next question comes up is, where's the balance between the inundation to the people, the public, about having these text messages come out, and public safety and the public assisting the police in various investigations and so forth. Right now, I believe it's limited to emergency messages on natural disasters and also the Amber Alert. I believe that's the only limit, the type of text you're going to receive at the
local
moment.
Weather as well too, I believe, as far as I know,
for like extreme weather, right?
Yes,
like, yeah.
But here's the thing though. Here's the little thing that I kind of had to double read because I wasn't really sure if I'm reading this correctly. Whoever got the update on their phones, right? You cannot opt out. There's no opting out in the system. It is an emergency system. So a person can say, no, I don't want to receive a text or a message. It's literally on, no matter what.
And I don't have a problem with that either. I think it's an emergency system. If it's treated as that, great. As you said, if we start getting zombie alerts, then I start raising the question either of security or of how the people that are running it are making these decisions about the balance between the inundating the public and the public trust, right?
Well, I mean, it's just like, again, it was like back in the day when you got the emergency broadcast on your TV. It is for life-threatening situations. Did they test it sometimes? Yes, they did. Have they had to use it at times? I mean, from what I can recall, I've never seen an actual alert coming out on the TV, but it was there. And I don't have an issue of having this alert system here and available. I mean, it's the next step, right? Everybody has majority of people have cell phones. You get this alert out for life-threatening situations, like, and I don't think it's going to be used often. I mean, every time that an Amber Alert comes out, it is sent on, it's posted on the TV. Now they're going to just send it out through text messaging.
And also the other thing is, with the old system, as you said, it would come on the TV and it didn't matter where you were. It was an all or nothing system. Yeah. It wasn't geolocated. If something happened in Vancouver, we would still hear about it.
That's right. And you couldn't opt out of it. So
yeah.
Yeah, the only time you opt out is if you change the channel or turn it off.
Well, you can't change the channel because it's actually based on the cable, right? So the cable networks will send it out. Now, is it even on the American channels, because it's our Canadian system that sends it out, you're going to receive it on all channels. That's what it's all for. So regardless of what channel you were on, you were going to receive it.
Yeah, I think the reason why they did this because in Canada, especially in the border cities, like or pretty close to the U.S. Canadian border, we do receive stations from both sides, right? So if you're in Canada, you get like radio stations and sometimes cable TV or stations from the U.S. or vice versa. I think this is the way to separate our definition of an emergency compared to the U.S. emergency, right? So, like it again, it's for me. I have no problems with it, but I do have a problem if the system is not fully tested or fully vetted out, right? That can be very, very. It can be very annoying, and plus it loses the importance of the system, right?
Yeah, I mean, then again, with any technology, that's the whole thing. It's like, again, it's there's always going to be someone who's going to try to hack the system, and unfortunately, nothing's 100% hack proof. Because everybody finds a way of hacking a network, and it's again, it's one of those things where we have to. It's the growing pains of having a new system being implemented, right? And that's with anything in life.
Okay, agree. Okay. Any last comments about this system?
Honestly, not really. I mean, it is what
Pretty
it is.
straightforward, right?
It is pretty straightforward, and I mean, it is being used for life-threatening situations, fire, natural disasters, biological hazardous, amber alerts. So again, it's just gonna follow the old ways, but on a new system, like on just a new way of getting it out to the people.
I think if people are looking, we go back to the point of opting out. I think that if you're looking at this for people that want to opt out, I'd say, why do you need to? What is so inundated? You get more inundated by Facebook than you would ever by this system. And so anybody that says, I want to opt out of this, people's lives could depend on it literally. So seriously, let that go.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we'll go straight to the next discussion. Here's I think this is going to be a very interesting discussion. The question I have is this: from a normal user perspective, like none of us, not power user, like all three of us, just a normal user. Okay, is the traditional laptop dead?
I'm gonna let Mark.
Okay, so here now, before you jump into this one, I've noticed a lot lately. Okay, commuting to like going to coffee shops and all that good stuff. That more and more people are using tablets with a Bluetooth keyboard, or not even using laptops anymore, or they're using a phablet, like an oversized phones with a Bluetooth keyboard. And I'm one of those guys, by the way. So is the word traditional laptop users or laptops, is it dying, or is it slowing down in a way that it's just evolving to something more easier to carry? It's easier to use. So or is it gone? It's dying. What do you guys think about? But remember, this is just a question in a non-power users. You still have the workstations. I use a workstation at the office because I do CAD, right? So is if you're using it just for doing sales work, people are using laptops now? A tablet, right?
Yeah,
so
Mark, your question is no.
First, because I have this feeling you have something to say about this.
No, it's not dying out, and I don't think it's slowing down either. I don't know where you're going, but all the Starbucks here I go to, there's at least 4 or 5 people sitting down with laptops, and they're not power users, but they're students. They're just regular people who are doing their stuff or regular work, like an everyday person. I see a lot of tablets. Yes, I've seen a lot of the Microsoft Surface. A lot more people using iPads. The Samsung Tabbies. Again, it all depends upon what the person wants. Regarding tablets and all these other mobile devices, you still don't get the feel or the necessary power, I would say, when you want to just even do a simple spreadsheet.
I've used right now I'm using, because I have an iPad. I use Microsoft 365 on it. Okay, I do. I agree. There's a couple of things in Word and Excel you can't do, like pivot tables. In Word, I think it's like art. It's like the word art thing that they do for titling is the only difference. I also use G Suite a lot because my work requires us to use Google Docs a lot. And to be honest with you, every time I go to a meeting, I use my tablet. I don't bring my laptop anymore because I have apps. The apps will work exactly the way the desktop version works, right? Or close to it, right? So for me, when I see this, I see it a lot in the trains, subways, even the streetcars, even the coffee shops downtown Toronto. Majority of the people I've seen is just using their tablets now.
Well,
that's what the question I posed.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay, you gotta. First of all, you got to take away from streetcars, transit system, and everything like that. I mean, of course, everybody's going to be on a tablet because it's a lot smaller to be able to read something on there. Mind you, also when you're on the subway system, or even on the just regular taking a bus, if you don't have a SIM card on your tablet or a Roger stick for your laptop, you're not going to have any internet access, really. So basically what you're going to be doing is just reviewing some stuff, reading something, playing a couple of games on your tablets when you're on that. Going to coffee shops, like you said, the area that you've been going to, a lot of people have just tablets. None of them have laptops. But in my area, I've seen, like I said, I've seen quite more people with tablets, with laptops than tablets. Again, it depending upon where you are, it will determine what these people need. Like I said, a lot of the places I go to have a lot of students. They're all on laptops.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think that your first point is about what is the person actually doing on it, and if you're going to write out a huge essay or whatever it is for school, you're not going to do it on a tablet.
Yeah.
From an ergonomic perspective, just in typing, that amount of typing, even though you can attach a keyboard to it, physically that's going to be really difficult to do. So I think laptops do have a good space in there. A lot of you wouldn't be able to do high productivity stuff on it, run very large programs. That's why they have MacBook Pros and so forth in regards to art students and things to that effect. So you'll never be able to do that on a tablet. But when we're thinking about casual, everyday work, I think a tablet would be fine as long as your work doesn't involve high volume pieces. My computer for work is a laptop, but it has a lot of security features on it because of the kind of work that I do and so forth. You can't have those kind of security pieces on a tablet in the same way. Things like fingerprint scanners and stuff to that effect, right? Now, most laptops nowadays come with that. Personally, I'm a laptop person. I used to be a long time ago a desktop person, so I used to build my own base stations, but that's long since passed. I'm too old for that anymore. I'm not a heavy gamer anymore, and I think even for a laptop, you can have a heavy gaming laptop, but you can't play a lot of these games on tablets now that are high usage. And, when we're talking about people in coffee shops and so forth, and Leonard, you're talking about your work works well with that, but I'd have to use a laptop for mine. So it's all about the situation that you're in.
Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly because I made a self-conscious effort for the past year now to get away from laptops or even computers alone, and try to do all my personal work, all my photography work, even video editing on a tablet, because it's one of those things that I try to minimize what I have with me. Right. So when I travel, I only travel with a tablet and a keyboard, like a Bluetooth keyboard. And so far it's working for me, and I agree with you guys. It's depending on the situation you guys are in, the work you're planning to do. If you're a gamer, may or may not work. You prefer having a laptop or a desktop, right? So, but with the advent of like mobile apps that's actually getting more powerful more and more, or desktop apps are being moved into a tablet version or an app version. That's why I asked the question: is like, is it a revolution of like mobile devising usage of just leaving?
It is a revolution because I mean, again, like it's these companies want to have the market in everything. Like, so if people are moving from laptops over to the tablet, okay, well, let's make a version of our software for tablets. Get into that market. Again, this is all business decisions. These are all not because everybody's going to tablets. It's because, well, it's another way of generating, profits for a company. For example, like we'll take Microsoft. Microsoft was basically an application company running Windows, Word, Excel, and all that stuff. All of a sudden now, they started building what? Xboxes. They got this Surface. Why? Because there's a market for them that they can generate more income going that way and that forward. It's so I mean, in a sense, yeah, like they wanna access these guys and make these port over their applications into tablet form and mobile forms because they know they can make money from it.
Okay. So what do you like, in your day-to-day? What devices do you use? Do you use your tablet or your phone or to your lab? What do you normally like? If you put a percentage, okay, for me, okay, I'm looking right now. I'm about 80%, about 70% phone, about 30% on my tablet. Am I doing that right? Sorry, 20% on my laptop and 10% in my 10% 20% on my tablet and 1% and the 10% is in my computer and my laptop.
You had that much time to actually calculate how much you did. Wow.
Yeah, it's surprising I did because when I was putting this together, I was like, I need to figure out, okay, how much do I actually use?
So, as you can see my setup right now, I'm on a laptop right now doing this, doing a recording here. I got my desktop right over here. I still have my tablet over here, and I got my phone over here. So
that brings up a great question. Do you really need all that?
Actually, if I had a second monitor, maybe not. But I can't afford a second monitor right now, which is the next deal. But well, again, my phone is pretty much on me 24/7. It's my only form of contact for people to reach me via phone. Well, again, I mean, I got my emails on here and I got my games. I'm predominantly, when I do a lot of my stuff, I'm on my desktop and on my phone. The tablet I use whenever I need a bigger screen to do something, and then the laptop is if I'm downstairs and I don't want to come all the way up here to use the desktop. I have the laptop downstairs to do all my whatever I need to do. So I'm pretty much. Yeah, this is me. Like,
I got pretty much balanced then.
Yeah, I use my phone most of the time. I have a laptop as well here, both for personal and for work. And so obviously if we're talking about work-wise, I use it from a majority of the day. But my personal laptop, I've been using it a lot more the last couple of days. I was telling Leonard the other day because I'm playing a new game called Surviving Mars, and I'm kind of crazy into it. But so that's skewing the numbers right now. But most of the time, it's just the phone in the pocket that I use.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Go ahead.
Like for me, I'm like, as I said earlier, like I use my phone a lot and my tablet a lot. I also have a laptop, a tablet, and a phone, right? The laptop I use is mostly for video and photo editing. That's it. That's all I use it for. And for my tablet, I can do the same thing exactly what I'm doing on my laptop to my tablet because of Adobe Cloud, their CC system, their product line. And to be honest with you, everything I do in my tablet, it just goes straight to my desktop. So my desktop is actually turned off and only turned on when we do this podcast and editing, and that's it. Majority of the time, the rest of my productivity is actually on my phone or on my tablet. Even my work, I do everything on my tablet and just get synced. Even all my drawings that I do, all the schematics that I do, gets ported into an app called Bluebeam, and it just syncs to my tablet after that. Right.
Okay.
So
let me ask you this though:
yeah.
if you had to choose between your tablet and your laptop for video editing, what would you do? Which one?
That's my tablet, because right now I can do 4K editing on my tablet right now.
You can do 4K editing. How long? But how long does it take for it to render?
Actually, it's not that bad. It's a 10-minute rendering only takes me. Well, but I tested with a 1080. It's half. The best way to describe it, because when the last time I did a 10-minute 1080 60 frame edit rendering, including graphics and all that stuff, it only took about 10 minutes, right? For the pinch, it's fine, right? But if you're for example, if you're traveling or if you're a vlogger and you're out of town and you don't want to carry your laptop, this is a great solution, right? But if I'm doing like this podcast is about an hour long, and if I need to do a rendering to video and rendering to audio, this is gonna be dead by the time it goes like the first 10 minutes of it, right? So, but there is a drawback going to the tablet form, but but at the end of the day, I can still do what I need to get done in the tablet. But it's gonna take a longer, but it is possible, right?
Okay, so it's gonna take longer. So out of a productivity standpoint.
Oh yeah, I never use for productivity wise, as you said, if it's something like a heavy user or if you do need a workstation, like workstations, ability of a workstation to do rendering or anything like that, then yeah, for sure, I have no issues going to laptop because it is what it is. It's a hardware problem. It's a hardware requirement, right? But if you have other productivities, as in you're just looking at PDFs or looking at or doing markups or anything like that, or even writing emails or anything like that, the tablet, in my opinion, is like, for me, it's a great solution for me. Plus, I don't like carrying my laptop with me all the time. And personally, it's getting heavier and heavier. It doesn't matter. I have a Carbon. I have a Lenovo Carbon at the office, and it's still annoyingly heavy compared to my iPad. Right.
And that's where it comes down to for a lot of people. It's the weight. However, a lot of people still carry they go with MacBooks or MacBook Pros. Even Windows laptops have been getting smaller and thinner. Now, I mean, the thinner the machine gets, I mean, you lose a lot of you sacrifice a lot of things. You may not get an SD card reader. You may not get any of those things also. But there, everybody's trying to balance the weight issue. And some people even have complained about tablets being too heavy.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
So not everybody's going to be happy.
Yeah.
Everybody's not going to be a tablet's not going to be the 100% go-to thing. A laptop's never going to be a 100% go-to thing. I mean, your question is, are laptops dead? No. Are they slowing down? No, not that I've seen in my end. Again, it is what Derek said. It all depends upon what you're going to be doing.
And I'd say I'd say they're displacing the desktop. Desktops are more for very specific usage now. I think that is true, that they are replacing desktops.
Yes, that is correct. However, when you're in a big company, guess what? A lot of them still prefer the desktops because they are still cheaper than getting everybody laptops, right?
Right. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
I know, and it's a lot easier to maintain a desktop than a laptop is. So,
before we go to the next topic, I have one more question to ask you guys. What do you guys think about Chromebooks? Is it a good alternative to a laptop? Is the Chromebook? In my opinion, the Chromebook is a great example of evolution from a full-blown laptop going into a tablet space. It's almost like a stepping stone. Or is it a different niche market? Because I've been looking at Chromebooks for a while now, and it's totally like intrigues me how simple it is and it works, right? Is it a good laptop replacement to traditional Windows or Mac laptops? You know what I mean? Does it make sense?
So you are making sense. And because, yes, me being the techie I am, I did not really look into Chromebooks because I thought they were, yeah.
children's version.
I would say that they're a niche market, and yeah, they're
Yeah.
very targeted.
It's just like the Microsoft Surface,
Mhm.
right? What is a Chromebook? What makes a Chromebook a Chromebook?
Yeah. Well,
Right? I mean, you got Asus Chromebooks, Acer Chromebooks, Google Pixelbook, you got Dell Chromebooks. So, what is in a Chromebook? Like, what are their specifications that, I mean, I think the largest screen size is 15 inches. But what's the guts of it?
okay. Well, right now, based on my limited experience in Chromebooks, I noticed that you can actually get a simple Celeron with 4 gigs, with like 16 gig hard drive, and it will run at least, I think they said, about 6 to 8 tabs in Chrome OS, right? Because it's Chrome, it's the browser base system. As soon as you get to 8 gigs, then you can do at least 10 to 15 tabs, right? So to run like in the background, and right now, based on my research, Microsoft 365 works in it. G Suite works, of course. Even Apple iWorks works in Google Chrome, right? So the only caveat in that is it needs to be online, but they are moving in slowly into to be offline, right? And school boards are both US and Canada are actually using Chrome OS as part of their educational computers now, because they're cheaper to run, easier to maintain, and as far as I know, because my niece has actually uses G Suite for student, they do have their own email, but it's not connected to the outside world. It's just internally to the school itself, right? So that's why I'm kind of like intrigued about this Google Chrome thing, and I think this is a great solution for me. For example, if I decide to buy another laptop or my tablet dies or something, or you can actually make your own pretty cheap too if you have an old laptop.
Yeah, so a Chromebook is basically a laptop with a Chrome OS on it. That's all
Yeah,
it is.
it is what it is. Yeah, it's just a Chrome browser.
Okay, so in your question, so the difference?
My question is it a good stepping? Is a good technology for you to leave, or even to instead of going to a tablet, you still want a full size keyboard with the Chrome OS sort of a better fit for productivity, let's say, in a student or in a business situation.
The student considerations are weight, partially, right? Obviously, that's a definite consideration for them. I don't necessarily think that it has to be something that a student or somebody would pick that as a specific device for what they're doing. I don't personally, I mean, Mark might be able to speak to it better. I don't see the innate benefit out of it. I look at it as simply a niche market.
And
Not looking at that.
You know what? I honestly, Derek, I agree with you. It is a niche market. Like, yeah, it's like Microsoft Surface. There's Surface units. Again, it's like how Linux, Linux had some Acer machines out there, and you could bought them at Walmart, and they had Linux on them. It's another different OS to play around with. It's like, I believe it's like a crossover. It's like a crossbreed between a laptop and a tablet.
Okay.
Will it benefit anyone? It might. Again, I don't know too much about it. I haven't even read any reviews or the productivity behind what you can do with a Chromebook.
Okay. Okay. So we'll just die that now, as in like laptops are here to stay. depending where you are. Okay, so let's go to our third topic of this for this podcast. I think this is going to be a very interesting conversation. Star Wars Solo movie. Okay. Spoiler alert.
No, it's Solo. A Star Wars movie.
A Star Wars movie. Sorry.
So if you haven't seen it, you want to stop listening to this podcast, then you should go to this time index right here, and Leonard can do that.
Yeah, like 10 minutes, and like you can stop now and go forward for about 18 minutes, and you're good to go. So I saw it last night with Derek. Mark, you saw it on Friday night.
Yes, I got to see it Friday night.
Without telling the story itself.
Hey, you already said spoiler.
We already said spoil, so we can talk about this.
Okay, fine. If you haven't seen it yet,
if they're still listening, they accept it.
This show gets broadcast starting on Monday, 7 p.m. So after 7 p.m., if you haven't seen it yet, it's your fault, not ours. So rate it to one as in the worst movie ever, to 10 as the best movie at all times, as in it's going to win every single award in every single country in the world. Okay, that's 10. How do you guys rate it without, as of like what you've seen? So what you've seen after you watching the movie, how do you guys rate it?
8. I ran like it's an 8 out of 10 for me.
Okay, hold on, Mark. Hold on, Derek.
I'm gonna go a little lower, just at a 7 out of 10, just for specific reasons. But yeah, I'll go 7 out of 10.
Actually, I'm gonna go worse than that. I'm actually going to 5.5 to 6 out of 10.
You can't go 5.5 to 6. It's either 5.5.
Okay, fine. I'll round it up to 6 out of 10. Okay. Mark, you go first because you have the highest rating here. Let's see if Derek is actually
okay,
disagree with you.
As you know, I've been a big Star Wars fan for many years. I was heavily into the extended universe. I read all the books. I've actually read Solo's the Corellian trilogy, which delved a little bit into Han Solo's past, but not really into it. After all the drama and all the issues with the first 2 directors being fired, them getting Ron Howard to come in, all these other things where the lead actor had to take acting lessons.
Jesus, are you serious?
Yes, there's reports out there that they said that the actor. These are things I've read, and speculations that he was sent out to get more to get trained on how to become more of a better Han Solo. The movie was quite entertaining. I actually enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed it. Like I was expecting to something really, to bomb. But from the get-go, I had a smile on my face. It was quite entertaining, and then at the end, and then the first person that I see get credited for the movie was Ron Howard. That's where it is. It's Ron Howard. I've been a big Ron Howard fan for a long time, even in his days of being, Richie Cunningham in Happy Days. Like, so that's why I gave it an 8. Like, the actual movie itself, like I said, it was quite entertaining. It was actually a lot more humorous than I expected. Woody Harrelson did a great job. Even Paul Bettany being in there. Like I was even surprised. Like I didn't pay much attention to any of the other of Solo because I already had this feeling about it. I didn't even know Paul Bettany was in the movie. Right?
Yeah, if someone doesn't know who's Paul Bettany like me, who is he?
Paul Bettany, if you guys are a big Avengers fan, he plays Vision.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, okay, I know. I can see the face, but I don't know the person's name.
Yeah. He also played Shaggy in the Scooby-Doo movies. He was also in Priest, Legion. Is it Legion?
Legion, Priest, yes.
I believe he was also in Legion. I could be wrong about Legion, but yeah, he was in Priest. So, that's why I gave it. Like they salvaged. Ron Howard was able to salvage that movie and made something of it. Is it the best Star Wars movie ever? No. Was it the worst? No, because I can name one that's really worse than that. So, to
Which
me,
is?
well, episode 1, but
Well, we could really get into a discussion here.
but it's not. That's the thing. It is not the worst Star Wars movie.
Okay.
Okay, so I think first thing I would say is people have to put their expectations on a certain level here in regards to this, because we had Rogue One, which was its own standalone movie, which I gotta say I really loved Rogue One. I thought it was beautifully done. To create an entire mythology around one line from a Star Wars intro was a great thing. This is an origin story. This is about Han Solo. Han Solo is a smuggler. He is a villain, and not a villain, but just somebody who's not playing by the Rebel Alliance rules and so forth.
He's a bad guy, nice guy.
Yeah, exactly. So what is this? This is a heist movie, okay? And I went in having sort of that expectation. This is not a movie that's going to be huge star battles and so forth. So if you go in expecting that, I think that's an unrealistic expectation. So when I give it a 7 out of 10, I'm giving it a 7 out of 10 as an okay heist movie. Do I think it's the best movie I've ever seen? No, it isn't. Do I think the acting was good? Woody Harrelson was great in it. I love that guy. Yeah. Any movie he's in, he does a great job. I had concerns about the main actor playing Han Solo, and to be fair to him, you could feel sometimes that Han Solo kind of coming through in his acting, and I like that. You got to also remember, he's acting as a young Han Solo. Han Solo is not Han Solo yet. He's learning how to be that. Woody Harrelson was giving him all these tips and tricks in the movie, don't trust anyone, so forth and so on. This is how he acts when he's older, right? So it is that origin piece. I did like to see his origin story. There's a sort of a romance in there that was kind of interesting, where he's not really close to a lot of people and so forth, and I like that aspect of it. And then also when you look at people like Lando Calrissian, how they met, so I enjoyed seeing how everybody met. I enjoyed seeing how everybody became who they are. But that's what you get out of this. Same thing that would happen with a Yoda movie. It will be coming out. That'll be the same thing. It's not going to be the Yoda that we know. It's going to be a young Yoda as a Padawan or something to that effect. And that's the kind of movie we're going to get. From a Star Wars perspective, yes, it was great. We got to see the Millennium Falcon. They were in a fight scene with a couple TIE fighters. That was great. But that was your action in the movie, really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you take a look at it, you're right. This is Han Solo as a kid, as a young person who has his ideals, and then it changes to what we know him as being the rogue scoundrel. However, even if you see him now, and you see him in the actual in his older self in the trilogies, the original trilogies, as well, Force Awakens, he still had a heart. And that's the one thing. It's like there's this internal turmoil between him. Do I do the right thing, or do I just turn my back? And it always comes around that he tries to do the right thing, right? And you see it in this movie as well, right?
If you see, and also think about the next movie. The next movie would be, if they do another one, it will be along the same lines as this one. It would be a little more development. You'd probably see a little more about the rebellion being interlaced with what he's doing, because he came to the rebellion only as a second thought in A New Hope. It wasn't something he was seeking. It wasn't something he wanted. They even made a point in this movie to say, hey guys, I'm not part of your rebellion. I'm just, so through all the next, whatever it is, we'll arguably say 20 years of his life or 15 years of his life, he was a smuggler. He wasn't part of the rebellion. It didn't,
No, he wasn't. And that's the thing about him, right?
Well, they said that this Solo movie is like 10 years before episode 4.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So for me, is like, okay, it is an entertaining movie. That's
that's hands down is very entertaining. I have no problems with that. The biggest issue I have in the whole movie is actually the acting part. Woody Harrelson is amazing, of course. That's not a problem. What's his name? Who played Vision again? What's his name?
Paul Bettany.
Paul Bettany, amazing actor. No problems with that. What's his name? Glover, no issues. Emma, whatever her name is, Khaleesi. I'm really bad at names. Sorry, guys.
Clark.
Yes. I always have issues with her acting.
Hers,
yeah. I always
Why?
have, even Game of Thrones. I always have issues with her acting. And the guy who played Han Solo.
Alden Ehrenreich.
Yeah. His particular acting really, in my opinion, sort of brought it down a bit. Because I don't feel like he's actually doing I feel like he's not even acting at all. He's just saying the lines and smiling. He's just a pretty boy, in my opinion. Right? So it's not like I'd rather see someone in Han Solo's character as a little bit more rough, a little bit more nice guy but rough, a little bit more like worn out, right?
but that was my point. That he is not Han Solo that we know yet. He's a young kid and so forth, right?
But in the acting side, in my opinion, the acting side is just horrendous. There's points that last night I got bored from watching them, especially when Emilia Clarke and him like conversing on screen. I was falling asleep.
I had more issue with the guy who played Lando Calrissian. I had more issue with that character than I did with the Bana.
Okay, let me go to that side now too. The weirdest things, I'm not sure if it's just me or you guys. The scene that when the robot died, I feel like he had an affair with the robot.
Okay.
It's like there's sort of like a robot, like a robot human sort of a thing happening here. It's like it's nice to have like a relationship with a robot, but when that robot
Do you
died,
have a relationship with a robot?
Okay. Here,
if I have a Dyson, yes. But,
all right.
but to be honest with you, that was just the weirdest scene in the whole thing. It feels like it was like some fetish that the writers had.
No. Okay. Here. Okay.
I'm just gonna leave it to you, Mark. I'm gonna just leave it to you. Go ahead.
You gotta leave it there. Okay. Look at Luke and R2D2's relationship.
But it's not like not like been sexualized that way though.
No, see, you're over sexualizing it. As I see it, Lando had one person that he could always count on and always had his back, and that was L3. L3 was his co-pilot. L3 was L3's mind was not wiped for how long because she had the best navigational unit, like all the navigational charts for their smuggling days, had it. This is his friend, his partner, right? If you take a look at Lando, it was just the two of them. Lando didn't have a crew. Lando didn't have anybody else. Lando had no other human companion on his ship except for L3. So, in a sense, they shared a bond, and his bond is a friendship. It's something that it could be a machine, but because this machine you consider it your friend, and that closeness, and losing this person and not being able to see, it's like I've seen people freak out and cry over their phones.
Yeah.
I agree with Mark. I think that's a very good point. I think I think you were kind of over sexualizing it a little bit. I don't think it was a sexual piece. Do I think that the scene was a little taken out in regards to the length of it? Yeah, I could see where the director was going with it. As all these other intonations of the BB-8 and so forth, the other robots we've had. I can't remember the other one. What is it? What is
the one from Rogue One?
Yeah, what is it? I can't remember. Anyway, I love the one from Rogue One. I love BB-8. This one, I gotta say, I didn't care for it. I think that they didn't hit the mark with it. I think it was.
You know what, and that's the thing. L3 wasn't supposed to be anyone really. It wasn't.
I feel like there was something's missing.
L3 wasn't supposed to be like a C3PO or an R2D2 that was always in the main front. L3 was supposed to be again in the background. Now, if you remember what Lando's lines were. You could also take it. He's losing this robot, but he's also losing his business. But him being him, he doesn't want to show that, well, it's because of my business I'm losing. That's why I'm crying it. I'll just say, okay, well, L3 was this person. But L3 was this one. That's why, didn't you see when Han came up with the idea, take her, processing unit, stick it into the Falcon? He just it just dawned on him that he's not going to lose L3 and lose all that information. Don't forget, L3 was more of a product for him. Like it was his computer. Right. So
do you think that that's part of the storyline sort of missing? As you said, it's been cut too early, or it would be nice to explore that, sort of even take 5 more minutes to explore that relationship to make it more easier to understand why that relationship exists?
I mean, for some, they may have been able to do. They should have done that because, like yourselves, you didn't get what was going on. Like I said, I remember certain lines in the movie that he said about L3. That, okay, well, you know what, this robot is his friend, but it is also his business. Mm-hmm. And when you have a smuggling business like Lando does, or it's like, what's the number one thing that you need at your navigational routes? You lose that, you pretty much lose out your business, right? Mm. But then again, like in a sense, and as I was saying before, he also lost a friend.
Yeah.
Right?
Derek?
I think the other piece that I took a little issue with again was Lando, and only because I think that his character was betrayed more as a villain, and also the piece I really disliked was the very ending of the movie, where they went back and they had that card game where he wins the Millennium Falcon. I would have preferred to see them, him save Lando and then, him give it to him or loan it out to him or something like that, so that we see that relationship build a little bit more, other than, oh, I just beat you at cards, the ship's mine now.
Sorry, you know what? Unfortunately, I got to stop you there because it was always known, it has always been known that Han Solo won the Millennium Falcon in a Sabacc game against Lando Calrissian.
Would be nice to actually.
That was the bottom line for that.
Yeah, I guess I meant more about their relationship being built, because in the movie they didn't interact that much, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't necessarily have a problem with him winning the Millennium Falcon in that way, but you didn't really see the relationship build very much. So he was really a secondary part of the movie where I wanted him to be more folded into the story arc rather than being so off on the side.
But that's the thing. Lando's and Han's relationship first started, well, now because of this,
in a bar.
Like in this movie, the relationship started this way. But don't forget, Han and Chewie are going up now to go to Tatooine and hook up with Jabba the Hutt. In those 10 years or whatever, Lando and Han will build a relationship within these years to the point where we saw them in Empire Strikes Back. Right? It's going to be at times they're the best of friends, then they're frenemies. Then they're going to hate each other, they're going to love each other, but they respected each other. And they're going to build that. And because this is in the beginning, an origin story, not everybody's going to see that. Because it's going to be years of building up that relationship. And like I said, because I've been following the extended universe, which is now known as Legends, you get to see where their relationship actually form and how it intertwined with each other from the time that they met until Return of the Jedi.
It would be nice to actually have that card game, with the first card game they actually had in the movie. It would be nice to actually start that scene of like, okay, I lost my ship to Han, right? And they have that like sort of, as you say, frenemy feel to it throughout the rest of the movie itself. It actually gives you a bit of like, okay, I won the ship from you, but I flew the ship this way, and now Calrissian is sort of like respecting Han slowly, right? But it still has that little tension on the whole movie. It would be nice to have it there instead of at the ending. The ending feels like, oh shit, we forgot something. Sort of like they forgot a moment in time, in my opinion. It would be nice to have that sort of tension throughout the half that movie. It would be great.
Yeah, but again, I love the way the movie ended, right? When they did the first game, honestly, I was disappointed that Calrissian won. I thought, okay, this is it. I was so anticipated. Okay, this is when Han's going to win the Millennium Falcon. This is when he's going to win the Millennium Falcon. But it didn't happen.
But on the other hand, I going back to what you're saying, I actually would have preferred that he won in the beginning, and then have Lando around afterwards, sort of to build that relationship and have a different thing. So I'm not against him winning the thing. I just wanted to see more of that or more of that interaction.
More tension.
Okay, I'll let you in a secret. Han has won the Millennium Falcon against Lando Calrissian twice.
Did not know that.
See, and this is what I mean. This is like if you took all the extent, like the relationship, you're gonna find out a little things. Yes, Han Solo won the Millennium Falcon against off of Lando one time. Then they had another sabacc game. Lando won it back. They had another sabacc game. Han won it again. So this is where this is where the legend side of things comes into play. And this is what I did not like about what Disney did, turning the extended universe into Legends, and everything that was in Legends is no longer canon, and they're starting a new canon. And I can understand. And there's one piece of information why I believe that they did this. It's to bring back Chewbacca, right? If you guys did not know, in the extended universe, Chewbacca actually dies in one of the series.
Well, we learned yesterday the guy is like 200 years old, for the love of God.
He needs
An
to
old
rest.
man.
No, yes. Chewbacca has always been old. It was 200 years old, and I've known that. Wookiees have a very long life. However, Chewbacca died during the Yuzavong War because of the planet, Serpentidal. I forgot the planet's name, but it does start with an S and has a P in it. Exploded because the Yuzavong used a planet-destroying weapon, and he died. Now, The Force Awakens comes along, and how do you bring back Chewbacca, who's supposed to be dead at this point in time, back into the movies? Well, you take all the canon stuff that was before, make it Legends, and you start a new canon. So all that stuff, like I said, the relationship between Han Solo and Lando Calrissian disappears.
Okay.
And they're starting something new. But it has always been their mutual respect for one another as gamblers, as scoundrels, as smugglers, that they've always been close.
Okay.
I think that's a good point to end on. Yeah.
Yes, I agree, because we do have a hard stop at 11 o'clock. So let's do pick of the week really fast. Derek, you want to go first if you have one? Or no one has one?
Actually, my pick of the week would be this new PC game I've been playing called Surviving Mars. It's a strategy game, sort of like Civilization and building cities and so forth. I've been very into it. It's taken up too much of my time. It's been out on Steam for a couple months now. That will be mine.
Well, sorry, I just spent I'm at 70 odd hours now on Skyrim.
Okay, Jesus Christ, guys. Okay. Okay, so Derek, if you need to go ahead and go. I'm going to do my closing. I'm going to do my pick of the week.
Do your closing. Fine. Go ahead.
So my pick of the week is actually a light meter, because as some of you guys know, I'm actually an audiovisual designer, so I do a lot of theater work, I do a lot of boardrooms and buildings. So I do need to measure light. So because I'm also a photographer, so I ended up getting a few years ago a light meter from Sekonic, and it's a Sekonic L478D. This light meter is amazing. If you're looking for a light meter for photography and cinematography, get one of these. It's not the entry level one. It's actually the mid-range one. It's a great light meter. Definitely recommend it. I'll put that link below in the description. So if you find this on sale, I suggest you get one. If you don't find it on sale, start saving, because it's pretty pricey. Mark?
My pick of the week, I'm still waiting for it because it's been 2 years since these graphic cards vendors have released anything. So there's nothing new for AMD or NVIDIA yet. There's been rumors something's supposed to be coming out, but I'm still waiting. So my pick of the week is, I was hoping that there would be some information by this time of new video cards coming out and the new architecture that they're going to be doing on, I believe, on 7 nanometers. But nothing yet. So Fortunately, I got shot on that.
So before I let you guys go, there's actually one more update in this whole podcasting venture we're doing. We're officially in iTunes now. We're officially in Google Play. We're officially in Twitch.tv. So if you actually, all the links are actually below now. So if you guys actually check it out, it would be great. Subscribe, it will be awesome. We did arrange the schedule slightly different now. So if you're watching this in Twitch, if you're planning to watch this in Twitch, every Monday at 7:30, at 7 o'clock, it will start it will start showing live, and podcast and YouTube shows the next day. So we're hoping to get more subscribers in Twitch, because all three of us need to get paid to do this. So plus we want to get more
do it because
equipment.
we love to do it.
Oh,
That
actually,
too. And we do want to make our production a lot better, so more subscribers will be great, so we can create more content for you guys. Plus there are plans to have more shows in this channel, so stay tuned to that one as well. So yeah, let's go ahead, Mark.
sorry, I just want to say one thing. Did you see one of the Easter eggs in that movie?
No,
What was Woody Harrelson wearing?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either, my friend.
Okay, his disguise when they went to the castle.
yes. That was Cal's disguise in number
Return of the Jedi.
6 or something. Yeah. Okay, guys, thank you very much. We'll see you guys next week at to all these channels. So if you have any comments, questions, just leave it down below. We'll definitely answer them. Please like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next week.
Seven, six, five, four, three, two, one.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
Give up on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Give up on my way home, yeah. Give up on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy?
for those who.
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewers' discretion is strongly advised. Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 4 of the Coffee Mug Show. And my name is Leonard, and this morning I am joined by Derek and Mark. And
Hey, how's
this
it
morning...
going?
Sorry, go ahead.
Good morning. What? No, I can't do that. That's copyright.
Yeah. Well, you can change it a bit, then you'll be fine.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I don't want to get sued on our first live broadcast. Okay.
Yeah, good point. So we are living in Twitch this morning. This is a test record just to make sure that everything's okay. This is not the official broadcast, our live broadcast, but it's going to be a test. So hopefully our live broadcast will be the next, I think, our 10th episode or something, but we're still having technical stuff that we need to go through. So this morning we decided to take a little easy topics because it's been a little hot week, and we just want to make sure that we cool off this week before we ramp up again next week. So our first topic today is books versus audiobooks. If you listen to an audiobook, is it the same thing as reading, or is it considered cheating? Any
Well, we're
thoughts?
30 seconds behind.
Well, thanks.
No. I'm just as our test. I got our Twitch stream up on here on screen as well, and it's kind of weird because it's like a broadcast. We're 36. What we're saying here now is 30 seconds behind what we see in Twitch. So it's like watching a live hockey game online, and another group of people watching it on TV. You hear them yelling and screaming that they scored, and I'm still waiting for the results on online here.
So you have a 30-second delay, Leonard. If Mark says anything you want to cut off, just
Exactly. It's called censorship.
Censorship, yeah.
So what do you guys think about the topic? Our first topic.
Well, let me
I
ask
don't
Mark.
read much.
You actually listen? Have you ever listened to an audiobook?
When I was a kid.
Okay, we know what Mark's position is going to be on this.
When I was a kid.
I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, I'll take that as a no too.
No, you know what? No, like, is it cheating? Is it the same? Guess what? It is the same. You just got somebody reading the book to you. I mean, in elementary school, I had one teacher who would read a novel to us. Part of our English course, she would read it out loud to all of us. And then I would go and read my own books. And then if I'm too lazy to read and I just wanna hear it while I'm driving, yeah, throw on an audiobook. Is it cheating? No, because you're getting the same content. content doesn't change.
How
You
about you,
know,
Derek?
Well, as I drink out of my butterbeer mug here from Harry Potter, which
Oh, by the way, how was that?
Butterbeer.
Let's go back to that after this this topic. 'Cause I want to hear about that.
So, I love audiobooks. For myself personally, I have some eye problems, and it's hard for me to focus on reading for an extended period of time in an actual book. So I think the experience is different. When you're reading the book yourself, you go at your pace, and you understand things in a certain way, but when you listen to it, it's a different way of processing the information. For me personally, I can shred through an audiobook in a day. I can listen to it at high speed and so forth because I'm just able to process it that quickly. So I can actually finish a book a lot quicker via an audiobook versus just reading it myself. It would take me a week or so to finish a book. It's kind of crazy just reading it every day. But with an audiobook, you also get the additional layer of listening to somebody narrate it. And depending on the person who's narrating it, can actually really impact your experience of the book. Some people who do inflections and not so much voices, but they kind of tailor the voice to each character of the book. Let me give you an example. Ready Player One, Will Wheaton read that one, and he loved
Oh,
it.
no way.
And he really enjoyed it. It really was a great way to listen to the book. I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much if I just read it myself. Listening to how he enjoyed it. In fact, he's even referenced in the book, which is kind of funny because originally when I had heard it, I thought, did he plug himself in there or is he actually in the book? Which was kind of cool.
Apparently, he's been doing a lot of audiobooks, reading a lot because, he actually enjoys it. So it's pretty cool.
It is. But, when it comes to audiobooks, there's a couple other points to make is that, for people who are blind, or visually impaired, they can really enjoy those books a lot more, especially for schoolwork. There's an entire division of the Canadian National Institute for the Blind that actually does audio recordings for people who are blind and visually impaired. And these are volunteers that come in and they read these books. They put them on audiobooks, textbooks, and things to that effect to help students in learning. So there's a lot of benefits to it.
No, I agree. For me, because I could do commute to work, and for me to listen to audiobooks is the best way to go through a book faster than me reading. Because when I read a book, I have a tendency to, when you walk between trains and a bus and a subway, you do need to stop reading. But if you're listening to an audiobook, it's so much more continuous, and it doesn't break the way you read. Because for me, when you read a book or a chapter, you have to stop halfway. Next thing you know, you got to go back to it again, and sometimes you do have to go back a couple of pages, you just catch up. At least in the audiobooks, you can do a full chapter without stopping, right? And you can get the full story. It's to be honest with you, it's a great way to travel, especially commuting. I do love the physical book. I don't consider it cheating. It's just, as Mark said, it's the same content, but the only difference is just the medium of telling the story. Right.
I mean, there is the downside to it, keeping your reading skills sharp and so forth. I mean, as adults, that's not as significant, but obviously it's a good idea to keep that ability to read in an effective and quick way as sharp as possible. But Mark, do you read a lot at all, or?
You know what? I did, and I want to get back into it, but I'm just been too caught up in Skyrim, so I don't have much time for that. I finally was able to. I know Skyrim's been out for a long time already, but it's just now that I've actually been able to sit down and really delve into it. So, I have not much, don't have much time for reading, but I do love reading a good book. The last time I read a book in a day was when Harry Potter Deathly Hallows Part 2 came out. I actually read that book in 24 hours. I didn't sleep. I just kept on reading it.
Wow.
In regards to reading on subways, I love reading on the subway. Actually, I prefer reading the book itself than having an audiobook. Yeah, I know I do have to stop when I have to change change trains and everything like that. But I don't know. There was something about me just diving into the book and just forgetting about everybody who's around me, and I can just read it. So it's a distraction. But yeah, I mean, if there's another book that comes out, I'm a big Tom Clancy fan.
Yeah, same here.
You know, and then I am a Potterhead. I read pretty much all the Star Wars extended universe books before it became Legends. So yeah, I have my little niche when it comes to reading. So, but yeah, if you guys can recommend a good book for me to read, I'll definitely look into it. Like, I mean,
Well, if that's the case, if you are looking for something like a series, Expedition Force is really, really good. It's a 6 series book, but it's also an audiobook, and it's
is it what, sci-fi?
it's sci-fi. It's more modern day sci-fi, so you get the same year, for example. The only difference is one of the main characters is the best way to describe it is he's a smart, very smart, very old AI with an asshole personality.
How?
It will like the whole book, the whole time when he announced that he's talking to human beings, or he's talking about humans overall, he will literally blatantly call them stupid monkeys the whole time. And it's actually very comedic. To be honest with you, it's a very, very good read and or listen to the audiobook itself.
I'd also recommend The Expanse. I'm a huge fan of the show. You know, the books are great. There is a TV show. There's been 3 seasons of it. Not a lot of people have heard of the show because it's been on Sci-Fi, and they had very restrictive rights to it in regards to streaming. But Amazon has picked it up for season 4 because for some reason Sci-Fi canceled it. It's sort of like that old Firefly piece where, you know, Fox canceled Firefly and everybody was like, what are you doing? It's like one of the best science fiction shows I've seen in 10 years. It really is great.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Fox does the same thing. I mean, they canceled out Brooklyn Nine-Nine, one of their strongest shows, and then with what people did, like the viewers did, they stood behind the show, and NBC picked it up again. But Fox has a habit of doing that, so
yeah,
well, it's Fox.
It is.
Well, I don't know. Well, now Fox is don't forget Fox is owned by Disney now, right? So
Really? And that's how they think?
well, Fox, yeah, Disney bought Fox Media, I believe. It's just the media side of Fox that they bought.
Yeah.
So, guess what? We might see a crossover soon of X-Men and the MCU. So
Okay. So in other words, listening to an audiobook versus reading a book is not considered cheating then?
now it's personal preference. You know,
I think people would really enjoy. Some people really love the tactile sensation of holding the book and reading it and falling asleep with it, you know, whatever. And I think that's a wonderful experience. You know, it comes down to personal preference. It comes down to sometimes circumstances when, you know, you need to be alert or watching where you're going. You can walk and listen to an audiobook at the same time, right? So you can have the efficiency of walking and listening at the same time and enjoying the book while you're moving around, or just sitting down and reading the book. Plus, if you have headphones on and so forth, people might think you're listening to music. So it's a lot easier to have that immersive experience, right?
yeah.
I agree.
Well, I mean, like, put it this way. I prefer having the actual book in my hand. I had an e-reader and I have my tablets, but I still prefer the actual book in my hand. Like turning the pages, having that weight of the book, you know, marking the pages. I don't know. I feel more. That's more suited to me.
Very old-fashioned, very analog. No, I'm not joking. I'm not teasing you here. Personally, I prefer having a physical book. It feels more. It feels like, to be honest, in today's era, it feels like that if you read a book, you feel like one of those intellectuals or one of those hipsters just walking around with a book and reading it instead of reading it through a tablet or to your phone. And to be honest with you, I kind of like that special club of one of those people who just reads books, like physical books.
Well, then again, I also want to have the book because if I'm reading on a tablet or an e-reader and the battery dies on me and I'm at a crucial point in that book, I'm gonna be pissed. It's like watching a TV show and they put it right into commercial, right? So
Oh, I agree. I agree. When I backpacked a few years ago, I decided to bring an e-reader, and I was gone for a month. And the second week of my trip, my tablet actually died on me, and I had like 3 books that I was planning to read in the whole trip. So I had to physically go to a bookshop and actually bought the physical book and finishing it. I was so annoyed. I was like, okay, I'm gonna be minimalist when I travel, but that was a big fail.
Take solar panels next time.
No, the whole thing actually physically died. So I charged it; it just will not work.
the tablet broke basically. So
It broke. Yeah. It was my like the third e-reader I had like in 2 years.
yeah, like I mean, again, it's like, yeah, you got to deal with the weight and the bulkiness of a book, but it's always there, right? So
Yeah.
and I mean, don't get me wrong. You know what? If I'm on a long drive and I want to listen to something and not the radio, yeah, I'll throw in an audiobook, and I want to try to experiencing that driving and listening to the experience and having an audiobook. But I don't know how much I'll be able to take while if I'm driving and trying to keep concentrating on the road. But
Yeah.
so
Okay, so let's move along. We're gonna keep going with this test broadcast because we officially have 4 viewers. I know 2 of them is us.
So for the other 2 people, welcome.
Yeah,
Whoever
so if you are watching, if you want to go ahead and chat with us, I think the chat room is open. Go ahead and say hi. It will be awesome, and let us know what it looks like. If what would we need to tweak for the next broadcast. So
my lighting.
yes, lighting.
My lighting.
So before we go to the next topic, so Derek, you went to a Harry Potter escape room last weekend. How was it?
I did. Yeah. It was interesting. It was well done for what it was. I've gone to, this is the second escape room I've ever gone to. I'm not a huge escape room person. I do enjoy the mental exercise of trying to figure out puzzles. Like, it can be kind of infuriating at times. When the woman ushered us in, she gave me a walkie-talkie, which is a little different than the first time where you had to, knock on the wall or something. The first room I went to was very bad. It was sort of like an insane asylum kind of thing, and you were all locked in a very, very small room together, and I didn't really like the experience. So when I went and did this, I had a lot more hope and joy for it, and it was a good experience. I won't say which one it is because that could impact their money, because I'm going to talk sort of about what they did in the room. And the puzzles are great. They had the 9 3/4 platform, but what they did, what was interesting, was they had a series of rooms that you had to get into, and they had for the quote unquote magic aspect, they had a weighted door. So at the end of a hall there was a mural, and you had to unlock all of these wands to be able to unlock the mural. And by putting them on, some weights released the latches for the door, which allowed you to slide the wall over, which was really good. And then in the last room, when you had to figure out a puzzle, you actually had to stand on pressure plates, which you didn't know they were pressure plates, to unlock it. So I was really happy with the quality they put into it, the thought they put into it, to put quote unquote a little magic into it as well. So yeah, I was pretty happy about it.
That's pretty cool. Okay, so would you go back there again, or would you recommend this place?
I would recommend the place. I think that they seemed like they put a lot of effort into it. There were a couple other things there that you could have done. I don't know exactly what they were. The place is fairly busy. It was also fairly large. So again, I had several rooms we had to go into, which is, I find, a lot better of an experience than just being in a single room. So you need to go from one room and unlock a door and go into a next room, and that kind of motivates you forward because you want to see what's in the next room, right?
Oh, cool. So the chat room is officially open. So if you have any questions regarding the Harry Potter thing, please feel free to leave your comments there. We'll try to get you the information if Derek is logged in. But yeah, so pretty
I don't
good.
think they want to know now. I just told them everything that happens.
Well, you didn't tell us where it is, how far it is from Toronto. All got it good stuff. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so our
Far away
next.
from me.
I'm sorry.
It's about an hour away from me.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so our next topic is so when you guys travel, what device do you guys bring with you guys and why? So do you guys bring your laptop, tablets, phones, cameras, everything?
Depends where I'm going.
Okay, let's say you're just going to a trip for the weekend with your family.
Tablets and phones.
No laptops?
Not for a weekend trip.
Not well, for a week as well. Do you bring a laptop for a week? Where you're gone for a week?
Yes, I will bring a laptop. Just because that has some things for the kids to do, as well. If I need to do anything, well, sorry. You know what? Let me backtrack. When I was working in an office, yes, I would always bring a laptop wherever I went, from it being a weekend trip to a 1 week trip. Now I haven't gone on a vacation in a while. I probably wouldn't bring a laptop anymore, just because of the change of my careers.
Okay. And how many tablets do you bring with you? Do you normally bring, like, I know you got a couple.
One, two or three.
Yeah, but is that with you having your entire family in tow, or is that?
Well, that's the thing. If it's the entire family in tow, it'll be like 2 or 3 tablets, and then all our phones. If it's just, if it's not the whole family, maybe just one tablet. So it all depends upon how many people are going.
Derek?
I'm actually quite a minimalist when I travel. I'll take my phone, and that's about it. Maybe a tablet if I really have a need, and usually for me that'll be, I want to have some entertainment, or I expect that I won't be able to, go on a plane and you won't be able to have your ability to watch something. For me, I like to have a larger screen size when I do that, but overall, I never travel ever with a laptop if I absolutely can get away with it. Maybe a tablet, but I just prefer my phone because I'll just put videos or movies or whatever on my phone, and I can watch it like that pretty comfortably because I do that in general day to day. So yeah, when I travel, I only travel with a backpack. Like even if I'm going on a week trip, I go with a backpack. Why? Because if you're going on a plane or something, you don't have to check a bag, and I have a pretty awesome bag for that too.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as well too. I only bring my tablet and my camera because again, I'm a photographer, so I do have to bring a camera with me. But more and more, I'm sort of leaving my camera behind now because the phones are getting a lot better for taking image or still image. But plus on top of that too, I'm sort of experimenting with just shooting with a phone because the phones now are much where they're pretty close to a full blown like professional cameras that I'm using. So I like doing experiments with that, and it's working out really well. And the same thing as you, Derek, I'm very minimalist when I travel, and I try not to bring as much stuff. The last time I went to a trip, a weekend in New York, I just put everything in one tiny, I think it was a 10-liter bag, and had everything in there for like 4 days. So, and I prefer not to bring too many things when I travel as well. So, like even the first topic we talked about regarding audiobooks versus books and the e-reader thing, I prefer reading it on a tablet. But unfortunately, if the tablet does break, you do have to bring books, and now you have to bring that books back home, right? But yeah, so when
Go
you
ahead.
travel,
Go on, you do it.
so when you do travel, do you guys try not to bring too much technology with you, or just the essential? It sounds like you only bring the essential stuff. You guys are not one of those one of those travel warriors will bring everything with them.
Like I said, I used to bring everything with me, but that was because of the type of job I had. Like, yeah, even though I'm on vacation, I'm not on vacation. But now, like I said, I mean, I've changed careers, and I just have to bring the, whatever, just the bare necessities to keep my sanity.
Oh, here's a good question. How about camping?
Ooh,
How much tech do you guys bring with you?
Oh, I only bring
Or
my
you
phone.
have a very strict rule: no tech.
No, we bring our phones.
Wait, is that your rule, Leonard?
No, I'm asking for all of you guys.
No, well, see, okay.
I figure if you're gonna go camping, you want to have that experience. Obviously, we're a connected world and so forth, so I do bring my cell phone when we go camping. However, I will say that I make effort not to use it while we're camping, because the whole purpose of going camping is to enjoy nature, is to have that experience. I do have connection, a connection issue where I'm losing that connection, so I still have to have it on me. I usually will leave it in the tent or something, perhaps, although I won't leave it in the tent for a long period of time. You don't want somebody rummaging through your tent, but yeah, I think if you're going camping and you're taking laptops and so forth, you're not camping.
No, you're not. When I go camping and I take the family camping, it's a time for us to really disconnect. Yes, we have our phones to take the pictures. We also have it for our music, and then also for emergencies, because we go. When we do go camping, you have to be stay connected in some. Even though we're in a provincial park, it's good to be connected. But it's a time for us to to get disconnected. But we do bring it for taking pictures and some music, and for some lighting as well. But that's about
That's
it.
a good point. Yeah, that's good. I would agree completely with that. Yeah, music and so forth.
Yeah, for me, I have a very strict rule that when I go camping, I normally leave my phone in the car.
When do you ever go camping?
I go camping twice a year, three times a year.
Derek, does he ever invite you to go camping?
He goes
I go camping with him.
dude.
Oh, you guys are harassing. Thanks a lot. Oh, now I see how it is. All right, okay.
Well, when you go camping, you don't tell me. You tell me last minute. Next thing you know, I'm like, dude.
I told you in January I'm going camping July 19th to the 22nd. So you can't tell me I didn't tell you.
Okay, where are you going then? Let me ask you.
Big Bass Lake Provincial Park.
Ah, okay. All right. That's good. I'm a McGregor fan. I like that. Yeah.
I'm a pinery kind of guy.
Yeah, he wants a luxury.
Yes.
Yeah.
He wants a
Glamping.
He wants to go
Glamping.
glamping.
Glamping, yeah. Well, have you seen his tent? The thing's a fortress.
Well,
It's like 16 by 8 or something.
well, you just.
I like to stand up when I change clothes.
Well, yeah.
I forgot how tall it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and I don't have that issue. I'm like, how much taller than you, Donnie? Leonard?
Well, we're talking about me here. Okay.
Okay. Well, I have.
Like stretching when I change. I don't like. I've done the small tent camping thing and I hated it. So I paid the extra to upgrade to something bigger.
Okay. Well, I do have an 8-person tent, and yes, it does stand up It's a 6-foot 110, so I actually can fit in it and stand up in it. But I got a lot of people to sleep, so. Actually, there's a new tent that I want to get. There's a tent from Coleman I want to get, the WeatherTech tent, and it's like an actual cabin tent that can fit up to 8 to 10 people.
I've seen that. It's actually a good tent. I was looking at getting a tent that actually has the inflatable beams on them with just air. They're really expensive, but the weird thing is that the great tents seem to be made in Europe. like the
Yes.
really good quality tents seem to make in Europe. And the one question I can't actually answer is, why don't they sell the tents here in Canada? Because Coleman actually makes a tent in the UK as well that is similar to the tents there. And so my thought process is, because we have such a humid environment, are those tents not good enough to be in a humid environment that we're in versus the tents that Coleman generally produces here in Canada or North America? I mean,
It could also
I think
be
it's
safety standards as
environment
well.
itself, right?
Like, I mean, just because they make stuff in Europe and they can't sell it here, sometimes it's all has to do with safety standards.
see, I wonder about that too, but I couldn't think of any safety standard that would really be applicable via North America versus Europe. Obviously, Europe is generally not as humid in general, and the ventilation in those tents is not as significant as a general pitch tent we have here in North America, right?
Yeah, that could be true. It could, like I said, it could also be the materials that they use, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, put it this way: my tent came from REI. I had to drive all the way to Pennsylvania to grab it because the tent they don't have the tent that I'm looking for here in Canada.
What tent
And
is
all
that?
the tents, it's the REI Dome 6, I think. It's a 6-person tent. So I think they don't make
would
them
you need,
anymore.
why do you need a 6-person tent? There's only 2 of you.
I have
And
like
your girlfriend is like smaller than you, Leonard, and you're already small.
well, I need to fit a double, hopefully a queen size bed for now soon.
Can you hear this?
Oh my
live in
God.
a area, a changed area. It's like,
changed
come on.
Oh my God, you really are glamping. Holy crap.
I like to be in nature comfortably.
Oh, then definitely you're not coming camping with me, man. You're not like there are times when we go camping and it's like, okay, how many days we're out there? We just take a shower before we leave and take a shower when we get home. That's how we go camping.
Hey, I shower every night.
Oh my God. Oh my God, man. Holy
Well,
shit.
when you do camping, do you guys normally get a power plug for your tech stuff, or no?
No, we take
We-
a cell
we
phone
bring-
and we don't use it. However,
no,
I do
ask.
I do take a power bank just for safety, as Mark was saying. So I do have a power bank with me to charge it, just for safety and all that.
We do get electrical sites for the electrical fans. We bring fans with us.
Fans.
Yeah, and one of our
But,
buddies.
but to be fair to you, how many people in the tent versus Leonard here? I mean,
Okay, Leonard, here's the thing. I got 2 double air mattresses in my tent. And in between, we have a sleeping bag, right? And then at the foot of those beds, we have 2 more sleeping bags where people sleep. Plus, we still have all our gear in it. And most of the major stuff, like major big stuff that we have, stays in the truck or in the van. Other than that, we have power, for our electrical fans, and yes, to charge up our phones, because again, we like taking pictures when we go camping and we play our music on our phones, so our batteries do die. And you know me, I always want to have a full charge on my phone every day just because I'm that anal for emergencies. But yeah, but you having a living area, dude. Oh my God, it's like,
It's comfortable.
okay, now you know what the tent that you should get? Speaking of Coleman, I was at Costco yesterday and they had one left at the Costco. For $165, you can get an 8-person tent from Coleman. Which is
Surprisingly, I did almost buy the 8-person tent version of my tent, but I couldn't fit it in my car because my car was already full.
okay, if you can't fit it in the car, you can't pitch it on the site because it'll take up the whole darn site.
holy crap, man.
Alright,
Listen,
so
those fans that you use, are those sort of cheap Coleman ones, or are they the actual fan that you have?
I actually have like my actual fan from home. I bring them, and actually I have one small Sunbeam, like the little mini turbo fans. I bring that for the other tent. Yes, sometimes I have to bring 2 tents.
I'm surprised that you're not camping with 2 tents.
Well, we do try to bring as minimal as. Trust me, when it's only you who's putting up both tents, you, you gotta bring one. That's much.
Oh, wait, yours is an 8-person tent, right, Mark? But
Yeah.
there's 7 people who are living in the thing.
Yeah. So and then you put all our gear in there. And like I said, all like everything to so.
Let me put this out as well. You have daughters, so Leonard has the the living area, and you have 5 daughters.
Yeah.
And they don't need a living area in there. They deal with it.
They deal with it. Yes. Like this is
I'm
camping.
dealing with too.
Oh my. Derek, you've been camping with him, so I don't know. Like,
Hey,
Oh,
I
and
cook
also-
my food on fire.
yeah. Actually, what I picked up for this year, we finally picked up a Woods propane stove.
I have one.
5,500
use.
BT. Is 2,500 or? I think mine's 2,500 BTUs. And then what I've done, I've also bought the cable, the hose to connect it to a full propane tank.
Yeah, that'll
Instead of-
work out real well. I mean, you're cooking for a lot of people. You know,
Well, when we go camping, it's not just us. Like, I mean, when we go camping, we go with a group of friends as well. So it ends up there's like about 20, 25 of us, adults and kids, going all together. So we cook at one site, has all the cooking, pretty much, and then we have our own sites where we cook our own breakfasts. But we get that. I also picked up because at Canadian Tire they were going on clearance the rechargeable LED lights. Now.
Yeah.
So great for $10 you get a strip. You plug it in, and it's plugged into just a regular portable battery charger like that you have for your phones, and it's great. It's nice and bright. We don't have to fumble anymore. And then next year, I don't know. Next year I'll probably pick up a couple of more things for camping.
Well, right now for light wise, I use a headlamp. It makes life a lot easier that way rather than using just flashlights, regular flashlights.
Oh no, we
So-
have headlamps, we have flashlights, but in the actual main tent itself, to make it easier, I got these LED lights. So I got
Okay.
one strip for one tent and another strip for another tent. So you just turn it on, and no more fumbling. There's no more fumbling trying to find that headlamp or trying to find that flashlight when in the middle of the night. So
Nice. Okay. So let's keep going here. This is the best one so far for today's topic. Restaurants. Everyone eats. Do you guys leave online reviews and why? And also, before you guys answer, do you guys look at other online reviews like Yelp, Google, OpenTable? Do you guys read that review before you guys go to a restaurant, or you just go straight to that restaurant and said, screw your review, I don't like your review, I'm just gonna go try it out myself? Are you guys that daring?
no, I don't leave reviews, and I should, because a lot of people have already told me I should have started a food blog long time ago. Even you, Leonard, you told me to start a food blog. If nobody really knows, if you guys really want to know, I'm a foodie. Like I love food and I love to try new places. But yes, I do not leave reviews. Do I read other reviews? Yes, I do sometimes, but not always. I like to go into a restaurant that I have never eaten at and experience it for myself, and not try to be influenced by what other people have said about it.
Okay. Okay, how about you, Derek?
I don't leave reviews. Generally speaking, I think that when we're talking about looking at a review online, I do sometimes might look at a review, but I take it with very much a grain of salt. And there's a couple reasons for that. First is that you don't know the intentions of the person that's leaving it. Maybe that's an employee of the restaurant who's leaving the review. Maybe that's the son of the owner who's leaving the review. So you actually don't know the context of the review. Poor reviews, maybe they had a bad waiter or something, so they give it a poor review, right? But maybe that wasn't because it really actually had bad food or something in it, right? So I give it very much a grain of salt. I tend to look at it. Usually I'll rely more on friends and family to give me advice as to whether it's a good restaurant or not to go to.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Derek.
Yeah, I do the same thing too. For example, if I not review, sorry, if I go to a restaurant, the first thing I'll do is I look at it, I look at reviews. What I do is I actually look at the latest bad review. And actually, I read all the bad reviews first before the good reviews. The reason why I do that is I'm very curious what's the what was the review about. Like, for example, if the review is hey, um my food was good but my service was bad, and I'll give you 2 out of 5 stars, fine, whatever. If they said the service is amazing, food is awful, I give it 5 out of 5. Well, it sort of doesn't really compare.
Mhm.
And or if the review is this, the food is good, service is amazing, but they forgot to give me my fork, I'm gonna give it 1 out of 5 star. So those kind of things, because I see
Wow.
that they give bad reviews because because the server forgot to give them water, those kind of things. And I'm seeing that more and more, especially in Yelp, and that's why I read the bad reviews first, then I go to the good reviews and see how the food is,
But are
right?
you basing your decision on the reviews whether to go to that restaurant or not? Because when you're, yeah,
Sorry, I will go to that restaurant if the food is good, the service is good. If the review says, again, like for example, the fork issue, it does not go into the factor why I should or should not go to that restaurant.
let me give you an example. So let's take a pizza place, for example.
Mhm.
You know, I was over in an area there the other day in the GTA, and I was looking at just for a pizza place to go into, and I was looking for something a little different. You know, it didn't feel like the pizza, it didn't feel like so forth and so on. And I was looking at reviews. But here's the thing: when you look at a pizza place review, the people will say things like, "Oh, it was great pizza. You know, it was kind of like I make it home," or something like that. And I find that all people's pizza reviews are the same. Like they don't compare it. Like if you're going to give a true review of food, you want to give context to the review that you're given, right? So you want to say, okay, this is sort of like a pizza. It's a little more greasy, but it's better. It's less greasy than Pizza Hut, or give some context to the review other than saying it was a great pizza. So to me, that gives me no information that I'm going to be able to base anything on, right? Let me give you another example. I had steak the other day, and actually it was a suggestion from you, Leonard, to go to this place and have a steak. And it was a decently priced steak and so forth, and it was a wonderful experience and so forth. But when I read the reviews of the place online, it didn't really give me any context of why is it a good steak place? It's a steak place. Is it better than the Keg? Is it better than, a steak from Montana's? You know, why is that? And I think that's the part where you lose me in looking at online reviews, because professional people who actually do reviews for a living give context to what they're saying and usually give very specific details, whereas the average individual person just gives it a yay or nay kind of thing.
I
That's
agree.
right. And I agree with you. Like, I mean, for me, anyone tells me, like, if I saw a review about food, like, okay, and if they said that the food was not bad, but you know what? Everyone's palate is different. I can go to the same pizza place that you've gone to, and you guys may not have liked the pizza, but I go there and I would have just loved the pizza just because I love the way um, it tastes, right? And or what it does for me. Um, Again, like reviews are it's a personal opinion, and because if I'm gonna not go to a restaurant because of somebody's personal view about it, I might be losing out on something on great food, right? Um, so yeah, taking everybody's review, like you were saying, yeah, there is Derek was saying there's no context, but if a food critic was to write up a review and it gives you more in depth as to what the food was, what was wrong with it, what was good with it, um, and at least I get a sense of how it will be with my palate and if I'm going to enjoy the same food or not.
Okay.
Right? So.
How about this question for you guys? Actually, here's the last time I left a review in Yelp, It was actually in a hotel, and the experience I had was pretty awesome. The hotel itself was really great. The restaurant is really good. I left a review saying that, hey, overall experience was amazing. The staff is great. The food is great. The hotel room is great. The only thing that I'm want to let everyone know that the bathroom was a little grimy because there was a little stain. So I left a message to say, hey, the hotel's great, but just keep an eye on this.
Yeah, but was that fair? Was that
Oh
fair?
yeah, it was very fair. Yeah.
No, well, what
But
I mean
here's
is,
the thing though.
maybe it was just that room, that bathroom in
Yeah,
that hotel. Maybe it was
exactly.
just that particular room. So
I still gave a great review, right?
I know,
but I did get a message back from the hotel. It's like, hey, thanks for letting us know. I'm fixing it now. Then I replied back, yes, thank you very much for acknowledging my review. I recommented back, yes, the hotel fixed the issue right away. I'm still gonna keep the score of 4.5 out of 5.
Okay, but
Right.
when did you do the review, and when did they respond to you about when did
I
you tell
did
them
the
about when
I-
did
I-
you tell them about the issue?
I'm sorry.
When did they find out about the issue? After you wrote the review?
After I wrote the review,
Okay.
why didn't you tell them?
Why didn't you tell them?
I did. I did.
But you
did.
said they responded to your
Yeah, I
comment
let them
first.
know. Then after I left the review, they replied back in Yelp. Then I acknowledged that they did fix the issue right away. Like when after they replied back like a day after I checked out in
Okay,
Yelp.
'cause we're kind of off topic in regards
Yeah.
to like.
But I'm just
like
saying that
restaurants, but
the
again,
restaurant-
here's my next question. I guess your point is that you're making a specific detailed criticism of the place to give context to what was wrong with it, which I agree, that's a great context, but it actually, I think, does a disservice to the hotel because that was a singular room. And I think if you provided greater context, you'd say, okay, well, I wouldn't think because everything else about this hotel was so great that it was a one-off versus the standard, right? Because some other people would take that as the standard, right?
Yeah.
well, the hotel itself is a 5-star hotel in Europe, so
No, I know, but the way your context was, it's like, okay, everything was great except for this one thing, and you guys should keep an eye on it because they had a grime, like a small stain in their bathroom. Okay, so if this is something that I have to keep out for, so what? I have to keep checking their bathrooms now. Everybody's going to keep checking their bathrooms to see if there's a small stain. But what was the small stain? Like,
no,
what's the small
the purpose of my review was just to let people know that, hey, this is the review that I gave. They acknowledged it. They fixed the issue, right? And to be honest with you, I did check the Yelp review before I did my own review. Everyone's giving it a great review. I gave it a great review, but at the end of the day, the hotel did just try to fix the issue.
What I'm trying to find out is when did you tell them about the small stain?
I told them I think the fourth day that I noticed it there. I thought they were gonna clean it during the
So it
room
took
clean.
me 4 days to notice it, or like
No, they were doing a room clean like normally do, right?
Uh-huh.
And they did clean it, but it keeps coming back over and over again. So it's an ongoing issues that I did report it.
wait, grime came back within like a day?
Yeah, you should see it. It actually stained the towels.
That doesn't make sense to me. I'm not sure. Like,
Yeah, it's. I think I saw photos. I'll show it to you guys. It's pretty weird.
Okay, yeah, but I'm just saying is that okay?
But
So you
going
didn't
back to
report
the
you didn't
content.
report it on the first day.
I reported. I did mention it to the housekeeper in the first day.
But you didn't. How about okay? That's the housekeeper. But when did you inform management of this?
A few days later. I was there for like 6 days.
Okay, and then so after after a few days, you tell management, and then did they fix it right away, or did it need time to get fixed?
I think they sent a cleaner the next day. Tried to clean it.
but
Okay,
you
so
said it
then-
came back.
Yeah.
Okay. So
some
what? They
weird
didn't clean it
rusty
properly,
look
or
to it. I don't know, but they said they fixed it. So when I left, so. But either way, go back to this topic.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, you got us off. Of it. That was all you.
Okay. Yeah. Did you? Well, Mark, you don't leave reviews. Derek, you do, right?
No,
you do leave.
I know.
comments.
I actually I don't, and it's not. That's not fair. I have left a review. It was actually for a bed and breakfast place I went to, and the reason I left the review, and personally, I don't leave reviews for a couple reasons, because I don't know how much value people are going to get out of the information. Number two, as Margaret said, my palate is different than his. So especially for restaurants, I don't leave reviews. I left one for this hotel because I felt that the experience that I had was wonderful. And I wanted people to know that experience was wonderful. And it was a small mom and pop place, bed and breakfast. And I thought, hey, I can help them get the word out there and so forth. But in general, no, I don't leave reviews.
Well, I mean, with bed and breakfasts and small bed and breakfasts like that, if I've gone to one that gave me the service was great and I enjoyed my stay there, sure, I might really put a review up. But again, restaurants, no.
Okay. Well, that's kind of interesting. I really thought you guys would leave reviews.
No, you know what? Honestly, it's like, again, I could put up whatever, but again, I look at it as the same thing as me. I don't take whatever somebody else says at face value. I want to experience it myself, and then guess what? If I go there and the food wasn't the greatest, and for example, you or Derek asked me, Mark, have you ever been to this restaurant? I can say, yeah, I didn't enjoy the food. But go ahead and try it out because I don't know what you guys like. Right?
Okay. So, yeah, well, that sucks. This topic just went down the hill.
You know, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that as my tip for the week, Leonard. And this is to help you out. This is my tip for the week. Never ask a question you're not willing to hear the answer to.
No. No, to be honest, because you guys eat a lot. Well, you guys eat a lot, and you have very good comments on it. So I presume I was hoping you guys do leave, because I've talked to some people who do leave comments in online reviews. They said that, yeah, this is great because I'm helping my other foodies or travelers say, hey, this is the reviews that I got, or this is what experience I got. They also got backlash from the restaurants or even the hotels or to their Airbnb they stayed at, regarding how dare you leave these comments, you have no right. There are actually some articles or some stories that came out on the internet that they got harassed. People who leave comments sometimes get harassed by the patrons, by the owners.
Here's the thing, and leaving a comment, right? Leaving a comment or a review is also very risky.
Yes.
One, you do get that, like, you get the backlash of the actual property itself or the restaurant itself, and then you could get sued as well. There was I believe it's a story in Vancouver where a photographer, like a photo studio, lost their business because of one woman's scathing remarks and reviews about their staff, that they lost all their clients and they lost the reviews. They actually sued this person because her remarks became too what's that word? The defamation. The defamation. Yeah. It was like it really ruined their business. And after what the courts read and everything like that, they sided with the business, and this person had to pay them back a large sum amount of money for loss of business because of her review. And some people have gone out and really put out scathing reviews about establishments and businesses that may not be warranted, and it can cause a company and a place of business to lose their livelihood. So that's one of the reasons, and that's one of, I think, also is the back of my head about leaving reviews. I don't want to leave a review, and then next thing you know, I'm getting a knock at the door, getting subpoenaed. Well, why did you leave this review? It's defamation of their business, and I don't want to go through that.
Well, the other point is that when you're thinking about this, is that probably part of the reason that she was sued also was that when people leave these reviews, they're not they're generally, they walk out of the restaurant, they're like, oh, that was a terrible experience, and they go on and they leave 2 sentences or a sentence or whatever on the restaurant without putting care and thought into what they're saying. They're angry, they're upset, they're emotional, and they leave this bad review without considering the context of what happened, giving reasons for it. They'll simply say, oh, worst experience ever. You know, why? Give me the context, right? And, you know, so as you said, that people put themselves into that situation. I think from a business perspective, also, it's a business, you know?
Yeah.
No business wants to have bad PR. And if you as a person are going on there without just cause, and when I say just cause, I mean that if you say worst experience ever and you don't give context from a business perspective, I would say that that's an unfair comment, right?
Yeah.
If you have a specific complaint to raise and a specific context to raise, great. But I would make the argument that most people that go on Google or whatever and leave a review do not do that at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair to say. Okay, so I think that's all we have. We did 54 minutes, so that's actually the shortest video we have so far.
Yeah, well, this comes up to do we have enough time for Tech of the Week? Tech pick?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
You have one?
No, but I need your advice, and whoever is watching this, I want a new cell phone.
Oh, okay. Heads up, I just got my
No apples.
Apple iPhone 10 is arriving on the mail tomorrow, this week. So
No apples.
well, the next the new Google phone is actually pretty good. The new one, I can't remember. It's the second version. My friend has it and he loves
the Pixel
it.
2 XL.
Yeah, he really likes it.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like I have an S7, Samsung S7. So, and it's 2 years old now, and I am been looking to getting a new phone. Again, I'm a Samsung guy and I'm an Android guy, so yes, I prefer the S9. Reason why I prefer the S9, I still have my headphone jack, and I can still use an external memory card.
I just went through this a few months ago, man. I just went through this like a month and a half ago. I got the S9 Plus. I think the S9 Plus might be a lot if you're not really into taking pictures. Like if it's not your main focus, just stick with the S9. I did get the S9 Plus. I'm really happy with the phone. And I think, I had the S7 too. So, when I went, but, I did do a lot of looking around, and I think that from a quality of the phone, firstly, we're not going to talk about Apple.
No, go. Yeah, please, no.
It's very loud. It does
we're
not
talking
explode.
That's also something we don't talk about. If you're just looking for a day-to-day phone, I'm not as big of a fan because I find what a lot of the cell phone companies do are gimmicks, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of gimmick phones are out there. And when I went around and looking about a month and a half ago, so not that long ago, I didn't find any other phones that really spoke to me that did the functionality. And also, as stupid as this is to say, and I know you agree, is the headphone jack is a big deal.
Yes, it is.
Yes, actually, surprisingly, we guys said that.
Actually, a leaning part of the reason that I stayed with the S9 was because of the headphone jack.
And that's why they kept it. And they know that a lot of users want that headphone jack. And you know what? And the fact,
sorry, Mark, I just need to stop you there because Apple was not the first one to remove their headphone jack. You know that, right?
He's so far down that Kool-Aid.
LG started it first.
So much, I can't even go on.
And guess what? Google phone got rid of theirs as well. And
I
now
know.
Everyone's making fun of Apple because they have that stupid lip thing that they have, that little tongue that they have on top of the phone for the 10. Guess what? Everyone has it now too.
What lip are you talking about?
Remember the top of the 10? They have that little sort of a notch for the earpiece and the camera. They made fun of Apple because of that. Now everyone's having it now.
Not Samsung.
Nope. So my advice, if you want to go for the new phone, go with the S9. I'm happy with the phone. I think that, of course, it has all the functionality that the S7 had plus more. I like the screen a lot more, but the one thing that I really enjoy most about it is the dual speaker. It really does make a difference.
Oh, it has dual. Actually, and that's the thing, because I mean, it does have the dual speaker. It still has the headphone jack, and like I said, the S9, and like with most Samsung phones except for the S6, you're able to expand its memory,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, and
That's
I do
I
that.
miss that.
I do
And
that.
yeah, and I know that the Google phone has, yeah, you have unlimited, Google Cloud, and you have 128 gigs of RAM. But when you're on a plane or when you're not connected, to be able to grab the movies or whatever you have on it, you want that space. And then, yeah, you can have a 128 gig phone, but with me, with the amount of movies, like if I go on a long drive, a 5 hour drive, I got to make sure my phone is covered with movies, just because if the little one wants to watch something, here you go. You watch it. Keep
I'm
watching.
totally on your side on this. I'm totally in complete agreement. I'm with Mark 100% on this. Yeah.
So
No, I agree with you. The only thing that I miss, because I had the Samsung Galaxy 7 to test it out, because I really want to expand my horizon.
No, you don't.
After
You're drinking that
less than 3
Apple
months,
Kool-Aid.
I broke, so I went back to Apple. But I do miss the expansion part of that phone itself. It's actually, to be honest with you, I never, since I had the iPhone, that's the biggest gripe I had. It's just the storage, right? And when I moved to Samsung and I had that expansion micro SD card, I was like happy. I popped in a 64 gigs in it. I was like dumping everything there. But when I moved back to Apple, I had to go straight to a 64, and it was cost like twice as much, right? So
think about it.
I do miss that. I really do miss that.
I could get the smallest. Okay, I think on the S7, the smallest was 16 gigs, I believe, but I have the 32 gig phone. So I have a 32 gig phone. I throw in a 64 gig, SD card that cost me what? How much? $30?
Yeah,
Pop it in.
exactly.
I could add as many apps as I want, and everything else is saved to my SD card. Like I could even put Netflix on my SD card right now and download all the movies and shows that I want onto my SD card, and not worry about my actual phone losing memory.
Oh, I agree.
So I think it is the S9 then. Like, I mean, I was really leaning towards trying out a Google, the Google Pixel 2.
You are gonna get a better Google experience.
It is going to be a better Google experience, but again, the fact that if I'm not connected online and I want to be able to watch my movie that's stored on the cloud and not on my phone, right? I'm also using up data that way too, that I have to bring it back down onto my phone.
I have like a 64 gigabyte on my phone. I have probably two different TV series plus several different movies easily, plus all my pictures. Like that, you would take days to watch all that if you were to do it. So, that's just so much more convenient. All I have to do is keep my phone powered. That's it.
That's it. And guess what? I'm able to install a lot of apps on this phone without even having to rooting it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I rarely use apps. Like I only have a handful of apps that I use all the time, so I minimize that a lot.
Why do you have a cell phone then?
Yeah.
If I don't need a smartphone for my day to day, I'm willing to go back to like a brick phone. Seriously.
You know what? That's right. You know what? If I
need this smartphone.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that I could do my banking and my emails and everything off of my phone, I'd probably just have a regular phone, just a regular.
There's one point in my life, like last year, I'm willing to go back to a pager. That's how dumbed down I'm my technology I want to be.
Hey, if you want, I got a couple in my drawer still.
So you got my tip of the week. Get his. Do you have anything, Leonard, or do you want to close it off there?
Surprisingly, for me today, I have none. But well, actually, I do. My tip of the week is stand by for our official live broadcast. This broadcast, if you guys are watching in Twitch, is just a test run to see how everything works and if it does archive to YouTube. If it doesn't, well, we're back to stage one again. So, but yeah, it's gonna be more interesting. Next 2 weeks topic, hint for all of you guys as well on the panel. We're going to be talking about Elon Musk and his issue with the journalists.
Oh,
So that's
is it
our
a
main
journalist
topic for
or an
next week.
analyst?
Trust me, it's all journalists. I've been following the story for 2 weeks now, and I decided to postpone it until next week because I want to get more information to send to you guys. But it's going to be a good topic for next week, so definitely join us for that one. If
Bears. Wow. Okay.
if the stream is good, we're going to stream this next week, so stand by for that one. So, but yeah, that's all I have.
Oh,
If no one,
if that's all that you have, by the way, today is just a standard coffee mug for me with juice in it. So
yes, we didn't go that far. Sorry, I forgot about that. Derek and I said something. Apparently, you didn't. So tip of the week.
Wait, did you say something about your mug? I didn't hear. I don't remember.
I didn't hear nothing about his mug. I heard about your
nothing about his mug.
Sorry,
Yeah.
okay. It's a blue mug.
Wait, you guys have matching mugs?
with coffee
but-
stains already.
No. That's not matching.
No, I meant blue eyes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Color blue.
Blue.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for joining. Definitely subscribe us on YouTube, subscribe us on Twitch. Also, we are in popular podcast distribution like iTunes and Google Play. Just search the Coffee Shop Studios. Just search for that one. You'll get us from there.
Oh wait. Sorry guys. Just before we end, oops. We weren't even looking at our chat here, but Michelle289 did respond to us in our chat.
Oh, Leonard, you missed it.
You missed it.
My computer is like way far.
Dude, you're supposed to moderate.
You're the moderator here. Come on.
And she would bring a phone on her weekend trip. And Harry Potter escape room sounds pretty neat. So, well, to Michelle289, hi back. And
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your comments.
So next week, you know what? Screw it. Doesn't matter if we're having technical issues. We are gonna live stream this next week. So everyone logs in. I'll send you guys a link so you guys can chat with everyone else. So let people know in your social networks that we are live streaming this next week at 10 o'clock sharp. So heads up, people. So yeah, I think that's all I have. Anything else?
No.
That's everything.
Okay,
Wait, hold on. I'm just replying back to Michelle here and apologizing for our moderator.
Hey, I can't be everyone here. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciate. We'll see you guys next week, and see you guys later.
See you later, man. Bye.
Guys.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
writer.
Okay.
If I find my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. If I find my way home, yeah. If I find my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. If I find my way home, yeah.
This is the movement for those who.
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewer's discretion is strongly advised. Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 5 of the Coffee Mug Show, and we are officially live at Twitch. This episode is sponsored by Enter Your Name Here. We are looking for new sponsors to join us in this adventures of ours. So if you're interested, drop us a line. Then we can chat and see how much money we can grab from you guys. So this morning I am joined by Derek. Unfortunately, Mark is not here. And Derek, what are you drinking this morning?
I'm drinking just the OJ in a nice Campbell's mug.
Nice. And this morning I am drinking a cup of Joe on a MIT mug from their gift shop with coffee stains in it, and it has a caffeine CH3. Fuck, I don't know. It's too early.
Gotta drink more of that, man.
Oh, I know. So this morning, because Mark is not here, we were supposed to talk about Elon Musk, but we decided we're going to postpone it a bit and to have this conversation. But if you are watching on Twitch, you can actually watch us. You can join us in the conversation by just entering your comments in chat, and we can actually look at it and read your comments back. Also, if you are watching us live and you don't have Twitch, you can also watch. You can also leave your comments through Twitter. We do have access to it, and we can actually read it from there too if you have any comments and questions. Okay, so today's topics will be Facebook's little blunder on the private posting that they had last week, and also after that we're going to be talking about Solo, and possibly Ocean 8. Derek, is that correct? Is it Ocean 8? Or... Okay.
Ocean's 8.
So first, we're going to be talking about Facebook's little accidental exposure of people's private post. It happened between May 18th and May 22nd. So if you decide to post something privately to your friends, it may be online for everyone can see. So if your friends decide to look at you differently between those dates, they probably saw your private post. Derek, what do you think about this little issue that they have?
I actually didn't hear about this until you and I were talking about it. Usually I try to stay up on the news, but I actually didn't hear about it. So I'm a little surprised by this, that it wasn't a little more covered in the news, or at least here in Canada that I'm aware of. I know you sent me a few articles and so forth, but I didn't really hear much buzz about it. And I wonder if it's becoming that, we've seen it before from the news agencies, so they didn't really tout it at all. So, we're through the Congress and all that, so now it's kind of a boring thing that they don't want to look at anymore. It's yesterday's news, so they didn't really cover it as much. But 14 million people is a heck of a lot of people, and there's a lot of implications to that. I mean, if you're having a private, not just about a private conversation with your friends, you could have something nefarious going on. If you're a corporation, you could have private messages within a corporation, although I don't think any business would really use Facebook for that, but there's still the possibility where privileged information could be out there in some way. So there's a lot of risk there, but also, as you said, trashing your friends on Facebook or something and then finding out about it would be pretty darn bad too.
Oh, tell me about it. It's kind of funny though, because when Facebook got in trouble with the Senate from the government regarding their privacy thing and the adoption of the GDPR from Europe, they have to disclose every single issue or privacy issue that's been compromised to the public. And if the European Union never actually adopted this law, you think Facebook will actually release this information, or they'll just keep it internally and hopefully no one notice?
Well, that was my other question. How long did it take them to advise people? Because if it happened on May 18th to 22nd, when did they start telling people? I think in the stuff I read, it was like 9 days it was out there. And I wonder, why did it take them 9 days to fix it? That's a big question for me, right? Did they notice on the first day, or they didn't notice till the seventh day, or kind of idea?
Well, as far as I know, the law requires them to tell the public in 5 days of finding out the issue. Right. So if they knew about it for 9 days or even before that, regulations said that they have to say something about they have to say something about it. If they don't say anything about it, they're actually violating European law. So I think because everyone's adopting European law in North America because it's a lot better for consumers. I have this feeling, to be honest with you, Derek, that Facebook's just doing this because they're everyone's keeping an eye on them. And I have this feeling if this happens again, let's say it's 4 months from now, five months from now, I have this feeling they're not going to say a single thing in North America, but they'll say something in Europe.
So Congress in the States are not looking to adopt the European model. They're not looking to do that, are they?
I don't think so. But I know, as far as I know, in Canada, they are looking at adopting some of the laws that they have it, but they're going to modify it to Canadian businesses, Canadian culture. But right now, the strictest one is Europe and North America. I think the Americans are hesitant to adopt similar things, but I think they're just going to modify it to what they have right now.
Okay, well, I like the European model. I do. I think it's a good idea. I think that, there has to be some regulation or some industry standards to that, because people's privacy is involved here, and that's not something to, joke about, right? I mean, personally, I'd be more concerned about, social insurance numbers, phone numbers, addresses, all that kind of stuff. But having said that, when we're talking specifically about Facebook, people themselves are putting that information out there, right? And no platform is perfect, right? I mean, when you can have we talked about before, like Equifax and so forth, who have far more sensitive information on people, having security breaches, and they don't go in front of Congress, but Facebook does. I have serious concerns around that, but
they actually made money out of that little fiasco.
Yeah, I know. It's really disturbing.
It is. Well, hopefully this gets a little better in their end, but we'll keep an eye on this and see what happens. So before we continue to the next topic, this is going to be a very short video because again, we are missing one of our troublemakers. So, but we're actually, before we could go to the next subject, I just want to let everyone know that we are having buffering issues in our end regarding streaming because we are sucking up a lot of bandwidth. We do have gigabit, and it's just we're working on it. This is theoretically our first official live stream. Last week was just a test run, so just give you guys a heads up on that one. Derek, for the past couple of weeks, we've been watching movies together.
Well, before we move on to that,
sorry.
Do we have anybody on the live stream that want to ask a question about that topic or Facebook or whatever?
Good point. We do have people saying that they like our mugs.
Good.
I think they're talking about more yours than mine.
Well,
where did you get your mug anyway?
I don't know. I think it's my partner's mug, and I actually, it's the first time I've seen it. I was like, "Can you get me a mug?" And he pulls it out, and I'm like, "Oh, okay. This is different," because I personally haven't even seen it before. I mean, it's a plastic mug where you could just pour soup into it. It actually has a cover as well, which is kind of cool, so you could keep your soup warm or whatever while you're walking around.
Oh, nice. Well, here's the little thing, guys. If you are a mug company or you guys make mugs, if you want to sponsor us, we're definitely willing to show your mugs in our show. All our guests will have mugs. Your mugs. So
we like interesting mugs. How's that? We like unique, interesting mugs. So,
yeah. The colorful it is, the wacky it is, it's better for us. So, any other comments regarding the Facebook thing? Anybody in the chat room or Derek? Okay, so none. But yeah, I just want to remind everyone that we do have our whatchamacallit, our chat room open. So if you guys are willing to, if you guys want to join us in a conversation, definitely feel free to join us. Also, we also have our Twitter account up and running. If you guys want to join us there, you feel free to join us there as well.
Is there still a delay here like last week? Do we have a delay?
The delay is still there because I think it's just a buffering thing that's just acting up a bit. But hopefully next week's show will be a lot better. So just keep that in mind while watching us. If you do want to watch us through YouTube, we do re-air this episode in YouTube as well. So I think the next day. Okay, so let's move on to the movie review. We'll start with Solo. Derek.
A lot of people have very strong feelings about Solo, but personally, I have a very simple premise here, and I don't think I'm gonna I personally doesn't like to do spoilers or anything like that, but essentially Solo, there's sort of the setup for Han Solo. There's some interesting things in there. You learn a few personal tidbits of him when he's young and so forth, which I found very interesting. A lot of people have really disliked the movie, but here's my point to everybody is that this is not a Star Wars movie. This is an origin story of Han Solo, and you have to approach the movie from this perspective because who is Han Solo? He's a smuggler. He's, a guy who runs a ship and so forth. So what does a smuggler do? He gets stuff from one place, he takes it to the other. Essentially what you have is a heist movie. That's essentially what you have is a heist movie. And I like heist movies. I actually really like heist movies. That's good. We were talking about that. I mean, I watched Ocean 8 last night, and that was a heist movie. So I personally love that. But when people go in and expect to see, like, the Death Star or something. It's not going to happen. This isn't the kind of story you're going to look at. As an actor, it was interesting. The guy, I think, did a good job. Again, people would say, oh, he wasn't like Harrison Ford's role and so forth. But again, this is Han Solo before he's Han Solo. So you have to understand that he's going to be a little different in the beginning, and they give that progression throughout the movie. And I will say that progression happened nicely during the movie for me. You could see those moments where you could see the true Han Solo come out in him and so forth. But also the caricatures, and there's sort of like a backstory from him, and that origin story. I think if they want to do other movies for him, they can expand on that, and I enjoyed that aspect as well. The supporting cast, and also you get to meet Chewie. You get to see how they meet and so forth, and how they work, and you learn a lot of personal stuff about Chewie, which I never knew. I mean, apparently, if you read the books and all that, you'll know this stuff, but I didn't know it.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. The movie itself was. We'll start with the feel of the movie. For me, the feel of the movie is very 70s style. It's an amazing feel. It's just how they shot the whole movie and how people are walking around, the costume. It feels like it was in the 70s, and that's how I sort of pictured. That's how I pictured the Solo and Leonard Calrissian decades was. Like, their decade was based on the 70s, and to be honest with you, that was just an amazing feel and look of it. Regarding the origin story, it makes a lot. It's great that they went back to that far back to get his origin story, but how they captured it, in my opinion, it's too weak from my tasting. Like, if you compare to other Star Wars movies like Rogue One was made based on one sentence from the New Hope. This one, where they're trying to build something that everyone's been asking for, but at the same time, it was just. I think they tried too hard. I think Disney's executive got into it. It just became too Disney-ish. I think is that.
So what you wanted more? You wanted more action in it. Is that sort of where you're going with that, or you wanted more?
I want to see it more sort of a little more grittier sort of feel to it. It feels like the whole premise in the movie is supposed to be origin, as you said. I definitely agree with that, but it feels like it's catered for younger kids. I
don't know if I'd say younger kids. I think that it is more PG than what Rogue One per se was. It did have Star Wars elements in it. You did see some Star Wars pieces in it, and there were references made to Star Wars, even though it wasn't the primary focus of the movie. But again, if there is another Han Solo movie, this isn't going to be about Star Wars. It's going to be about how he's getting into the smuggling trade, and next movie probably some kind of smuggling piece, right? In the Star Wars movies, he gets caught up with Jabba the Hutt and so forth, and so they'll probably explore how that happened and why that happened and so forth and so on. I think it was like 10 years before the premise was set, like 10 years before A New Hope. So that's 10 years of him going around doing his smuggling thing before he gets into the rebellion. And you got to look at it from that perspective as well. And I think when you say, oh, I wanted something more gritty, I don't necessarily think that was needed, because again, it's a heist movie. There were some weak parts for me in the movie. I think some of the caricatures were a little weak. And specifically maybe more the villain stuff. I mean, there's some stuff that happens at the end of the movie to give you, again, a little payoff at the end of the movie as well, which I thought was cool. But again, that was at the very end of the movie. It didn't really meld into the movie that well. And maybe if they introduced that aspect earlier in the movie, as you say, it might have gotten a little more gritty. So I can say that it was a very straightforward plot. It was very you could basically guess what it was going to come next. It was easily enough to do, and the acting in it wasn't always the greatest. And I'm terrible at names, I really am. but there were some actors who were doing better than others. I know you have. I don't know the woman's name. I'm so bad with names.
Emily Clark? Is it Emily Clark?
Yeah, Khaleesi. Yeah, I thought she was great. I know you have a personal issue with her. I thought she was great in the movie. I'm a big fan of Game of Thrones, and I love her from that as well. I thought she brought up the movie a bit. Especially, and it was funny because you could see the acting difference between the guy who was playing Han Solo and her. You could actually see the acting difference between the two of them, where it seemed like he was a little less experienced than she was. And I heard rumors that he had gone to acting classes before the movie started and so forth.
I was going to mention that. Yeah.
So I mean, you could see that her experience versus his, and that did come across a little bit, which does take away from the movie slightly for me.
Yeah, it's I don't know. To be honest with you, it's like you're right, because I heard the same rumor that Han Solo. I can't remember his name, but it was chat room. If you guys know his name, definitely enter that out. Let us know. I wasn't very fond of his acting. It feels like he just get out of this high school and try to make it to the business. It's so bad. It's I was cringing half the time while watching him. And
well, here's the thing.
It's like
don't you dash her? You're gonna get a lot of backlash from people.
I know, but to be honest with you, it's so bad.
What, her?
No. So the guy who played Han Solo, it's so bad. His acting was so bad that I agree with you. Emily Clark was a way better actor than him. Emily Clark did push when they interacted with each other. It became the only time it became very nice to watch because of her acting skills. But as soon as you put him in the mix, it becomes sort of it becomes so dry that it was just hard for me to watch, right? But if I end up watching, let's say, Game of Thrones, right, compared to other actors in Game of Thrones, Emily Clark was sort of falling behind. But either way, anywho, I really like when Emily Clark and Danny Glover actually have a scene together. You can actually see the difference between them and according to chat rooms, Aiden and Reacher, I think that's his name. It feels like that his acting skill wasn't there. But if they end up casting someone else to as a solo, as Han Solo, I think the whole movies will be a lot better.
Why don't we pose that to the chat room? What do you guys think of the Han Solo movie? Are you agreeing with what we're saying, or is there something different that you're thinking about the movie? And
Gonzo the Third, the Gonzo the Third thinks the movie is really, really good. They think it's really good, and it's first major iconic. So I'm just reading. Okay, Gonzo the Third says I thought that he was great. I started to forget that Harrison Ford has Harrison Ford, and since it's the first major icon, I think he held his own on the screen. That's based on Gonzo the Third. And to be honest with you, you're right, Derek. He is. We are comparing Harrison Ford to him. You're comparing if it's a character thing, you're comparing Han Solo the young versus Han Solo the old or mature.
Now, having said that, I think what Disney went to do was Mark Hamill was an unknown actor when he was cast for Star Wars, and I think they tried to do the exact same thing with this guy, right? Which, Mark Hamill was a really hard worker on screen. He was really enjoying it as a young actor, and I think that he brought a lot to it, the role. But also there was chemistry there as well, right? And I think that you have to have chemistry amongst the actors as well. And I didn't necessarily, with his backstory, I didn't necessarily always believe the relationship between him and other people in the show as much as I wanted to. Like, I remember when Mark Hamill role was there with Star Wars, he was really young and naive, and he put that across a lot, whereas I think they went with Han Solo to give him a grittier side where he went through this terrible stuff when he was young, and he had this motivation that he was going through, but you didn't believe it as much. as you did Mark Hamill when he was acting in that way. And when you get a young actor, you kind of take that risk, right? And now he's signed a multi-movie deal, and this was the first outcry. And a lot of Star Wars fans did not like this. And I would say to Star Wars fans, if your issue was that there wasn't enough quote unquote Star Wars in it, you went into the movie with the wrong idea. If your issue is with the guys acting, then I can see your point of view, right?
Yeah, I agree. For me, it's like, I think the movie, I didn't have any issue with the movie. I had an issue with the acting.
Yeah.
Right?
So, I mean, yeah, did anyone on the stream have issues with his acting? I mean, they said they liked him, but
They said they think it's not that bad. It's actually pretty good. It's a little cheesy, but sorry, it's people are commenting that it is hard to fill a shoe like Harrison Ford on screen. Right.
Okay, so do me a favor. Read out the comments of the people that are doing it, because I don't know. You're kind of just skipping over it a little bit here and there.
Okay, so the only problem is like the streaming computer is slowing down, so I'm having trouble getting the stream sorted out right now. So hold on. I do apologize for everyone's watching this. Our stream is kind of getting slow. Oh, sorry. They literally can't hear us anymore.
They can't hear us.
Yeah, it's weird. Hold on. How about, yeah, we're having issues. So, I did, and I think we should just like keep going because until I get this thing sorted out. Sorry, guys. I really do appreciate your patience on us regarding the stream. Again, this is our first episode.
They can't hear us. You've already told this information.
Yeah. Okay. Apparently, we're back. We're back. So
Time to get a faster internet speed. Time to get more internet speed.
The internet is fine. I get this feeling it's just my system is slowing down. Because I'm doing a lot of things at the same time. So what I'm gonna do for next feed, I'm gonna put the chat on the right hand side, so you can see the chat while we're going, so people can actually see while we're going.
That'd be good. Yeah.
So let me figure this out, but we're gonna keep going. Not bad for the first stream. Bear with us. I was gonna have a technical difficulties sort of logo, but I'm not
as I was asking everyone, I mean, I don't know if everybody were commenting. I'm not looking at the stream, guys, so you guys can comment here. We were just trying to see if you agreed about his acting, whether it was not as strong as some other people. I was comparing Mark Hamill and the new guy, who I know you guys said the name, but I'm terrible at names. So Aiden something or other. Yeah.
Is Aiden something? Sorry, I have the chief here trying to tell me something. I do apologize for that, guys.
It's our executive producer is chiming in to give us information. So
yeah, telling us you guys are screwing up. This thing is falling apart. But okay, let's go back to the question that Derek posed. What do you guys think about overall the whole movie itself? Like, okay, everyone in the chat room, tell us right now, what do you guys think about the movie? One as in like overall movies or overall movie thing. One as like the worst movie ever, it should not be shown again, like compared to the movie Room, and the other one is like
compared to the movie Room. So yes. Apparently you don't like the movie Room.
the movie called Room, or the 10 that's supposed to be like the best. It should be winning every single award in the world. So if you guys can tell us your ranking in this one, we'll definitely let's see if both of us agree or disagree in this one.
So we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to come back to the movie Room and ask you why it's so low on your list, because that is not the worst movie I've ever seen in my life.
To be honest, okay. Okay, here. Gonzo the Third said it's 8 out of 10. 7 from Platinum, 7 to 8. 7 cause the droid should have been better.
That was the
Oh,
comment.
we didn't even talk about the droid.
Oh,
Shame
yeah.
on us.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk about the droids. Oh, Clark's still a
Shame on
fanboys. Eh?
us.
Okay, let's start with the droid, not not the room. According to Michelle, 289, or the disaster movie. Okay, so let's talk about the droids. Derek, let's talk about the droids. What's your favorite droid in the whole movie?
For what? Solo?
In Solo, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, we only really had the single droid in there. There was a couple other droids that were put in there. But for me personally, I wasn't a fan of the droid in this movie. I didn't really... I mean, when we think about Rogue One, and again, I don't remember the robot's name in there. I feel bad about that. I love that guy. He was great in that movie. And I think they missed the mark on this. They tried to make the robot too personality driven. And the droid, there were some events that happened with the droid that we don't want to spoil the movie for anyone, but I wasn't a fan of what the direction they took with the droid. And as a personality, I didn't really care for it either. It didn't hit the mark. Number one, they tried to make it funny, like other droids, like BB-8. BB-8 didn't even speak, and you were laughing when that droid was on screen. But this droid, I didn't really laugh. It wasn't really that much of a funny point, even though they tried very hard to make it funny.
No, I agree. Yeah, K2SO is the K2SO is the name of the droid. I agree. The droid itself has the personality is there. It feels like the droid itself tried to steal the show, tried to steal the scene itself. In my opinion, the droid should be a secondary character. If you want to make the droid as one of the main characters, treat it like a main character, but don't try to be better than some of the in other words, they try to make the droid as the main character above the main character. You know what I mean?
I take your point. But with K2O, the other interesting thing was that there was a lot of humorous moments with that droid, but it wasn't forced. I mean, there was a scene where they were fighting a bunch of other droids, and K2O, one of the main character, she shoots an identical droid, and he comes around the corner and he goes, "Did you know that was me?" That was kind of, it was like 3 words, and it was still hilarious, right? So that's the kind of comedic timing and comedic pieces that makes me laugh. And with BB-8, it was always situational where, he gives a thumbs up. That was funnier than anything this droid did in Solo, right? Him giving a thumbs up was awesome. That was kind of funny, right?
It is, yeah. Like it's sorry, I called the droid in Solo K2SO or K2 whatever. Sorry about that. I'm mixing up my droid names now. Yeah, so I'm just gonna call the Solo droid. Until I remember
Thank
the
God
name.
we don't have Star Wars fandoms on here.
I think I'm screwed now because people are telling me that I'm doing this wrong, or they're telling me the name of the droid and I'm not listening to them. So
okay, you gotta do that.
I do apologize for that. But yeah, I do really bad at names, especially droid names. But I agree. The all the droids in all the Star Wars movies, this particular droid itself, the one in in Solo, it's trying to be funny, and it's trying to be part of the gang, right? And I think I got this feeling that they try to if something happens to the droid, they want to have an emotional response to it. And in my opinion, they if they do that, they're just going to take that away from the whole movie itself.
I think the plot line did take away from the movie. I think if they had kept it in the same line as BB-8 as a supporting, mechanism of the plot, that would have been just fine. And you would have probably enjoyed it a great deal. They forced everything with the humor and the personality, and it was very forced in the movie, and you could feel that quite easily.
No, I agree. It feels like the droid itself is like being a crybaby half the time. Yeah. So, any other thoughts about this movie before we move into the next movie? Derek?
Oh, I thought you were talking to the people on the stream, the
Sorry,
important
that
people,
too.
not me.
You are very important.
You were
to me,
like
Derek.
looking
You're
at the
very important.
screen where the chat is at, so I thought, okay, he's asking them. All right, no, I'm not the important
I'm
person.
asking
They
for
are.
both. So, before we move on, any last thoughts, Derek, about the movie?
No, I'm good. No, let the
Good.
stream.
Okay. Okay. So the next movie that I want to hear your opinion on is actually the new Ocean 8 movie. I haven't seen it yet, but you've seen it. We talked briefly before the show started, and I really want to hear your review on this one.
So let me ask you: have you seen the other Ocean's movies yourself?
Yes, I have. I've seen all of them.
Okay, so then you know
Including the original.
So there's like Oceans 11, 12, 13. So you've seen all of those?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's good to have that understanding, because then I can, what I'm going to say will probably be relevant to you. So this time around, Oceans 8 is, I wouldn't necessarily call it a prequel, because I think the intention is to show that the events of this movie are happening after the events of the other one. And I'm not going to do any spoilers here for this, but essentially it has that feel to it. I will say that we had a couple cameos from a couple actors from the Oceans movies, which was great to see. It was wonderful. I enjoyed it. I thought it connected this movie with another piece, but we have essentially Danny Ocean's sister, who is played by Sandra Bullock. See, I got a name right. Isn't that awesome? Who is similar like Danny Ocean, gets out of jail, and she wants to go and essentially get back at a person who put her in jail. And that's similar to Danny Ocean's plot in Ocean's 11. So we have sort of a similar plot, but it's a cast of all women who do this. And it was an enjoyable movie, I gotta say. I don't have a lot of criticisms for it. If you've watched another Oceans movie and you enjoyed them, you will like this movie easily enough. Simple, straightforward. It's as good as those movies, hands down. The interesting aspects of it were that, one of the people that were, I went with a movie group there to go see this, and one of the people had commented after, which I didn't even think about. She's like, dude, do you remember with the Oceans movies that, the guys, something would always happen, there'd be a problem, they'd have to adjust and so forth. And she's like, but there were a bunch of women doing this, and it went like clockwork. Nothing went wrong because it was planned out and it was good. That was it. And nice. I was like, I never even thought of it that way, but okay, all right, sure, we can take it that way. There were some things about it that I think the only criticism I have, and that's just a personal preference, was that in the quote unquote planning stages with the other Oceans movies, you would see the guys sort of explain the plan. They would walk you through the plan, and you'd have a sense of what to expect. But this movie didn't really do that. They didn't really walk you through the plan. You had a general idea what was happening. There's a couple twists and turns in the plot, which made it also kind of interesting, even though I had some questions around the plot twists as well, where was that really realistic, or why did they have this in? And I felt like when they did this plot twist, they were deceiving the audience, because what they had set up before in the scene would imply that that the person or people didn't know what was happening, even though in the end they did know what was happening. And so when I thought back on the movie after we were done the movie, I thought that was a cheap trick to the audience, whereas the Oceans movies didn't really do that. I still enjoyed the movie. It was sort of dispelled disbelief in that particular moment, and anyone who's watched the movie will sort of understand where that came from. They're stealing diamonds, which made sense to me in this movie. A lot of good actresses were in it. And Hathaway. See, I'm doing great today. Names off. I'm doing great. And Hathaway was great in the movie. I think she was a really strong actress in it. All the actors were in there. What's her name? Now I'm going to struggle. Was it not Beyonce? Rihanna. Thank you. See, I almost had it. Rihanna was in it. I enjoyed her performance. I mean, I've only ever seen her in one other movie, which was Battleship. And if anyone's seen that movie, It's one of those I wouldn't say it was like a stellar role for her.
To be honest with you, that movie, she did actually pretty good in that movie. Or the movie itself wasn't
what the movie
good,
was. Yeah, okay. Well,
based on the movie she did carry her own weight, and it was pretty good. I had no issues on that movie.
That was a very bit role for her, though. I mean,
it is. Yeah.
But overall, I give it I give it 8 out of 10. I give it a takedown a little bit because of those little plot issues I had. The acting was superb. That was wonderful. All the people involved with acting were great. I found that the other thing that now that I'm thinking about, the other thing that I really felt was a bit of a downgrade for it was that in most of the Ocean's movies, except for the first one there, we had a protagonist, a bad guy that the guys were working against. And I enjoyed that aspect, the villain aspect of the movies. It gave it a different layer. It also made the Ocean's movies a little more complex in regards to a plot and gave them the ability to do twists, which there wasn't a lot of breathing room for this movie to do a big twist on. They did do a twist. They did. But again, I said that I felt like it was sort of a cheat to the audience. They kind of tricked the audience in not a good way, in my mind. But I would recommend the movie, definitely, especially if you like the other Ocean's movies.
Okay. So you're giving it a 8.5 or 9? I think you said 8, right?
I said 8, yeah.
8, okay. Okay. Personally, I haven't seen it yet. Definitely I can't wait to watch it. Actually, it looks a pretty good movie. The reviews I'm seeing online, or even just even TV, they're giving it a very good review overall. And I'm just the biggest thing that when I found out about this movie that's coming out, that I was afraid that they're going to be they're just doing a girl version of the movie for the sake of doing one, but all the reviews I'm seeing is giving it an amazing reviews, and I can't wait to watch it.
It's not, I mean, yes, there are women doing it, and yes, it does change the dynamic a little bit, but essentially the formula is still there. So what I'm saying is, if you enjoy the formula of the Ocean, you'll like this movie. Yeah. Having the women involved in it, it's a bit different in the context of the relationships. There are sort of similar relationships where Sandra Bullock and I don't remember her name either. Let the stream tell us who the other person is, who the antagonist was. Not the antagonist, but her friend. Sort of like that relationship between Brad Pitt and George Clooney. It had that kind of same feel to it, which is great in the movie. It kind of gives them a sounding board to shoot off of for Sandra Bullock to have that discussion. But overall, you can look at the movie and say that the formula was
so. By the way.
Pardon me?
It's Kate Blanchett. Sorry, Kate Blanchett.
Oh, okay. There we go. See,
our gone through the third. You're awesome.
Somebody's on there, like on Google, going, "Let's Google this." Okay.
Yeah.
There are Google people.
I can't wait to watch it. Again, it's one of those things that if they do it right, if the formula is good, the acting is great, the chemistry they have on screen is great, the movie's gonna be a great success. Right, so I can't wait to watch it. It'll be awesome.
Well, I was opening weekend, and our theater where I was in was pretty much full. I mean, so even with movies that I've very much enjoyed over the last little while, such as Ready Player One, that was a very big movie for me to watch, and that wasn't as full as this movie was. Oh, really? And so I think there was a lot of hype for it and a lot of interest in it. And unlike other movies, and I'll make this comparison that. Unlike the remade Ghostbusters movie, where it was all female cast, to me, I felt like that was a rehash of the original Ghostbusters in a lot of ways, whereas this movie isn't a rehash. It's like an addition to the franchise, which I enjoyed that a lot more.
Okay. Gonzo the Third, disappointing Ready Player One. I had this feeling this person doesn't like it.
Well, I mean, I don't think we talked about this on the street on this at all. But I personally, really loved the audio book of Ready Player One, which is read by Will Wheaton. The book itself has so much depth into it, and for the movie, to be fair to Steven Spielberg, it was hard to capture all of that in a movie. However, I think some of the choices made in the movie did a lot of disservice to the book. I think, what would have made more sense to me is to do 3 different movies based on the book, where you could have one movie for each gate. And I think that would have been a lot more successful, even though I'm sure the production time of all of that would have been just insane, But they did take a much different turn on it, and people who love the book did have a lot of strong reaction against the movie. And I understand where they're coming from. It's a shame.
It is. For me, I love the book. I ended up listening to the audiobook as well. And when I got to the movie, I had a very high expectation. I think that's partially my fault, having the expectation that they're gonna do everything that they have in the book and try to compress it in 2 hours. And for them to take a creative licensing and try to get the feel of that movie, I have no problems. I did have an issue with it, but again, it's just partially my fault. Well, it's actually my fault having that expectation going into that movie. But
I think a lot of people did that too. A lot of people had this high expectation. They loved the book. It was their thing. They went to the movie, and the movie just went click, click, click. And it wasn't even true to the book in a lot of ways. And the key pieces that they didn't make it true to the book, I understand why Steven Spielberg made the choices he did, but I didn't agree with them. I thought you could have approached it a very different way. I would even say the argument, make it an extra hour long, make it like a 3-hour movie, and I would have been happy with that. To get that other content in there that would have really made it much more interesting, because he didn't have enough time to make you feel the struggles that the character went through. And personally, for me, I didn't. There was a particular plot point in the movie where the main character goes to fix a problem, and in the book they did it a way that I personally loved, and in the movie they just completely glossed over that. And I understand that was probably for timing, that you have to do a setup for that, you have to show it, and they completely rearranged that, which totally took away from the enjoyment of the movie for me.
No, I agree. That the scene that you're talking about, it was just it was crazy how the Wade did it, the main character, if you guys haven't seen it yet. How he actually did that problem solving was just amazing in the book. When they did it in the movie, I was hoping they'll keep that, because it was such an amazing way. There's an amazing way to work around the issues, right? If they just kept that part and they changed the rest, I think I'll be happy, right? Even I think that's the and I don't know. To me, it's like, if I haven't read the book, I'll give it an 8 out of 10. But unfortunately, I read the book and I'm giving it a 6.
I think anybody who read the book has that same approach. I mean, I think if you went, and I personally, as somebody who likes to look at movies objectively, when I look at the movie objectively, it was a fine movie. It just wasn't up to the standard of the book, right? If I hadn't read the book and went anyway, I'd be like, yeah, that was fun, not knowing the subtlety of it. I think if I read the book after, it might have impacted my view of the movie also, because of how well the book was done.
Yeah, I agree.
So any other comments on the stream there?
Everyone's just saying that they like the book better than the movie. The movie sucks. I'm just paraphrasing now. Yeah, they said that the book is way better than the movie. The book is a little more interesting.
So let's ask the stream. What topics do you want us to talk about then?
Yes, that's a good idea.
Let's ask the viewer, because we don't have Mark today. He's away. He's taking care of something important, and so let's ask them that. What do you want us to talk about? Because I don't even know what time it is yet.
We have 10 more minutes.
We have 10 more minutes, so let's ask them to see what they want us to talk about here.
Anything that you want us to talk about, we'll talk about. Doesn't matter how weird it is.
Shouldn't say anything. Okay. Maybe
somewhat anything, but we're still gonna be musicals. Ooh, let's talk about musicals. Are you into musicals?
Apparently you are.
Okay, I was a theater student, so I went to an art school. So
that was like a very big reaction there, I've heard.
Yeah, Platinum wants to talk about Harry Potter. Gonzo wants to talk about who built the pyramids.
I don't know that one, guys. Okay, I know what Harry Potter is. Sure. Okay,
let's talk about Harry Potter. I think we have a better grasp of Harry Potter, because I don't know. A couple of weeks ago, you went to a Harry Potter escape room, so you sort of liken liked it. But if you guys want-
I'm more familiar with Harry. I'm not a Potter head, but my partner is. So I mean, I understand Harry Potter enough to be able to speak to it, but don't consider me a subject matter expert here.
Yeah, same here. But for me, like, I watched the movie. I haven't read the book. I know I'm gonna get a lot of slack about that. I am planning to read the books soon. I just have to push myself to reading it.
So wait, are we talking about the Harry Potter musical? Or is that what we're talking about then?
The book versus the movie. So I'm just saying that I haven't read the book yet. I've seen the movies. I've seen the play. To be honest with you, the play was interesting. If you're ending up going to your own city, that the I can't remember the name of the musical, the Harry Potter musical, go to your city, definitely check it out because it's very interesting. There's a lot of scenes there that can be very very disturbing. So if you get a chance to watch the live theater, definitely watch it. And
I think there is a Harry Potter musical. I think it's in I think New York and London or something like that.
Yeah, there's two versions. There's one that's the off Broadway or off West End. It's the synopsis of Harry Potter in the span of like years. So in other words, the whole Harry Potter movies, the books, got compressed to 2 hours in a live theater show.
This one I'm thinking is like 5 hours though, or something like that, something crazy like that. You have to go see it in like 2 different settings. Like if there's an A and there's a B performance, and they have like you could do it on the same day, but it's like 5 hours long, and they have like an hour intermission or something like that. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, but
I think the name of this show is Potter. Yeah.
Okay.
This in the show. Yeah.
So that's a lot of time. 5 hours is a lot of time to sit in there, you know, to watch a play or a musical or whatever. I'm not against musicals. I love things like Les Miserables. I was a big fan of that. But usually for musicals, it's not necessarily my full thing.
Okay. Well, okay. Harry Potter is out of the question. Then we can't talk about that because we're not subject matter experts. Okay.
All right.
So,
well, what's another question? What are these other? Because you could speak to this stuff. I don't know. You go ahead.
So, any other questions? While we're waiting for more questions to come in, one of the questions is where did the pyramids came from? They came from aliens. If you watch Stargate, it will explain everything for you. So
wait, what are we talking? Are we talking about a musical here?
No, someone one of the comments says how did the pyramids was built and where they come from. I'm just saying.
Oh, that's a question.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that if you want to know about it, you should watch Stargate the movie. It'll explain everything.
Well, yeah, you know, that's an interesting topic. There's a lot of question of how would they be able to make it and so forth, and you know, going to movie theories and so forth about having aliens build it is cool. I'm a big Stargate fan, so I completely get this reference, and I think it's very plausible based on what they've expressed in Stargate and so forth. I think it's a plausible idea because of just anyone who looks at documentaries about how the pyramids are built and so forth. You literally sit there and go, "Wow, there's logistically a lot of things that would go wrong with that," right?
Yeah.
But I think maybe we should save that for a topic for another time, perhaps.
Okay. Well, our stream is sort of slowing down, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna end the show soon. But Derek, do you have any pick of the week before we close this?
I actually don't. Not this week. I don't have any picks of the week.
Well, I do. Do you remember back in 2005, Derek?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a little.
What is 2005? What are you talking about?
There's a little product called Flip Cam. Do you remember seeing this?
Flip Cam. No,
Yeah.
Actually,
Okay.
it's not ringing a bell.
This Flip Cam, this is before YouTube became where YouTube is. This is when vloggers became very popular in YouTube. Before smartphones, or the beginning of smartphones, just before the beginning of smartphones, Flipcam started this little company. This little company called Flipcam started, and they had a series of cameras that to record videos, just like day-to-day lives, and people upload. I bought this when I was traveling in the US for like a month, and I noticed that I was trying to record videos through my point-and-shoot camera, and it wasn't the best quality. So I ended up going to Best Buy and buying one of these, and I ended up shooting short videos, like movie videos with this camera for like a couple of years. And it's a 720, I think it was a 24 frames camera, and the quality is actually pretty good. So what I'm planning to do for the next for this summer is I'm gonna do like a small video. I'm gonna post it here in our YouTube channel and Twitch, videos that I shot with this, and I'm gonna see what it looks like and how people actually if people can see the difference between this video that I'm shooting with on a 10-year-old camcorder and an iPhone 10. And I'm gonna see if the people can actually see the difference between the two videos.
Well, firstly, that's like a 13-year-old camera, by the way.
Yeah.
I guess
It's
2018.
It's
but
old.
But the other thing is, are these going to be videos that you're going to do during the summer now, or videos that you recorded back then? Just new videos?
This summer.
Okay, all right. And where are you going to be recording these videos at?
Anywhere. So I'm probably gonna start doing this next month. From everything from camping to like just going around the city, going to just anywhere. I just want to see if this 13-year-old camera can produce high quality movies and videos and videos compared to today's technology.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so it's a little experiment. Okay.
So is there any final thoughts on the stream there?
We missed about what you're talking about. Apparently we are having massive issues in our buffering, so we're just gonna end this now. Sorry guys, hopefully next week will be much better. Please stand by, be patient.
Time to resolve those technical difficulties there, my friend.
Yes, so hopefully second episode of us streaming will be a lot better. But thank you again for everyone for watching. Final thoughts before we do our official sign out?
Thanks for everyone for joining.
Okay, so feel free to. We'll be reposting this in YouTube to watch us in as a replay. Also follow us in Twitch at twitch.tv/the coffee shop studio. You can also follow us at Twitter at coffeeshop_stew. To make a long story short, I couldn't get anything else except stew. So that's our Twitter handle. Definitely feel free to chat, to follow us there as well. We are also in podcasting world. So if you watch us, you can actually follow us in Google Play Store and also iTunes. But we are having technical difficulties as well in our podcasting because we maxed our limit of upload, so we're switching to a different platform soon. It was I didn't realize that we have a maximum, so I'm going with the unlimited version. But just keep that. I will let you know as soon as it's up and running. But thank you again for joining us. Much appreciated. And next week we'll have Marc back. So if you guys, this is your first time seeing us in Twitch in our live stream, that'll be. Thank you again for watching. You'll see us, our third person will be joining us for next week. Thank you again. We'll see you guys next week.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
Sorry? Here.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
If I find my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, don't you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, don't you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, don't you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, don't you still amaze me? If I find my way home, yeah. If I find my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, don't you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, don't you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, don't you still amaze me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, don't you still amaze me? If I find my way home, yeah.
This is the movement for those who.
and completely inappropriate. Viewers' discretion is strongly advised. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to episode 6 of the Coffee Mug Show. This episode is sponsored by Enter Your Name Here. If you're looking for a new show to sponsor, please contact us. This morning, I am joined by two of my favorite people, Derek and Mark. But before we go talk to them, I'm going to talk to you about my mug. This mug is a Christmas mug. Unfortunately, this is the only mug that I have that's actually colorful that doesn't clash with my shirt. So my name is Leonard, and Derek, you wanna say hello and tell me about your mug and what you're drinking?
Good morning, everyone. This morning I have a cauldron.
Nice.
Nice cauldron here with some nice H2O because it's very hot out here in southern Ontario. So yeah, we're into like the 40s today.
Mark, how about you? What are you drinking this morning?
Well, good morning, everyone. Sorry, I do apologize for not being here last week and trying to save the debacle that happened. But this morning, well, I'm back to the force. Be with me with some juice in there. No coffee for me this morning.
So, do you want to talk about what happened last week? Or
Yes,
are you too
please
embarrassed?
Actually, please fill me in on as to what happened last week.
No, we're talking about you here. We're talking about us.
Oh, me?
Mark was being a good partner. That's what he was. He was not here for a good reason. Isn't that right, Mark?
That's right. I was celebrating my daughter's birthday, so I couldn't be on here.
Yeah. Okay, so if you guys are joining us at in our stream live, you can actually show your you can talk to us through chat. Yes, this morning you can talk us through chat and do your comments at twitch.tv/the coffee shop studio, or you can actually send your comments through Twitter at coffeeshop_2. It's a long story. I couldn't get studio part because someone already took in it, so I had to use 2. So if you guys are willing to join us, definitely we're willing to listen to you guys. We have Mark moderating the chat room instead of me compared to last week, so it'll be better moderated. So this morning we're going to be talking about a couple of topics here. One is Elon Musk versus the journalist. The second topic that we're going to be talking about is the world in the world of Canada and how Canadians deal with ex-boyfriends or ex-girlfriends. So if you guys yes, if you read
really,
you'll see. You'll see. We'll start with Elon Musk versus journalists. So to make the long story short, Elon Musk decided to start a brand new company called Pravda. Pravda, if you guys don't know what Pravda is, it's a Russian word for truth. And it's also a newspaper linked to the Communist Party during the USSR. Okay, so he decided to start this new venture because he had some bad, not particularly him, but he was involved in some bad press regarding self-driving cars and accidents, especially in California. So some of the reporters are questioning if self-driving cars is the future. So. And some governments decided to put a little bit of pressure to like Uber, Google, Tesla to fix the issues, make it better. So some of the companies are postponing the launch or testing on the self-driving cars. So that's the history of it. But Elon Musk took it personally. He said that those guys sucks. They don't know what they're talking about. They're getting bad press for no apparent reason. So he ended up tweeting saying that those holy endowed psycho crisp of big media company who lays claim to the truth but publish only enough sugarcoat the lies. So that was a tweet that's coming out. That is coming up from him. So now some of the reporters are fighting back. It's like, this is the most stupidest thing. We're telling you the truth. So about a few months ago, Elon Musk decided to have a
decide to have a financial call to their investors, especially to the journalists. When one of the reporters did ask Elon Musk a question, he freaked out and just ignored the guy and called him. I think he ended up calling him names or something like that. And now it just blew out of proportion. Unfortunately, this news doesn't have the legs in mainstream media, but the mainstream tech media is having a field day on this. So he decided to start this company called Prava. It's literally a Yelp for journalists. People can actually rate those journalists and saying, hey, this journalist is good, this journalist is bad, and stuff like that. So the question I have for everyone, including the chat room here, do you guys think that Elon Musk is just being a baby about this, or he's literally just like a rich man just throwing a tantrum, right? And is this going to be an issue because of freedom, because of the freedom of the press, or is it intimidating the press to make sure that their company gets better coverage than the bad coverage? You know what I mean? So, what do you guys think? Hopefully, I explained that properly.
I'll have to say it was like, woo!
Yeah. You know what? The reality is that Elon Musk is a guy who runs, 3 companies? Companies.
Well,
most CEOs can barely handle one, and the man runs 3 of them. And, Tesla is close to his heart. He loves the thing. So, and I mean, he's human, how many people do you know? I mean, we talk about politicians and so forth all the time that they go on little tirades, and we know who we're talking about, but, he has, he's just a guy, and he got frustrated with a reporter perhaps because Tesla has an extremely good safety record. It has one of the best in the industry. And certainly there is problems with any new technology that comes out, and you don't know what's going to happen with it. They tested it extensively. They have high safety standards, and I think he may have taken it personally because he takes great pride in Tesla and he wants to change the world and improve it. And this is part of the package that he's doing it with Tesla, right? I'm not surprised that he had a reaction. But in regards to the website and so forth, he's a chain. He does what he wants. I mean, he's a billionaire. He can do whatever he wants. You could have started a Yelp thing for something, right, Leonard? But you know that how enjoyable that you get when you're doing your reviews and so forth. Maybe this is his thing. We don't know, right? Reporters have thick skins. I don't think they care. I don't think they're really going to care 2 ways. Maybe they look at it as a tantrum, but also it's a piece of news. Myself personally, I didn't know about this article until you brought it to my attention, and I've personally seen Elon Musk in interviews and so forth. He's a very composed man. I'm not sure the circumstances. I didn't see the interview, so I can't really comment on that. But I think that he's human, and maybe it did happen.
Mark?
I like I said, that went right over my head today. So, I'm honestly right now, I'm still trying to recover from last night, and I'm actually trying to respond to one of the comments here about controlling about fake news.
Well, here's the thing though: is it considered fake news if it's true?
Well, but do we know, right? Do we know it's fake news though?
No, I did check around it. It's not a fake news. People have been reporting this. Like Twitter's been reporting it. New York Times has been reporting it. Washington Post has been reporting it. It's out there, but it wasn't really become mainstream because of, again, is it intimidation with the press?
That doesn't matter because we know that the mainstream will pick up anything that is clickbait these days. So I don't necessarily completely believe in that. And in regards to fake news, a reporter might take something out of context or blow something out of proportion. I do think that happens in the news cycle today, just to get a reaction, right? And like I said, Elon Musk is not known for being a guy who's not composed and who's not thoughtful in the way he speaks. I think that, with Tesla, it is the future, and people will always push back against innovation and the future, and that's exactly what's happening here, right? I have heard of a couple of crashes of Teslas. That is true. It has happened. It's concerning because they were on that self-driving or auto-driving piece and so forth, and some of them were pretty bad. On the same hand, Tesla their cars are very safe. And people, I don't think people were killed in that. I actually don't know off the top of my head, but I don't think people were killed. They were definitely injured, but has a great safety record. And that's part of the parcel where Elon Musk probably wanted to get that point across as well, right?
No, I agree with you. Sorry, Mark.
Or, you know, I mean, like, again, Tesla is his baby, right? And anything against it, it's a big, it's like somebody punching him right in the gut. It's like it's a shot to his ego. Right. So, and you're right, Derek. He's not one. Like, I'm not saying he's impolitically correct, but yeah, he wears his heart on his shoulder sometimes regarding his stuff, and sometimes he makes comments without thinking. So,
no, maybe he had a bad day. Everybody has a bad day, right? Yeah. He probably has a lot of investors because there was this crash. And they probably had a lot of investors coming up to him and going, "Hey, man, the cars aren't being produced very effectively here. You know, you're not producing them at the rate you said you were going to. By the way, several times, and now they're crashing." So he probably had a lot of pressure from investors.
Yeah. Well, okay, we got a couple of things here. Does the CEO represent the company? And we got another one here. Reporters latch onto anything and blow it up. He's doing a great job with self-driving cars, and nothing's going to be perfect in the beginning. That was from Platinum 728.
I agree 100% that the CEO does represent the company, and he is the face of the company.
So they're responsible for the direction and the development and so forth. And generally, they have a board of directors which they answer to.
Yeah, and they're also the face of the company. Right, so if they ending up saying, "Hey, I am the face of this company, and I literally like did something really, really dumb or stupid or get in jail," guess what? I'm still representing the company, right? The value of the company will drop significantly, or not drop significantly, but it will get affected, right?
Well, so. I mean, if you take a look at it, like how many people got fired from their jobs from Facebook because they made a stupid comment. Perfect example, Roseanne.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
That's a shame, though. You know, when we talk about Roseanne, I think about all the people that lost their job. That's a lot of people that lost their job. And, you know, ABC, or was it ABC? Was it Fox? I can't remember. ABC, you know, they had a knee-jerk reaction. Not that what she said wasn't right in any way, shape, or form, but why did they have such a strong reaction to it? I'm sure the show was doing things.
Because Disney owns ABC. So with Disney's everybody trying to conform to Disney, who's the big papa now. Although Roseanne's comments was not reflective of everybody else, she is the head of the show. Like, she's the star of the show. She's the one that. I mean, think about it.
Her name's on the show. I get it. I really do. I mean, but there's other ways that you possibly could deal with that. Maybe have her. You know, I don't know if people have been watching the new season, but she had to go in for surgery or something. You know, maybe kill her off. I don't know. Shows do it all the time, man. All the time. You know, have a different actress come in and replace her. You know, there's lots of ways. I don't feel so much for her as a person because what she did was wrong. I just feel about all those other people that lost their job, and it happens.
Yeah. Sorry,
go ahead. No, I mean, like, going back to everything. Let's going back to Elon.
Yeah,
he is the face. A lot of things that he says can affect the company, and don't forget, although he's CEO, he still has to answer to people.
Yes.
Right.
Shareholders.
Yeah, and so should he have a PR team?
I agree. They should put
maybe he does, but you know, I've never seen anything that would imply that. He seems very hands-on. Like, you know, there's comments that he sleeps in the Tesla factory to try to get the production line up and going. So he's a very hands-on kind of guy.
Yeah, but at the same time, if your hands, work ethic is amazing. His products that he's releasing works, and I believe in self-driving cars, right? But I think the question is if he becomes the face of the company that he's building, does he require a PR person or PR team to make sure that whatever he says gets whatever message the company and himself gets to the public, it'll be the positive side?
I don't think he's that kind of guy as a person. I don't think it's necessarily needed to have a PR person. I think it's advisable. But as you said, this has not really gained that much traction in the media, even though, and we'll just make an assumption here for the moment, let's assume the reporter was offended or something, they went away, they wanted to blow something out of proportion. I'm not saying they did, but maybe they did, and they wanted to make a news article out of it. And they thought, this is my mechanism. So who is the instigator here? Is it the journalist who wrote this article, or is it Elon Musk who perhaps lost his temper or got upset with the reporter?
Yeah.
Yes, it's both. But again, it's like, wow, there's a thing now here about Roseanne. Completely wrong in the way they reacted. They should have made her publicly apologize. Thank you, Platinum 728. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought an apology would have worked in regards to that. I mean, we obviously live in a very hypersensitive society now, very hypersensitive.
Well, here's the thing, though, because going into the reboot of Roseanne, everyone knows that Roseanne was a Trump supporter, right? Yeah. Going into this, even just before they start shooting the first episode, they already know that, right? Well, but for them to start the show and start freaking out because of their comments, do they expect that from her automatically? I wasn't shocked when she said all that. Right.
Well, put it this way. Okay, I mean, the show was okay. She may be a Trump supporter, and if you watch the show, you can see that she and Dan voted for Trump, and Jackie was a Democrat, and it was giving a take on what a family could be in the States right now, where the household could be divided. A family could be divided by their political views, but regardless of what your political views are. And making a comment, that type of comment, again, like just put it back to where she put the excuse on the medication that she was taking, where the actual manufacturer of the medication came out and says, well, one of the side effects of medication is not racism.
They have a point. They have a point there.
I think she was really trying to backpedal in any way, shape, or form, because as soon as it came out, it blew up, and she knew it. And you're right. She all of that happened after, all of her comments after whatever are just backpedaling and making an attempt to dissuade it, other than just taking responsibility for it upright, right? And then when the show was canceled and fired, she went begging to ABC and so forth to have it reinstated, which, you know, I think if she had apologized up front, perhaps it might have gone better. I just, you don't know.
So the question is now is like, is the CEO, is the face of the company?
We're not talking about that right now.
No, I'm just saying.
We're talking about Roseanne.
But again, it's the person's face.
In this Roseanne topic here now.
But I'm just going back to the main the first topic here. So because Michelle 289 did ask, I think she's the one who said it regarding is the CEO the face of the company. In this case, Roseanne is the face of the show. Doesn't matter who produced it, who's the executive producer, who's the studio is.
But as I said before, you could replace the character. That happens all the time in TV. You know, take example, a show called Kevin Can't Wait. There was the mother figure on the show after the first season. They killed her off and brought in. I'm so bad with names. People in the chat, help me out with
Leah Remini.
Yeah, Remedy. And, you know, they both work together on King of Queens, and their chemistry is good, and I enjoy that. But here's my next question. If you wanted her on the show, why didn't you bring her on the first season and just kind of do this rehash thing, right? I don't know the circumstances around the other person leaving, but it really changed the dynamic of the show, and it's in trouble now, right? But you could also have a positive impact where ABC would say, this is a show we believe in. You still keep the show called Roseanne. You just change the actress, right? Simple solution where everybody doesn't have to lose their job.
Well, but again, changing the actress on a show based upon the actress is kind of difficult, right? It's
I'm not denying that. I'm not. I'm just saying that there was other ways to solve the solution other than a knee-jerk reaction, which from ABC, which is, I think, my problem with it. It was just a knee-jerk reaction, right?
well, I mean, it says yeah. Like, I mean, a lot of people are agreeing it's that it could have been dealt with another way. But again, it's not up to ABC again. It was maybe. It was who's the CEO? Who's the CEO of Disney? Michael. Why do I keep forgetting his name?
It's funny because nobody remembers that, but he's probably one of the most powerful guys in the world now.
Yes, he is. Oh my God! Can somebody tell me who's the CEO of Disney is? Michael.
CEO of the Disney.
Yeah. Okay. I gotta Google this. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, I think Mark.
Bob Iger. Bob Iger. Or Iger. What am I saying, Michael?
Iger. I think it's Michael Iger.
So the main decision came down from him and his office. Right. Again, because it's Disney being PG-13 up to PG-13. I mean, they have an image to keep. And again, keeping a show on that had these remarks, like from a star who had this remark, they had to set an example. And like I said, it's not the first time we're just getting this because it's Roseanne Barr. But how many people got already fired for making comments on Twitter, making comments on Facebook, on Instagram, putting up pictures that were unbecoming of an employee of that company? And it doesn't have to be a famous person.
No, definitely.
Right?
I tend to have a soft spot, a feeling for those that lost their jobs, I think. And, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that some kind of reaction had to occur. Of course it did. I just think it's sad that one person can impact so many lives in such a negative way, right? I think that's a shame.
Yeah, it is. And unfortunately, for all those, all the people's behind the scenes, all the other actors and actresses, yeah, they lost their livelihood because of this. So,
what is the chat saying?
Let's see here. It's all around Roseanne about.
Everybody's into the Roseanne thing.
Well, it is. I guess. I mean, it is. It's basically saying they're just basically talking about the intellectual property of Roseanne. Can you actually fire her or do a spin-off off of Roseanne when it's like intellectual property because based upon her stand-up comedy from years ago. So let's take a look here. Check out intellectual property where the stand-up community created the show around the stand-up material. And then we got Platinum 728 saying, make her walk naked through the public light in Game of Thrones and apologize.
Wow.
Don't cancel the show. The remake was great. Yes, I do agree. I do agree. The remake was great. But do I really want to see Roseanne Barr walking naked down the sheet? I don't think so.
Yeah, the picture there is not very. I'm just glad before this is during breakfast time.
Oh, I'm glad I had breakfast already. So.
Okay.
But yeah, doing a spin-off on this wouldn't be the same. So.
No, I agree. I think the spin-off that they're planning, if they end up re-releasing the show Roseanne and not having Roseanne Barr there, it's like saying, hey, I'm having McDonald's, but it's been rebranded to Burger King. You know what I mean? It's not the same. It's literally not the same.
Are you comparing Burger King with McDonald's? Is that what you're doing there, the comparison?
Yeah, I know.
Hey, yo, Leonard, do not step there. Do not compare McDonald's and Burger King. You know who's going to win.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I agree. You cannot replace a character's name, from a show named Roseanne, especially in Roseanne. It's like saying Seinfeld. We're replacing Jerry Seinfeld, but we're going to keep the name Seinfeld. You know what I mean? It's not the essence of the show is gone because you lose a character that's supposed to be the main character. It's supposed to be there, right? So I think killing it, if they don't want the bad press, killing it is the most logical way to do it. But again, as Derek said, if she just apologizes in the beginning, it's like, I am wrong, this is me being stupid, then everyone will be, okay, at least she apologized, and they'll just move along.
right?
I don't know if that would have exactly happened that way. I just thought it would have had a better overall resolution.
No, I agree with you 100%. If she just apologized in the beginning and said, "Oh, my bad," I think they'll just get bad press for a couple of weeks and move on.
My bad.
Oh, sorry, Leonard, take a look at it. We're getting buffering issues.
Okay.
You keep freezing on me, missing half the combo. Sorry about that. Who's this? It was Gorzo.
Okay.
Gorzo the third.
Okay, I think we should be fine. I have this feeling because according to my side, we're good. So I don't know what's happening.
The people are telling us there's a problem.
I know. I literally rebooted my router for this to make sure, and my modems to make sure that all the cache is gone. It's reset.
Get a better router.
Yeah, I know. I'm already running gigabits, so.
You know what? I'm probably gonna, at the end of the show for our tech of the, I might just do a plugin for Asus. I will, because honestly, this router that I have from Asus, since I bought it, I've not gotten any problems with it. So I haven't actually had to reboot it once at all, and I've had it for since Christmas.
Yeah, I'm hardwired in right now too, so I don't know. Bear with us. This is only our second fully streamed show now, so but at least it's better than last week.
Yeah, I still gotta watch that show.
Yeah, it will be up today, guys. Sorry about that. It's been a little crazy week. So, so any other comments about this Elon Musk / Roseanne topic?
No, I think I got more to say.
I think Mark was just like, it's over my head. I really don't know, man. I don't have an opinion.
Okay.
I don't have like, you know what? Honestly, with Elon Musk, I'm still trying to figure out if he's still with Amber Heard or not. So.
No. Okay. So the next topic is about a woman ordered to pay musician ex-boyfriend $350,000 for sabotaging his career. Derek, you sent me this article. Do you want to talk about this one, or you want me to keep going?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, here's a little backstory. In 2013, award-winning celloist Eric Abramowitz, I'm sorry, I'm definitely pronouncing his name wrong, studied at the Scholich School of Music at McGill University in Montreal, Canada. If you guys don't know where Montreal or McGill is, all right. In 2013, he got an acceptance letter to the Coburn Conservatory of Music in LA, and he'll be studying under Johann Gilad, a world-renowned.
You're having a hard time with these names, man.
I know, dude. He's a renowned clarinet teacher. Okay, like one of the best. But here's the kicker: his ex-girlfriend or girlfriend at the time intercepted the email. His first initial email, acceptance email. Okay, the girlfriend Jennifer Lee saw the email that he got accepted, so she decided to delete the email. Okay, after deleting the email, she opened another email account under Gmail with Johann Gillard's at gmail.com, telling him that he got a partial scholarship, knowing that he cannot afford the full scholarship and to move to LA. Okay, so a few years later, and they broke up. Eric performed in front of Ullard and found out what happened. That he declined the acceptance to go to this university, to the school, and all that good stuff, and filed a lawsuit under Ontario Supreme Court. And on Friday, the ruling is she has to pay for damages of $350,000. Okay, so this moral story here is if your ex, well, there's really no more story. This is actually a crazy story. So, what do you guys think about this little article that came out on Friday?
Okay, give me 1 second. First of all, let me correct you. It wasn't the Supreme Court of Canada. It was Ontario. It was the Ontario Superior Court.
Superior Court. Yeah.
because they can still appeal to the Supreme Court, right? So,
But I think the ex-girlfriend has no legs to stand on this. I think there's emails. I think they have evidence.
I know, but she wasn't even there. It's like it was a no contest on this. But in my sense, yeah, I should say that definitely warranted it. Going behind somebody's back and defrauding them of a potential income and potential thing. I mean, anyone would do it. Like, I mean, it doesn't have to be a girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. Like, it could be anybody who stops you from gaining that foothold in life to get, for monetary gains, your status, and your success in life. If anyone blocks you from doing that, then yeah, you should always be able to sue them for liability.
No, I agree. It's just a crazy story that this is still happening. Crazy partners just go crazy, and not crazy, but it's just, I think she's just. I have this feeling. If you look at her perspective, I think she just doesn't want to lose him, but at the same time, you're like, dude, there's other ways. You can't pull this shit. This is a no-no.
So you were breaking. Sorry, Leonard. You were just breaking up there.
Okay, yeah, I was saying that she decided to pull this stunt. Mm-hmm. She got caught. Right.
Yep.
I don't know if I call it a stunt. I think what her motivation is important to look at here. Like, she was worried that relationship would end. He was going to move away, assumably that he's going to move away to LA or whatever without her, and she was worried about losing him. I think that was part of the article. And that's awful. That really is, because it's what he loves. It's what he wanted to train for. I think it's terrible. I think it's also just random luck that he found out.
I agree. I did check some of his performance online. He's actually really good. He's really, really good. Yeah, I'm just hoping that his career will take off, and hopefully he has a chance to rebuild.
So there's that, and so there's musicals, and now there's this, right, Leonard?
Yes. So if you guys want to talk about musicals in the next episode, let me know. I can definitely give you a list of what to talk about.
Hey, well, Phantom's back. All I know that.
Last week, Mark, one of our fans on the chat was like talking about musicals, and Leonard just lit right up, and he got really happy about it. It's very interesting.
The musical is awesome, man. It's great. It's moving picture in real life.
Yes, it is. Hey. I can admit I love musicals.
I think that's the top. I think that's the title for this show. Moving picture in real life.
You know what? I have no problem in talking about musicals. If you want to put on the docket, that's fine, man.
Okay, so guys in the chat room.
Well, the point to this whole thing, karma's a bitch.
Yes, karma's a bitch.
Yes, I agree. So I'm actually gonna ask the chat room this simple question. I know there's a 30-second delay on the time you guys hear this and the time you type it and the time we actually talk about it. I have a very simple question to ask the chat room. What do you guys want to talk about in the future episodes? And also, what do you guys want us to talk about now? Because as you know, we're very full of knowledge, and we do have Google in our midst to give us a hand to talk about these topics. Wow. So chat room, pick a topic and we'll talk about it. We do have roughly about 15 minutes to talk about that topic.
You just set us up.
So we have Harry Potter just popped up.
If you want to talk about Skyrim, sure, I'll talk to you about Skyrim right now.
We have Harry Potter as a topic. I'm not a Potterhead. Sort of.
Oh, okay. Well, put Michelle on then. Put Michelle.
Let's get the executive producer here. Yeah.
Any other topics outside Harry Potter? I think Harry Potter, we still need to do a background check on that one.
You are doing good this week. The executive producer has not come into the room and yelled at you yet today, so you're doing good.
I know.
last
know.
week. You have nothing to miss,
I
Mark.
massively screwed up last week regarding my facts, so now I'm much better.
Wait, that was, you mean it happened again about
Yes,
that?
it happened again. Yeah.
No, the facts was correct. I just like blundered the me telling the exact fact, but it did show up
That would
properly.
mean it's an error, and it happened
It's a user
again. Yeah.
error.
Okay, tell me what happened last week.
Derek, this is
Go
your
on,
story,
Leonard.
man. I'm
Go on,
like,
it's your story.
well, okay. Okay. First of all, I pronounced some of the people's names wrong in the chat room. I do apologize for that one.
Yeah, she ran in and said, well, she ran in and yelled the correct name, but we still did it wrong.
Well, I was okay. In my defense, I am dealing with technical difficulties in streaming, and top of that, tried to read the comments in the same time. So my bad.
Is that same person in the chat again today?
I'm sorry.
Is the same person in the chat again today?
It's the same list. We got a couple of brand new people here, so I think.
Who's the brand new people here? This is all new to me because this is the first time I saw this list. So.
No, it looks like it's the same people from last week. But for people, the same people from last week that watched us, thank you again for watching us. Much appreciated. So please tell your friends, colleagues, family members. We'll definitely entertain them every Sunday morning at 10. We can eat with you guys if you want. So, but yeah, if you guys wanna, if you guys wanna talk about, well, you know what? To be honest,
So
with you,
they want to talk about Harry Potter. So
Yeah, okay, let's-
Is there a specific topic about Harry Potter that needs to be discussed, or because it's hard for us to really give a generalized?
Time out. We got one here from Platinum 728. How do you feel about bicyclists in Toronto?
I bike in Toronto
They suck.
once in a while.
No, they suck. Big time.
Okay, the question is, what do you guys feel? Okay, I feel about it is I grew up in downtown Toronto, right? So I'm used to seeing cyclists in the city and biking around me while I'm driving, or me biking around pedestrians and cars. So my feeling about it is it sucks that drivers out there, some drivers doesn't know how to drive around the city with cyclists and other cyclists in a road. Right.
Cyclists should learn how to ride on the road.
Let me finish. I do understand also that some cyclists out there can't bike for shit. Okay, I can honestly say that. Okay, because some cyclists, you think they own the road. Those cyclists are bad influence from other cyclists that wants to do the right thing.
But yeah.
Okay, so my thinking is cyclists should learn the rules of the road if you want to cycle in the city, in any cities, right? If they get hit by a car for doing something stupid, unfortunately it sucks, right? But again, they have to know the rules of the road. They can't just like
And tell me how
blow
many cyclists
a red
actually
light or
stop
yellow
at a
light.
stop sign?
I'm sorry?
How many cyclists actually stop at a stop sign?
Very rarely now. I think as soon as you go to a major intersection, I think they ending up stopping because they don't want to get hit by a car. But if a cyclist is going through a small like intersection or even a side road, they won't stop. They don't stop. So that really pisses me off. So
While
that's
you're
how I
being
feel.
a cyclist, or
Both.
while you're in a car?
If I'm in a car, I expect them to stop in a stoplight. If I'm a cyclist, I expect myself to stop in a stoplight. Or a stop,
so tell me
sorry, even a stop sign.
So when there's multiple cyclists, how are you supposed to ride when you have multiple cyclists?
In the same direction?
Same direction.
Single file.
Single file. Okay, can you tell all those other cyclists, well, don't take up the whole damn freaking road? I got cyclists. Oh, great. Hey, we got a cycling club in front of me. They're all supposed to be sitting in a single file. But yeah, I got 4 abreast.
Oh, which one? The Spandex Club there?
Oh, yeah. The Spandex Club here in Mississauga.
You're the
Definitely.
Spandex Club, Leonard.
Yeah. Have you seen, dude? It's like literally like a row of spandex going down the road with their cycling, and it's the weirdest thing. I'm not judging. It's just, guys. I
Wait,
agree with Mark.
You said you were in the
Single file.
Spandex Club. I asked the question. You said yes.
No, I'm not. Back in the topic here. I agree with Mark. A cyclist should be running in a single file. That's what. That's the way you're supposed to ride a bike on a busy road, single file.
All right, and then okay, and how do you indicate that you're turning left? How do you indicate when you're turning right?
If you know how to drive and take driver's ed, it's the same thing, right?
Well, a lot of these
Left,
people don't drive.
stop, or slowing down.
Yeah, a lot of people don't drive, and they still don't know shit about how to ride their bike.
I agree. It is one of those things that cycling is a mode of transportation, and they should know the road, the rules of the road, right?
Oh, get about bicycle. On top of bicyclists right now, what's with these people on e-bikes? What are these people on e-bikes? They're even worse than cyclists.
Yes, because they're thinking about. In my opinion, those guys should have a motorcycle license.
Why?
Because it's a motorized vehicle.
It can go 12 miles an hour. Really, you can have wheelchairs that go at that speed. Almost.
But here's the thing though, e-bikes are going in the same roads as regular cars, and they're faster than some of them are faster than bikes. They're road bikes, I mean, like cycling bikes.
No, like I said, it's about like 12 miles an hour. It's not a significant speed. You can pedal at that speed.
Okay, I mean, yeah, it's not a significant speed. My issue is that they're on the road. They're actually on the road, and they don't know what they're doing. They're not.
So are you talking about this in the context of people are buying these bikes thinking that they're now a car and not observing biking regulations, or are you talking about them simply buying one of these and not educate themselves in the proper use of it?
Both.
Okay. So
I've seen e-bikes. Honestly, downtown Toronto. I'm right now doing the construction at the new wing of St. Mike. I'm there at the corner on my breaks or on lunchtime. I see guys delivering food on e-bikes. Okay, so those guys, people are using them for business. People are using them for commuting. My point is, you get an e-bike, you get a bicyclist, you get a regular bicycle. Know the damn rules of the road. We're talking about guys that e-bikes just cutting in front of cars. No indication that they're cutting us in. They want to make a left-hand turn, and they just cut right in front of us. I almost ran over. I drive a truck. I've literally almost ran some guy over on the e-bike because he just decides to come right in front of me. That's what my concern is. Like, guys with e-bikes, you can buy them for what? How many hundreds of dollars at Walmart? Take them out, and they don't know anything.
No, Mark, I agree with you 100% here, because both of us have a motorcycle license. Okay, we had to go to classes to learn how to ride a bike, right? And those guys with e-bikes shows up in a store, buy an e-bike, they think they're a motorcycle or even a scooter. That's my issue is, if you're willing to buy a motorized vehicle, you have to be licensed, or even partially, even special, even get a limited motorcycle license, the less than 50cc license, right? Mark, I agree with you 100% here. Ridiculous.
I mean, I don't think we should go that far, because then all bicyclists, regardless e-bikes or bicycle, should get a license. I'm saying that what people have to realize, or what the ministry has to realize, is that a lot of people who are buying bikes may not have grown up here in Ontario, or grew up in here in Canada, where when as young kids, we're actually taught the rules of the road while riding bikes. I remember, a lot of people and a lot of immigrants have come here. They get a bike.
Nobody taught me the rules of the road when I was a kid. I just drove around, man.
Well, what I'm talking about is that in school, as part of Safety Week or whatnot, they've taught us where, if you're going to ride your bike, this is how you ride your bike. They give you how to turn left, how to indicate you're turning right, how to indicate slowing down, and what rules you have to follow. I mean, it may be basic, but those basic rules are what a lot of people are lacking. And it's not like they understand, okay, you could be from Europe. Their laws on bicycling can be completely different from us. Again, same thing. You can be some, I think China, is it China or Japan that has a lot of cyclists? you could come from one of those countries. You come here and you apply those same rules that you think it's what's right in your country, but it's not right here.
But Mark, with that said though, because stop is a stop is a stop. It's the same sign.
Yes, stop signs are stop signs, and you're supposed to stop. And I'm talking about other things where properly indicate, like, you know, them. I don't see any, like, riding by your bike in a single file, staying in the right hand side of the road, staying in the bike lane, or indicating when you're turning. Those things. I know a stop is a stop is a stop, but general habits have to be taught that you can't just turn your bike into you know, oncoming traffic's lane and think that you have the, you know, the right of way. And that's the thing, and I think that's the main thing. But cyclists think they have always the right of way when they don't.
What's the chat saying?
Actually, Platinum 728 says, if a driver hits a cyclist, it's the driver's fault. Though even the cyclist wasn't sharing the road. I agree. If you're driving on a road and a cyclist gets hit or get injured, guess what? The driver's at fault, right? Not the cyclist. I think it's time to actually say, okay, the driver's driving where it's supposed to be. He's stopping where it's supposed to be, but the cyclist decided to do something stupid, right? The fault is theoretically, it's not the driver's fault here, right?
Again, well, it comes
but unfortunately, the drivers are getting destroyed because of that. Because as Mark said, no one they don't follow the exact rules or the etiquette or even the universal rules of like single file cycling on a major street or, any street.
Then again, it's the same thing with pedestrian. A driver hitting a pedestrian. A driver's guilty until proven innocent that he didn't hit that pedestrian, right? It's like all these hit and runs.
Guilty till he's proven innocent.
Yeah, it's actually
Do you mean from a perception or from a legality?
Legality, it's our fault. Automatically, you hit a pedestrian.
Okay, I get that. All right, yeah.
So therefore, if it's our fault, we're already guilty that we hit this pedestrian, and the pedestrian had no fault at it as well. Until it's investigated, saying, "Oh, well, this pedestrian was jaywalking. This pedestrian crossed when it was a red light." Well, why is it automatically the driver's fault with cyclists as well? The cyclist is on the road. They have to, you know, an investigation is, and they stay and they try to figure everything out. Like, did the cyclist veer into the oncoming vehicle? Like, did he leave his lane, get hit, and then what? Because he got hit, he got pushed back into his lane. So whose fault is that? The car's in his lane. You know what I mean?
have a better solution. I just don't go down to downtown Toronto.
True.
Well, the good news is the city.
And also, here's the thing: the density in Toronto is extremely high. The density of people and the density of bikes. So I think there's also possibly a statistical likelihood of a greater incidence in Toronto related to this because of the density. I mean, I think downtown Toronto has one of the highest population densities in Canada.
Yeah, I agree. It's well, Toronto's trying to fix this issue right now, is just to provide separate lanes for the cyclists. It's the same thing in Montreal. Montreal actually has their own dedicated lanes for cyclists. Toronto is actually falling behind on it, but they are trying to fix that. If you do go major streets, I can't remember the name of the street. I think it's Sherbourne. They do have their own cycling lanes now, right?
Well,
and it is. Yeah, it is working because it's considered one of the major streets that cyclists are using now. Try to get them out of the major streets, but unfortunately, if you ever driven in downtown Toronto in Queen Street and during rush hour in a core, you have cyclists, you have e-bikes, you have motorcycles, you have streetcars, you have cars, bus, in the same road of a 4 lanes. It's a 4-lane road.
Well,
right,
I think Gorzo here actually has a good. Toronto needs to go see other countries to do it, how they do it in their cities with cyclists. It works very well in some European countries.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think part of it is they plan at the initial part of building roads and building communities to have cyclists. Dedicated areas built into it originally. And Toronto, honestly, I don't see Toronto that it has the ability to do that. The real estate in downtown Toronto is so compressed, so hyper dense that I don't know if they would actually be able to have a solution that works like that. Maybe in some roads, perhaps, but as you said, some of these roads are 2 lanes, they're major interfares. You're not going to be able to have a cyclist only area unless you completely eliminate parking on one side of the road or something to that effect, right?
Yeah, it's kind of funny though, because of if, as you said, if Toronto's grid system works 80 years ago or even 100 years ago, right? Now, if you're looking at our grid system in Toronto, it is the worst thing ever because it's, as you said, it's very narrow. The only way you can fix this is make streets like the pilot street right now in King Street only the streetcars and cyclists. The only problem is that now you're limiting parking, right? You're changing the way the traffic goes, but you're ruining some businesses downtown, right? So
it eliminates business.
Yeah, it's catch-22. If you want a proper mode of transportation like cycling and transit, you need to provide that infrastructure. But unfortunately, Toronto does not have that infrastructure. No, I think he just went somewhere.
He's like, I'm done with this. I'm leaving.
The table walked away. But to be honest with you guys, I definitely agree with all you guys are saying about this. Even the chat rooms are agreeing with this as well too. This Toronto needs to fix this. But the only way they can fix this is someone needs to get upset. A group has to get upset to get the other group to be to agree with to fix that. Right. So in other words, if you side from one group, the other group gets pissed off, or vice versa. Right.
Yes. So I did want to walk off, but my freaking line for my freaking headset wasn't long enough, so I had to come back.
Okay. So chat room. If you want to add any other subjects for the next future episodes, tweet us at coffee shop _stu. That would be awesome. At least we can definitely put that into our docket for future episodes. If you decide to drop us a fan mail, definitely drop us off a tweet as well too. It will be awesome because so the world can actually see that we actually exist.
Yeah, we do exist. I'm alive.
Yeah. Also, if you're watching this in YouTube, definitely join us every Sunday at 10 a.m. at twitch.tv/ the coffee shop studio. That'll be awesome as well too.
Okay. So Platinum wants tech time.
Tech time. Platinum.
Tech time.
What kind of tech do you want to talk about? You want to talk about mobile phones, computers, Apple versus Windows? Mark, this is gonna be fun.
Apple versus Windows.
No, we're not starting right now. We're gonna wait for this. Someone suggested this.
Apple versus Windows.
Yeah. So any text that you guys want to talk about, we're definitely into that one. If you a specific tech topic, that definitely we'll talk about it. Any other topics that you want to talk about regarding food? We're willing to talk about food. Coffees. We'll talk about coffees. Anything you want, we'll talk about.
Food.
Pick of the week. Tech time.
Oh, okay. Tech time. Here we go. And as I was doing a preview, I was showing this off. Yeah.
So before that, okay, we're going to our segment now called Tech Time. Because we're wondering, this is when all three of us will choose a tip or tech to show off to let you guys know, hey, we found this thing that works really well. Definitely check them out. Okay, Mark, you want to go first? Looks like you want to go first.
Yeah, okay. So since you were talking about routers and how you had to reboot your router and having all this buffering issues and whatnot, first off, I have to say we are not sponsored by ASUS, but I have to say that this is
if they want to, they're allowed to.
Yes, if they want to send me some tech to test out, I would love to test their stuff out, especially any of their ROG stuff. So routers. I've had this router. This is the AC2900 from ASUS, the AC86U. I've had this since Christmas, and it is great. It is a multi-input, multi-output solution for a household. Just to let you know, my household and the amount of people I have in here, we have more than 20 devices going off this router. from a desktop PC to laptops to digital, tablets, cell phones, Apple TV, Android box, you name it, we've had it on this router. For the past 6 months that I've been using it, I have not once had to reboot this router. I have gigabit Ethernet coming in, and it is distributing it properly throughout the household. This is an 1,800 square foot semi-detached house with 3 floors. We get reception all the way down to the basement, and this router is actually upstairs on the 3rd floor. I get reception out in my backyard, back in the front yard. With my previous routers before, and with the Rogers own router, I couldn't even get reception into daughter's room, which is on the same floor but in the front of the house. So if you guys want to check it out, definitely you can get it at your local Best Buy, Canada Computers, whatnot. It is a bit pricey. It is about, you're going to spend over $200 for it. However, it is going to be money well spent. So,
okay, Derek, do you have anything?
No, not specifically for this week. I was looking into having something, but it didn't materialize that way. I think that I like what Mark was saying about the router. My router is also Asus, and as a brand, I like their brand as well. Mine's a little bit older. It's probably a 2-year-old router, and I do actually have some problems with it, but that's probably because I have it in a little nook area where I probably shouldn't have it in, where the reception is just blocked by like 3 walls, so it's not really the best ideal place.
Perfect. Actually, Gorzo the Third asked if you have a Rogers router, can you buy your own router?
Yes,
yeah, you can.
Definitely.
Yep.
I'm doing it right now. I'm a perfect example.
I think Rogers routers are very basic, and the one that Mark is talking about can handle a lot more information. They give you a cheap bottom of the line, very.
No. You know what? Let's Rogers. Basically, no. The routers are not cheap of the line. With Rogers, they actually give you an AC router to deal with a higher bandwidth. However, the technology behind it, it's not MIMO, multi-input, multi-output.
In other words, you can't have your 20 devices on it effectively.
Effectively, that's right. Because basically what I can say is instead of it being a 4-way highway like my router, it's a 1-lane highway. So to get information, it's everybody gets one bit at a time. So it's like the first device in line will get their stuff first, then the second person after that, and it keeps going back around. With my ASUS router, a multi-input, multi-output, you can have a 3x3, a 2x2, or 4x4. I can get 4 devices as long as it's supported. I can get 4 devices going and getting information at the same time.
Right.
And most modern cell phones, smartphones, and tablets have that built in, that multi-input, multi-output, that I get 3 devices getting their own, their information at the same time, and not bottlenecking and not causing a traffic jam to my router.
Right.
And it's just technology. It's not that they're using something cheap. It's something that they're not investing in yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Leonard,
Sorry,
it looks
Derek.
like we're pushing 11 here.
Yeah. So my tip of the week is stay tuned for new shows. And sponsors, if you guys want to sponsor us, definitely, we're willing to take your money. So, so my tip of the week is this, though, guys. If you decide to stream a live show like this, definitely test your shit first. I've been testing this before we went live. I've been testing this for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks straight, and my partner's I'm driving my partner crazy. So, but I just want to say thank you very much for. She's very understanding. She's awesome. But if you are planning to do something that's streaming like this, or what we're doing, I definitely recommend Game Show. It's by Wirecast. It's free. there's no watermark at all until you reach 1080. We're not planning to stream 1080 right now because we're still trying out new things. But yeah, my tip of the week is test your system before you stream. We did. We learned our lessons really fast, and I'm just glad that we did, to be honest with you. At least I know what needs to be fixed. So yeah, so that's all I have. If you have any questions or comments, please, we'll leave the chat window open for the next few more minutes to finish off comments. If you have any questions, comments, leave it below, and if you're watching this in YouTube, tweet us. Will be awesome too. And it's 11 o'clock, 11:02. We're time to eat our breakfast. So thank you again. Much appreciate. We'll see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
Bye.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
Give up on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Give up on my way home, yeah. Give up on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Give up on my way home, yeah.
This is the move for those who
Let's start. Okay, now we are officially starting, and I am doing our intro. Intro's ready. It's processing. Okay, now we are officially starting. It's processing. It's still processing.
Yeah, you're getting picked up
Jesus,
pretty good on
I
that.
don't know what's happening here, but
What do you mean it's processing? We're live streaming right now, eh?
hold on, Mark. There it is.
What do you mean it's processing? We're live streaming right now, eh?
Hold on, Mark.
I can't really hear Mark
Stand by,
anymore.
guys.
And Mark, say something.
Hi, Derek.
Okay, that's better. You were like really in the background a great deal.
Okay. Hey guys, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome Sunday morning. Thank you again for joining us. My name is Leonard and welcome to the Coffee Mug Show. And we just finished our long holiday, long weekend, and now everyone's back refreshed, sunburned, and broken. Again, my name is Leonard, and this morning I am drinking a coffee mug from Star Wars. Hey guys, do you guys know what this is? Who this is?
It's BB-8.
Yes. This is one of my officially the biggest mug I ever had. And I'm drinking my coffee out of it.
I could beat that.
Oh, okay. If that's the case, Derek, you want to go first then?
Not for today. No. I just have sort of a. I actually think it's more like a Christmas kind of mug. I'm not even sure technically if it is. It just has those kind of colors on it, but that's pretty much it with my tea in it.
Okay. Mark, how about you?
Oh, I'm just basic today.
You're just basic.
Basic blue
Basic
mug
blue.
with iced tea in it.
Oh, nice. So, good morning, guys. So, how was your long weekend?
Long.
Too long?
No, actually, it was any weekend for me is too short.
Oh, yeah, for sure. How about you, Derek?
Long.
Long. Well, I had a long weekend as well too, but it was hot. Camping. I'm very tan right now. My lighting does not do justice. So we'll start with a couple of admin stuff. So first of all, we are officially testing a live stream in YouTube. So if you end up going to YouTube and type the coffee shop studios, you can actually see a test broadcast through YouTube. If you guys are watching, let us know how it actually looks because it looks pretty good to me. Also, if you are watching us in Twitch or watching us after the fact, you can actually go to twitch.tv/the coffee shop studio. You can actually watch us there live every Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, and you can actually join us in the chat room as well. And also, if you want, you can actually follow us at Twitter as well. In Twitter, you can actually you'll see all our updates regarding our broadcast schedule and when we actually go live. It's at twitter.com/coffeeshop_2 or at coffeeshop_2. Okay. So this morning we have a couple of great topics here. We're actually decided to take it a little easy because, again, we just came from our long weekend. So our first topic today will be Sweden. Thousands of people decide to embed a microchip under their skin to help replace their ID. That's our first topic. Our second topic is eStudios. Is it the new poker? Is it the new poker in TV, or is this a thing, or is this a fad? But we'll talk about that.
What do you mean eStudios? It's esports.
Esports, sorry, esports. Thank you, Mark. Esports.
Get it right.
It's not. I don't think it's gambling either. I think we're
No.
professional gaming.
And after we have a new segment, hopefully it's going to be continuous. Thank you, Derek, for starting this little thing. I'm calling it "Stupid Is, Stupid Does." So when we go there, you'll be just laughing your heads off. It's actually pretty cool. We'll start with Sweden and their embedded microchip. So a little history, a little background on this one. The Sweden government decided to release this microchip to do a test to find out if people are willing to replace their physical ID with a microchip built into their skin. Currently, currently they are just using it to unlock doors. Fob. It's like to replace their fob keys, but eventually their full ID will be into that chip. For easy recognition, you don't have to carry anything else. The question I have for you guys is: you think this is a good idea, or this is a completely bad idea for privacy and for technology?
I just want to hear what Mark. He's smiling.
I don't see me here.
He's just smiling too much. Okay, Mark, go ahead. You go first. I'll let you go.
Okay, you know how I felt about technology taking over most of our lives, especially like the technological home and being assisted by who? What are their names?
It is.
Alexa and Echo and
Yeah.
and Google Home, Siri.
And what did I say then? I'm like, it's Skynet. It's the start of Skynet.
Okay, let's refocus for a bit though. This is not Skynet. You're putting a microchip the size of a grain of rice in your hand. That doesn't make you Skynet, or it doesn't allow the computer.
I know, but I'm just saying that we're opening ourselves. We're opening up Pandora's box.
I think okay, your analogy's going a little far here. Okay, what we're talking about is personal security and so forth, not Skynet. Okay.
Okay, biohacking. Biohacking.
Okay, all right. You go on that stream. Okay, I'm with you. Go ahead.
Okay, embedding chips into your body. It's like, it's like Ghost in the Shell.
So you're telling us that this is the beginning of
we're all gonna become the Borg? Is that what you're saying? We're gonna all get.
Well, okay. Well, I understand. Okay, fine. You're making it. You're putting a biochip in you. So things can make life easier. However, you're opening yourself up to other forms of intrusion,
such as.
Okay, so this is supposed to be so that you wave your hand, credit cards, open up your security doors. I read the article. I mean, somebody has to wave their hand and they still have to punch in a personal code to enter a building. But if they're putting this towards being able to pay for your groceries or paying for other things, and you need to put in your banking information into these biochips and be connected to it, what's going to prevent people from getting that information?
And I agree. I think that's where part of the question comes down for security. And all the research I've done has shown that these things are not really secured in the way, but basically it's some of the technology that's related around similar to, your chip and pin technology in a sense of that kind of communication. So the encryption on this stuff is very important. But also I think they're using it in a way that you use something such as an app or a secured program and what do they call it? Double layered security. So you have to scan your hand and then you have to enter a code. So what is a dual layer security? Is it? I think
it's it's verify something.
Anyway, 2-layer security is what we're talking about here. So I think as long as there's some backup to that, it makes it more secure so that the person who actually is scanning it cannot just walk up and scan your hand, although that would be kind of weird too. But I agree, Mark. I think there's a lot of questions around this of personal security. Like if you put your social insurance number in your hand and somebody can hack that for whatever way they can, that would be very concerning to me. However, on the other side, I also think that having the convenience of just swiping your hand and not worrying about your wallet is very appealing. Especially for minimalists, they would love this. They would eat that up, right?
Okay. And I agree with you on that. But who's gonna? First of all, getting back to it, yeah, it means it makes our lives easier, and everybody, and that's what the thing is. Everybody wants to make our lives easier. Okay, so what happens if the technology itself or the the chip reader is not working? Who's going to regulate it? who's gonna police it?
Well, right now, okay, well, okay, let's just say currently we actually have this technology running right now, but it's not embedded in our skin. It's actually embedded in our debit card, our credit card. We do have a tap functionality in those. Same time, if you have a smart watch like an Apple Watch or even Google or even the Samsung Gear, you can pay. I think I'm not sure about Samsung Gear, but in the Apple Watch, you can pay through your watch. So it's your phone,
you
right?
Can pay, you can pay through your phone, but again, you're actually putting all your information on one device.
But there is a benefit to this. Let's say you have your SIM card. Your SIM card, your SIM number is one of the most valuable pieces of information that we have that we don't want to give out to anyone. And if the only place that information is located is embedded in my hand and somebody can't break in or steal my wallet or whatever that might be, I look at that as a good security measure, as long as the security of the chip itself is very high end, like 256 encryption or something to that effect, right? Where it would be very hard for somebody to break into it, right? And have that data information. I like that aspect of security, but also there's a moral question about this, about how long is the chip going to be in there? Does it malfunction? Do you have to have it replaced? That will require surgery. Well, not surgery, but somebody's going to cut open your hand to take this thing out if it malfunctions. What's the lifespan of it? What is it going to be used for? I think it's not correct to say it should be used for everything. I think it would be good for an identity piece, or it would be good for shopping and so forth. I don't necessarily think the two should be combined together, because you open yourself up to a lot more security issues. There are some other moral issues along with that, where if everybody has one of these things and the police or somebody find a body or something, they can't identify that person. I think that's also a good benefit, right?
I think if they are planning to make this mainstream, let's just say 10 years from now, they decide, hey, this is a great idea. In Canada, everyone has to have one of these, right? The couple of things that I want to make sure that actually exists if they're planning to do a mainstream rollout. One,
that won't happen though.
No,
because
it's not going to happen in our
I don't see the government making a rule that you have to place something in your body. I think there would be a lot of constitutional issues around that, your body, your choice kind of thing. I think there would be a lot of questions around that ethically too.
Oh, for sure. But let's just say if they are planning to, if they are doing this, a couple of securities that I want to have. One of them is to monitor my vital signs. If they say, hey, if I passed away or something happened to me, I want the chip to be disabled so no one can take my information. Or it limits your information. For example, if you have a house and someone grabbed you, chop your hands, for example, tried to scan it, it won't work. It needs to have that kind of security, almost like biometric security.
Yeah, but the other piece is, dual layer security. That's what we're talking about, a code or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and at the same time too, right now, if you have a pet, you can actually chip that pet, and the microchip that they're using is I can't remember the name of it. It's still RFID, but it's low voltage. The only time it gets power to your system to that chip, if there's any the power has to come out from the device that scans it, right? So the health benefits regarding the chips being in your body or any part of your in the body itself is very minimal. I remember reading or seeing this in Discovery Channel that someone actually did it for an experiment in their skin and using the bigger ones, not the smaller ones. He said he has no issues with it. It didn't do anything. It just irritates his skin for a couple of weeks or something like that. So it's, in my opinion, this is a good technology, but is it safe to use it right now? Or is it secure? I'm not going to line up for it, but eventually I will, but not right now.
Yeah. Mark, as long as you're not going to go on about Skynet again, what do you think there?
Okay, wait, what's that movie with Will Smith and Gene Hackman?
Oh, Enemy State or something like that.
Okay, well.
Oh, dude, you're totally going off in left field here. Firstly, Enemy of the State had to do with the CIA and tracking them. And don't get me wrong, I'm totally on board with you, but that's not the conversation we're having.
I'm here. Okay, you guys brought up good points, but I'm also here to look at the other side of things. what will this lead to? This is going to lead to uh, knowingly, this is going to lead to like what Leonard's saying. Okay, well, if I die, I want it to be to track that I'm dead, or uh, monitor my vital signs. Well, if you need to get your vital signs monitored, well, somebody's tracking you 24/7.
I think you bring up a good point. I wouldn't want somebody tracking me with this, which I don't think would be technically possible with the technology as it is, but I agree with that. But having said that, you could track you with your cell phone now very easily.
Yes, but and then again, your cell phone can be tracked. Yes, you can turn on your GPS, you can turn on locations, and you can track your own phone. However, we can turn it off. And the only way that we could be tracked afterwards with our phones is, yes, you triangulate through the cellular towers. And yes, they made in the movies and TV shows, they say, oh, it's pretty easy. But no, it's still not easy. It takes a while. It takes a few hours for somebody to be tracked by their cell phone because you still have to triangulate everything. It's not as quick cut as in 5 minutes they get your location. But you can turn it off. You can turn off your location on your phone. Are you able to turn this off in an implant?
But again, we're talking about two separate things here. We're not talking about something that's transmitting a signal that's being detected. It's like your credit card. You have to be within a few millimeters of the actual device in order to scan it.
But we're talking about where can this lead up to? Like, this is the thing. We start something small like this, and great. It's an advancing technology, and these people are testing it out. That they could wave their hand, and if they put in a code, they get into a building. They're scanning this chip to be able to pay for their fare on their transit system out in Sweden. But from that stepping stone, where is it going to lead?
I think there's a lot of moral and ethical questions that come out of that, and you bring a good point up there.
Right. I agree. It's a technology. If it's being tested for potential implementation in the near future, I have no problems being a test. Well, I have no problem seeing it in the future. But as of right now, because of the uncertainties regarding laws, or there's no laws.
Mm-hmm.
That keeping an eye on this new technology, I'm very hesitant putting this on my body.
Yeah.
But if they're actually implementing proper laws and proper privacy laws regarding this, then I'm definitely in for it. But as of right now, there's no way I'm gonna put this on my body.
I mean, and again, like look what's happening with the RFIDs on credit cards, on your passports, on your licenses. Fine, it was great. You got an RFID, you tap. However, you still have to take our own precautions. I have RFID protectors. I'm looking into getting an RFID wallet. Why? Because you're walking, and Derek, you brought this up. Somebody walks by with a scanner, they can pick up that information.
See, with that sort of stuff, I'm a little more ignorant because I don't know physically how close they have to be to you and what the limitations are. Put
it this way. I was at Walmart and I was just pulling out my wallet, and the scanner picked up my credit card and it paid off my credit card. I didn't even tap it. It picked it up. Depending upon what that device range is, it could pick it up. Especially if you have multiple like from your debit cards to your credit cards that have RFID, you don't even have to swing past it. Sometimes it just picks it up. I believe somebody has to be within a couple of feet of you with a scanner and can pick up all these RFIDs.
Yeah, that's part of the question around that is how that is. But also, having said that, say you have a chip in your hand, what is the security precautions around that?
Yeah, the only way you can find out
is anyone looking at the stream?
I'm it's going into. Leonard had a good point. I think it makes us incredibly lazy. Yeah, it does make people lazy.
So how about this?
Have their wallet stolen, so it may actually be a benefit if you die.
I think there is benefit there if somebody passes away to at least identify that person. I think there is some good value there.
Okay, how about this?
How can we trust what kind of actual chip is being put into us? Maybe some sort of tracking device, and someone could track your location. Look at cell phones now, and they're listening to. And by the way, Twitch just gave us a McDonald's ad.
Did they?
Yeah, at
Get
McDonald's.
out.
McDonald's got one across our Twitch feed.
Okay, how about this guy? How about this for the for our chat room here? Here's a good question for you guys. Would you guys do it if the technology is out there right now and you guys have an option? Would you guys actually do this option to say, "Hey, I'm not carrying more IDs. I'm just gonna have everything in a chip"? For the chat room, would you guys do it or not? A quick survey, yay or nay? Because I'm very curious. Because if this gets rolled out in Sweden and it's a good thing and it's actually beneficial, I have this feeling European Union will adopt it pretty fast.
Oh yeah, I agree. They would adopt it very quickly.
Actually, it's a resounding no.
It's a resounding no. Well, here in Canada, we have to say we've done a poll, and no, we're not going to do it.
100% of Canadian population said no.
Well,
There,
but
we did our
you know
first
what?
survey.
And also, again, it's something I brought up. What if the readers aren't working? I still carry a wallet, and yes, and I still carry cash on me. A lot of people don't carry cash, but it's an old, it's an old advice that was given to me. Always have cash in your pocket, because if ever you lose your wallet, at least you have a way home.
No, I
What
agree.
happens?
That didn't make very much sense because isn't the cash in your wallet, and if you lose the wallet, don't you
Oh,
lose
it's
the
in my
cash?
pocket. Always have cash on your pocket. In my pocket. I
It's
don't put,
technicality. It's fine.
I actually do not put cash in my wallet. I don't. For that very reason, because I've lost the wallet before, and luckily I had the cash in my pocket. I was able to get home. What happens if these readers, like this chip, doesn't work? You're SOL if you have no money in your pocket and you become lazy and you just rely on it. How are you gonna get home?
I agree. That's another question to bring up. That I think, if you're going somewhere, you might get stuck or something to that effect, and it would be a problem.
Okay, if that's the case, hey, again, chat room. Do you guys carry cash in your pocket or in your wallet?
Here's something.
Like Mark carries it actually in the pocket and not in the wallet, which is apparently smarter.
Actually, here's something Platinum 728 just brought up. What if someone creates a handshake scanner to scan their personal info when they shake your hand? That is
Cookie right there. Okay, guys, we gotta bring this person in then.
Yeah, I know. Mark's like, I have been vindicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Which, like, I could see them like wearing a bracelet, and it's that close. Yeah, that's an interesting point.
it is a very good point,
You
yeah.
know what? You bring something in new to technology. Somebody wants to hack it.
Yes.
There's always and Platinum 1728 also says, "What's cash?" It's what we call it, multicolored pieces of paper.
That's not paper. It's plastic in Canada. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
It's plastic now.
Does it still melt in your wallet when it's like over 40 degrees Celsius here?
Has it melted in your pocket? Because I haven't heard. Did
The
it
very first bill, some of them did melt.
Oh, well, I did not hear about that.
If I believe the stories on
Yeah. Okay. So, final thoughts about this.
by the way, this is cash right here. That's cash.
And it's not monopoly money, guys. It's real cash.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have a final thought. So, guys, how about you guys? Yay or nay on this technology?
Nay.
If it's been implemented today.
Nay.
At the moment, I'm actually going to agree with Mark. I'm going to go nay.
I'm with you guys, nay as well too. So again, 100% of the population in Canada said no,
Yeah, 100%.
according to this survey.
our survey, the survey about what? I mean,
Having a chip embedded in your skin. Okay, so
you know what? Like I said, it's all everybody's personal preference. This is our own opinions. We're not telling anyone not to do it. By all means, if you want to try it, go ahead. Again, we're expressing our own personal opinions here.
yes, and again, thank you again for indulging us in our impromptu survey there, guys. Okay, so before we go to our next topic, I just want to say thank you again for joining us. And again, you can follow us on twitch.tv, or you can go follow us at Twitter. Everything will be in the description below. And also, forgot to tell you guys, if you guys are following us in podcasts, slight issue with our server. We're actually switching to a brand new hosting server. So as soon as it's up and running, you'll have everything from 1 to 7 and 8, including this one. Because little FYI, episode 7, it's on Twitch, but it's not going to be in YouTube because Mark did something really bad. So during one of his thing, he said something that it's not forbidden by YouTube, but it's forbidden by this group that we're not allowed to say about. We're not allowed to talk about our last names for security purposes and privacy.
Oh shoot! Oh,
yes,
didn't that?
So 7 has been kiboshed going into YouTube, but in Twitch it's still there. So Mark, if you want me to remove it, we can remove it for privacy reasons. So just let me know. And yeah, thanks, Mark. That was a great episode too.
Right,
thanks for ruining it. I'm sorry.
You can bleep it out.
Yeah, but it's the server's like giving me issues as well too. I can't download it properly. So
sorry.
But, yeah, there was. By the way, guys, if you guys want to watch episode 7, it's actually a very good episode to rewatch. Just ignore his last name. But yeah, so we just want to go straight to our next topic here. Esports stadium is being built in Texas for $10 million.
Okay.
So if you guys know what an stadium esports is, it's a if you're a gamer, people actually go to like convention centers and watch amazing gamers to play, and it became this massive sport or esport that's been taking over the world slowly. But now in Texas, is it Texas? Yeah, Texas. They decide to build one massive stadium just for this esport.
What I don't understand is why are they building it in Texas?
Because they make everything big in Texas.
Well, okay, good point. Good point.
So it's 100. So sorry, here's a little crazy. It's 100,000 square foot esport venue that holds up to 1,000 spectators, and it's open 24 hours a day.
I think that's awesome.
That's a great.
I have watched esports broadcasts online, and you see people in a stadium who are watching professional gamers that play video games, and they're fighting against each other. It's human against human, so it's a lot more engaging than just watching somebody play against a computer opponent, because the decisions they make are in real time, and they'll have 2 screens, one for one guy and one for the other, and then you'll have commentators like regular sports where they'll be in the background talking about how what this person is doing and what that person is doing, and the audience can see what's going to happen possibly before it happens, because they can see both sides of the coin, right? And people get very excited about this. They're cheering. They have their favorites. It's been like this for a number of years now, but it's just starting to get mainstream attention recently.
I agree. It's well, according to the article that I read, it's the industry itself is massive. It's like, I think it's $2.3 billion industry. Right, and I have this feeling it's gonna be amazing, because I agree. It's to watch those guys are wicked.
It's amazing now.
Yeah, it is. Well, here's the question I have for you guys. Same thing for the chat room here. Is the new esports equivalent? Is the new poker in TV?
What?
Okay. Remember, I'm not sure if you guys follow sports. A few years ago, during the baseball strike, there's no baseball during the summer, so they started televising poker tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
Is this going to be the new poker tournament on TV?
Maybe.
It's very close to it. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, it's maybe. You're right, Derek. It is close to it. Like, I mean, already you can go to Cineplex and watch. Like, buy a ticket, watch, on a big screen and watch competitions around the world. I mean, yeah, the next steps would be it being televised. But that's up to
The
that's up to
governing body.
yeah, it's up to the networks,
Yeah.
right?
Is okay, if that's the case, do you guys consider this a sport or entertainment?
I'd say it's a sport. Yeah, I'd say it's both. I think you look at anybody who has a skill that other people don't in a reasonable way. It's exactly that, a skill. These guys can play video games, the reaction times, the way that they organize what they do. It's all very specialized. There are teams that are developed, so there are training camps for these guys. So they'll go with 6 other gamers, and they'll be like a team, and they will train together. And there's a lot of money that's put into this. They're paid very well, especially those who win.
Yeah, well, I don't know. To be honest, I'm more sort of a traditional guy that if you call it a sport, it has to be a sport.
Well,
But
I mean,
with that saying though, because the last Olympics in South Korea, before the games, they actually had an esport before the Olympics.
But here's the thing: it's a skill-based sport.
okay, but it's let's take the
Okay, sorry, Mark. Let's go with Derek first. Let's go with Derek. Derek.
No, it's a skill-based sport, right? A sport is not defined as some physical activity that you have to do in order to define it as a sport. Anything that you have to express skill in would be considered a sport. Yes, they're sitting in a computer, but they're using, their fingers and so forth very quickly and managing things very quickly and thinking very quickly in real time, which anything like a basketball player does the exact same thing. He's thinking about, how do I get down the court? Where do I move, left or right? Do I take the shot now? All of these things are the same technical actions. It's just a question of physicality.
Okay, well, let's get down. There's going to be an argument here. If you actually take the base definition of a sport, it is all forms of competitive physical activity, right? To improve your physical, you need a physical movement. Now, there are 5 non-physical sports that have been introduced as being known as a sport by the International Sports Federation, and that being bridge, chess, droughts for checkers, go, and what's the Zianki?
Which are intellectual, right?
Yeah.
And strategy-based stuff. Yeah.
So. Can it be considered a sport? Yes, it can be. And yeah, I mean, there's some dexterity there with your fingers and stamina and then endurance, because sometimes some of these things go for 24 hours or a few hours straight. Is it picking up steam? Yeah, I believe it is. And can it bring in more money and more dollars? Maybe. But we're only talking about one certain sector here, right? And then, again, when you're looking at things and into trying to increase value, you're always looking at the dollar. Will the networks find, or other companies find, anything beneficial to them with esports?
The other problem with esports is that it is not, I don't think it will ever become mainstream. And here's the reason: that esports is usually subject to the more common video games. Like I said, take StarCraft, for example. This is a strategy game which I love. And they recently made a new one. Well, it's not recent, but it's a couple years old. But if you're not into StarCraft, you're not going to be into that esport knowing that, right? Mm-hmm. And because of that, I don't necessarily see people tuning in just to watch somebody play a video game that they don't have a connection to or understand. Whereas something like boxing, you get it. Everybody can get that, even though you may not be into it, they get it. But if you don't understand the game of StarCraft, you're not going to understand what the people are doing while they're doing it, even if you have somebody explaining it. I think that's where the limitation is going to come in.
And I agree with you on that with Derek. I mean, think about it. There's esports. There's different competitions for, League of Legends, Dota 2, CS:GO, which is, Call of Duty. Even myself, I consider myself a gamer, and I've played a lot of these games, but I'm still trying to figure out Dota 2. And if I had to choose between watching a championship match between, in Overwatch or in Dota 2, I would go with Overwatch because I understand Overwatch a lot better than I do Dota 2. So, yeah, I mean, limitations of your knowledge and not understanding the games themselves will put a hindrance on this becoming fully mainstream. But in regards to having the stadium built, it's great because at least somebody there's a place for these people to go to, and it's dedicated to them. You know, and people will know, like, okay, well, they have that. Texas built it. Guess what? Maybe the next World Championship for CS:GO will be there and bring tons of revenue into that city.
And I mean, you look at it this way: they're setting it up as a real stadium, having concession stands and bars and and so it will be unlike other venues, which I believe were in more like theater type settings, have a lot more interaction and a lot more connectivity to those people. It'll also allow them to broadcast that a little bit more effectively. And you're right, there will be a huge boost to the economy there because they'll probably host the World Championships and all that, and a dedicated stadium probably will give it a lot more renown, and people will start to see the benefits of the revenue streams from it.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing, with every new game that comes out, what gets chosen to be displayed or be fought at these championships, right?
A lot of it has to be team based. I mean, they started with the, when Counter-Strike first came out and Call of Duty, those first games, it was to each his own. But when you started getting with team-based, again, it all depends what games become popular.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of multiplayer games out there, but a lot of them lost a lot of their users and a lot of the, players because of technical issues or bugs in the game or lag times. There's a lot that a game could come out and they could be a one-hit wonder, and then in a few months they lose they lose 50% of their user base.
Yeah.
Okay. How about chat room? What do you guys think about this little venture that esports or gamers are asking for or going to have soon?
Well, they have asking if the stadium is going to be multi-purpose or just to support other or just this.
As far as I know, this is going to just for esport. Nothing else.
I would see that they probably could loan it out to other people depending on what it is. I'm sure they would look at it. I don't know if they would have something constant going on in the stadium. That would be interesting. But again, maybe they're looking at leagues or something to that effect, right?
Yeah, if you're planning to have a league, let's say, for example, a proper governing body of, like, let's say, hey, this is, like, for example, a Canadian league of team versus team, and they have, like, multiple stadiums across Canada, then, yeah, it's going to be like a Rogers Center or the ACC. It's going to be a multi-purpose use. But if they're going to have this, according to the article, open 24 hours a day, I have this feeling it's going to be a single-use facility.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, you could run. Think about it. Hey, if you want to generate revenue, well, let's hold a rave.
I can see this right now. Playing the massive rave on top of that.
Hey, think about it. What just came past this past summer? Not a fan. It was a fan expo. Well, there was an opening night jam at a club downtown here for Fan Expo, or not. Like I said, I can't remember which comic convention it was, but they had a open night jam at a club, and a lot of these people who are into comic books going to clubs. Same with a lot of these guys who do esports. They're still young kids. They're into other things too, like partying and everything like that. But mind you, a lot of them are minors. But they will always find something to use the stadium for.
Yeah. Okay then. So if that's it, let's go to the last segment here. I call this "Stupidest Stupid Does." So I'm not sure if you guys have been seeing this in the social media or even the news. Put it this way, it was so funny and it's hilarious. It made it all the way to the UK. Okay, so here's the headline from Huntington Post. Canadian convenience store robbery is the year's most suspenseful movie.
Correction here. I don't. It was not a robbery. I think they were using a fraudulent credit card to try to purchase something.
Yeah.
And the store owner figured out that it was a fraudulent card and called the cops.
Okay, yeah, they're calling it the store robbery in this article. But either way, I'm gonna put the link below in the show notes. But here's the little synopsis: this couple decided to do something stupid. Cops showed up. The guy ran to the back. Couldn't get back to the store, couldn't get out. He ran back in front. Cops decided to tase him. He fell. His girlfriend freaked out, tried to stop the cop, but decided to run. She ran to the back, decided to climb up the storage shelves, got to the ceiling, the interior, the ceiling, the finished ceiling, start climbing. Next thing you know, the camera switched, and the girl dropped from the ceiling to the ground and got arrested.
Actually, she fell from the ceiling and hit a shelf.
Oh, shelf! Thank you. Yeah,
which looks really painful. Like
it is, but she stood up like a champ, tried to run, but she got caught.
Yeah. And all of that, the part that really got me wasn't the fact of any of that. Was that when the cops are talking to them, the guy grabs the girlfriend and puts her in front of him and the cops as like a human shield. I was just like, dude, why are you with this guy? Seriously.
Yeah, I think she's breaking up with a guy now. So. But to be honest with you, when I saw that video, I was just cracking myself. I couldn't stop watching. I had to show it to Michelle, and Michelle was just laughing. I was in the ground, and to be honest with you, it deserves to be the best short movie, far none this year. In real life,
I think that if you're doing that sort of thing, you're looking to use a fraudulent credit card, and the police show up, you're done. I mean, this girl runs in the back. She wants to get away from the cops, and I don't think people realize that ceilings do not actually have the ability to hold weight. They rest on little gimbals and so forth, and they have some light framing to hold the panels, but you can't hold any weight on top of those. Even the lights that are in those ceilings are hanging from the superstructure and not from the actual ceiling. So I think people don't realize that.
Okay, hold on, Derek. Okay, let's go back to what you just said. Okay, yes, T-bar ceiling, as we call it.
Yeah, you are the expert. I will bend. He is in construction. I will bend to your expertise. No problem.
Okay, so the T-bar ceilings are suspended. We have metal rods on them that at every 4 feet, they should be able to hold 400 pounds.
So you're telling me the woman's a lot heavier than 400 pounds?
No. This is the ceiling we're talking about, not an individual. When you talk about a T-bar ceiling, the system where everybody looks at, which majority of stores and commercial have, and you see the tiles, that thing will not hold a lot of weight. However, if you could actually find certain spots on that ceiling, it could actually sustain your weight, but you got to put your footing in the proper place. You put it on a tile, you're going to fall through that tile no matter what. That tile will break. You put it on certain things like if you don't put your weight on the actual mains themselves, like on the main T system itself, you're going to fall through, but you can still crawl through it.
Okay, here's a question. So I actually don't know. I've never actually seen the top of a ceiling, but is it one central bar that goes through to each connection point? And then, if you stay on that one bar, then it's going to, as you said, 400 pounds or whatever, because you wouldn't be able to go in the actual ceiling between these pillars or whatever they are I know you fall through that, which is probably exactly what happened to her. She was on one of the central bars, and then she moved off of it for whatever her reason is. I don't know what she was expecting. I mean, you tell me, could she have climbed all the way through that and jumped out the other side somewhere outside? I don't think so.
No, she hit the external wall previously.
She'll hit the other side of the wall, and guess what? It'll be right by the door where the police are. So she wouldn't have been able to escape.
Yeah.
There's no venting. It was no venting system. She was in the same. Okay, so there are main bars that we spread apart across every 4 feet, and these are what we call our main tees. Now, these main tees are actually supported by rods in the ceiling that are within, by engineering and technical specs, can hold 400 pounds per hanger, right? So it sustains the weight. So hopefully I'm explaining this for you guys can explain. If you are on those bars, and if you can actually put your weight right by the hanger you can actually cross that ceiling without it breaking, because that most of the weight is being held by the actual hanger. However, if you put your weight in the middle of these bars will bend because they don't have the structural in the middle. But right by the hangers, they'll be pretty strong enough to hold your weight, and you can, shimmy your way through, theoretically. But once you put
But
your
in reality, it didn't work at all for her.
no, I didn't. But like I said, you need
see the video, Mark?
Oh, I just watched it again. Yeah.
Again?
Yeah. So so theoretically, yes, you can do it, but you need to know exactly where to put your footing.
It's like, to be honest with you, like watching this video like over and over again, it feels like it's one of those shows that you see in TV, like on a Saturday night. It's like, it's just, I don't know. To be honest with you, it's like hilarious.
This girl is gonna be in every YouTube video compilation of like fails or something like that from now until the end
I
of
failed in
time.
this one. No, it is one of those things that when I saw this is a great thing to see, especially in a long, hot, long weekend. But yeah. So if actually. Do you guys know the name of the store, or the chat room? Do you guys know the name of the store of this robbery is? I know this was in Edmonton, I think.
It was in Edmonton. It was reported by CTV Edmonton.
Okay.
Right. So I'm not sure if what store they said it was. I don't think they actually. I don't know if they did mention the store's name.
Chat room?
It looked like more like a 7-Eleven kind of thing. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, it looks like more of a convenience store.
Chat room? Do you guys know? Mark, you want to check it out if it's if someone says something?
It was in Edmonton. It was in Edmonton, but I don't think anybody knows. I'm actually trying to think.
Yeah, chat room.
Yeah, I just took the look. They don't really know.
No.
Okay, I guess. Boom. I'm sorry. I just watched it again, and I'm like. Okay, so I'm definitely sorry. On the post itself, they have it on repeat. Her falling through the ceiling and hitting the shelf, and I'm sorry. That literally just. And yes, and I could tell the way that she fell and what hit the ground first. She put her hand on the ceiling tile, and the ceiling tile snapped right in half, and she came down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, it's a good video. Made me laugh. Made my day. So I'm gonna definitely post this in the show note, the link, the show notes below, because you guys have to watch this. I still crack myself up every time. This is my pick me upper for the past few days. So,
I wonder what the cops thought when it happened. They were like, "Oh,
they're laughing. They're laughing. They're probably on the ground laughing when they saw it. Probably the first thing they said, "Oh shit." Oh, that's pretty good.
They're probably like, now we have to charge you with destruction of property.
Yeah. A little misdemeanor became something really bad. Oh, well. Anywho, let's move on before we run out of time here. So, guys, do you guys have any pick of the week, or it's too... Oh,
honestly, I don't have anything, and I may not have anything for the first, sometime. I'm actually in the middle of packing this house, so.
So, any tape that you guys wanna say? Packing tape.
Packing tape.
Okay, how about you, Derek? Do you have anything pick of the week?
No, I don't have anything right now. No,
Gorilla Tape is great.
Gorilla Tape.
We'll
I'm
put it
sorry,
to-
you know what? Sorry. I was just watching something here, and I just saw another clip of a guy running his truck through a Walmart because he was mad at his girlfriend. So
That doesn't make much sense.
it's in the States, okay? So, you know, certain things in the States don't make sense, but
But they do make good highlight reel.
yes, they do. But like again, what doesn't make sense is, have you heard of, like, again, this is me just ranting about the possibility of a 25% tariff on automobile.
Oh yes, we'll actually, you know what? We'll talk about that next week because I'm gonna put that in the list because I definitely want to get your 2 cents in that one. So we'll wait until next week for that one.
Tariff. We're gonna call it the Tariff Wars.
I know it's gonna be
It
so much
is.
fun.
But you know what though? It's like, I don't know what the guy's thinking. I don't know what our prime minister is thinking. Like, Again,
it's
you
gonna
guys
be a
are-
global thing, guys. It's gonna be a global
Okay,
thing.
you guys are gonna get
Yeah,
into
you know
this.
what?
Let's pend it.
Yeah, let's
You guys are
pin-
totally gonna get into this.
Yeah, let's go pin this for
it's
next
like,
week.
my
and-
Swatch is as big as yours thing. That's what's happening.
I think that's a great title for this episode.
Where that reference comes from? You weren't born in the 80s.
Yes. Google it. Schwartz.
Your Swatch is as big as mine. Yeah.
Yes, but I will pin that for next week. It's actually a very good topic to talk to you. I was debating to put that in, so now I have my answer.
You know what? I may watch that now because I haven't seen a Mel Brooks film in such a long time.
Man, that was a hard movie, man. That was a hard movie. I don't even remember the last time I watched that thing.
They show it every time. May what's it? May 4th.
May the 4th,
It's
yeah.
like after
Really?
May 4th. They
I didn't
normally
know
show
that.
it.
Why?
They normally show it like in space or CTV.
Come on. It is the
TV.
best parody of the Star Wars, of the first Star Wars franchise.
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, no,
You can't
definitely.
make anything. You can't top that. Like, honestly, Mel Brooks was the best. Like, with doing these things, like, Robin Hood's Men in Tights. Like
God, man, you're aging us so bad here.
I know.
Hey, I'm still 25, okay?
Yeah.
If I get carded, I'm 25.
Yeah. Okay. Dead silence. Okay. So, Derek, do you have any? Do you have any pick of the
No,
week?
no, I
or-
don't. No, I don't.
Okay. So my pick of the week, I finally have a good mug. This is my pick of the week.
Your mug?
Yes.
Did you break your
because
piggy
this is
bank
my
to buy that
first-
mug?
Yeah.
This is my first mug that I actually outshine you guys. So, especially Derek's mug.
So you
I'm
purchased
very
it.
happy.
And just for clarity, I had
I did not
another one I
purchase
could have used
it.
today.
I actually won this. Well, Michelle won. No, actually, I won this in a prize.
So this isn't your mug. It's
No, it's actually
Michelle's.
mine. No, it's actually mine.
You
It's
just
actually
said
a
it's
Super Bowl.
Michelle's.
I thought it was Michelle, but it's actually mine. So
Okay, let's see. Are we gonna start this where we're gonna outdo each other with mugs?
No,
Yes, we have
no, we don't have to. It is not a competition. We're just showing people some awesomeness.
Well, Platinum 728 loves the mug.
thank you, Platinum. You are awesome.
Okay, so why don't you respond back to her and say thank you?
Platinum, you're awesome. Mark, can you mind replying back? That would be great. Yeah, you're the chat person. So anywho, okay, guys. So we'll recap here. We are showing this video live at YouTube because we're looking at doing switching to YouTube. At the same time streaming on Twitch, so we're doing streaming twice now to give you guys an option to watch us in YouTube or watch us Twitch. And we're actually we're pretty close to our 10th episode. We're actually in 8th now, so we do have some ideas for our 10th episode, so stay tuned to that one. It's going to be epic. Let's just say that
But also watch number 9.
and don't forget to watch number 9. Thank you, Derek. Number 9 is about the tariff, but the 10th will be a very amazing
Oh,
topic.
you know what? Speaking of that, like I said earlier before we actually started broadcasting, I may have to log in then if I'm at the indie.
So you'll be seeing Mark screaming on his phone while watching a race.
Yes, that is a possibility that I'll be at the
So-
indie. So
So Mark might join us and talk about the tariffs while he's in the U.S. So he'll be a very popular man if people
I'm not
actually
in
watch
the
us
US.
in the U.S.
The Indies here. The Honda
Oh, sorry, the
Indy.
Molten Indy, like
Honda
oh,
Indy.
Honda Indy. Okay, never mind then. He'll be in Canada, in Toronto, watching
Is
a
it,
race.
it really? It's next Sunday at like 10. Oh,
The Honda.
Man,
It's the time frame.
Wow, that's
So-
really good.
So I'm
actually.
not sure yet. I'm still trying to acquire my tickets to race day. So we'll see. It's a tentative plan.
Okay. Well, we'll see. If Mark can join us, it'll be awesome. If Mark can't join us, well, screw you. So, yeah.
we
so
will
we're gonna-
replace you with a cardboard cutout.
Yes.
Well, then again, I mean, our chat room here is asking for a mug competition, and the chat room can vote on who has the best mug.
See what
So
you
I will put up my very best mug shot if I'm not here. How's that?
Okay. So
And
okay,
I
how
will
about
literally
this?
put up my mug shot.
So for the people that's watching us and watching us right now and Twitter, I need you guys to tell us what do you guys want to see after our 10th episode.
On Twitter.
Because to be
I'm not
honest,
watching on Twitter.
well, if you have Twitter, you can tweet us, right?
You said if these people were watching on Twitter.
Sorry, if you're subscribers on Twitter, tweet us regarding our 11th episode topics, because I want to hear you guys. I want to hear from you guys. Also, if you guys want us to have a mug war,
Well, the chat
Let us
room
know
wants us to
too.
have a mug war. Chat room already wants it.
oh shit. Okay, so we're looking like we'll have our mug war on our 10th episode.
The problem with Leonard is we know what mugs he has, and he just showed us his best hand, and we know we can beat that.
You never know. I might have to go to the store and grab a really cool mug. So. But yeah, so starting on the we're going to start televising and streaming as well in YouTube. So if you guys like the YouTube feed better, we might start doing YouTube more often and open the chat room there, and you guys can migrate from there. But I still have to talk to the guys here to see what they want to do. Also, stay tuned to our new for our podcast. For our podcast, because we are switching to a new host. So stay tuned to that. I want to give you guys an update when all the audio has been uploaded and ready to be downloaded for your listening needs. And yeah,
Oh.
so
Let's see. Sorry. So Platinum 728 would like more episodes.
okay.
Gorzo the third definitely wants a mug war, and we can go to Value Village or Salvation Army. They have the best mugs there.
Oh, perfect. Oh,
Yeah.
so
And-
are we gonna budget for mugs?
Yeah, and Platinum does like the stupid section. Stupid.
So
And the pick of the week. So we're getting good feedback here. So
okay. So do you guys want us to get the pick of the week and just put as stupid us?
Maybe
No,
we
they-
should do a fan pick of the week. Maybe we should start
Oh.
doing that. Yeah,
I like
have some
that.
submissions come in. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let me figure out how to do that, and then you guys can just
our
tweet
pick of
us
they like the tech gadgets pick of the week.
the tech of the week. Okay. Do you guys want us to do more tech stuff, like gadget stuff? If you guys want to do the gadget stuff, we can definitely do that as well too. So, but anywho, we just leave us comments below or just tweet us. We definitely want to hear from you guys because we are running out of time here. Because we do have a small production meeting after this to make sure that everything's good. It's only for 15 minutes, guys. FYI. Yeah. So thank you again for watching. I'm just rambling now. So thank you guys. Much appreciated for joining us. Thank you for joining us in our episode 8. Stay tuned for episode 10 for a new reveal of our topics. So stay tuned for that one. But definitely join us for next week again for episode 9, with or without Mark. And let us know if you guys like us to use YouTube or Twitch for streaming, whichever is best for you guys, whichever has a better quality. We're going for quality, not for quantity here. So yeah. So thank you again. Hopefully this OBS is working properly because it's been like crashing on me. So I'll thank you again. So I'll see you guys next week. Bye for now. Mark, Derek, you guys want to see your buys?
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
Bye.
Live long and prosper.
Okay.
Am I allowed to say that?
Okay. See you guys. Okay. Okay, we are. Hold on here.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
I could be learning, you could be yearning to see what's behind these closed doors. But I promise you,
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
Give up on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Give up on my way home, yeah. Give up on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Give up on my way home, yeah.
This is the move for those who.
Start streaming. Yeah. Okay. Well, hold on here, guys. Hold on here, Kimosabis. Hold on. Okay. We're just waiting for one more person, but okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Coffee Mug Show. This is episode 9, recorded on July 29, 2018. My name is Leonard, and this morning I am drinking a coffee mug from Dave & Buster. I am recycling coffee mugs because I'm running out of coffee mugs, and yeah. So this morning I am joined by Mark and Derek, but we'll start with Derek because Mark is actually trying to log in. He's having technical difficulties. So good morning, Derek.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
Good. I brought this today to have an argument with Mark. This is my mug today.
Oh, why?
Because last time he said my nice mug from the spaghetti factory wasn't actually a mug. So this is a very big mug. So we'll see what he has to say about it.
Oh, good point. Good point. Okay, while we're waiting for Mark to show up, I just want to give you a little bit of an apology. We do want to say sorry about for the past couple of weeks because we were having issues with. Hold on, we just have to send this back to Mark really fast because Mark is having trouble logging in.
Basically, we were all sick
Yeah.
every time we went to.
Exactly. So in other words, say episode 9 was 2 weeks ago. Mark had to go to Indy, Honda Indy downtown to watch a race, and Derek got sick. And last week, Mark went away again to go camping with his family, and I got sick. So now today, I'm still sick, but Derek is here and Mark's here. Mark, how you doing?
I'm good. Good. How's everybody?
Pretty good. We just finished doing our intro, so it's your turn to tell us your mug.
Oh, well, of course, it's for the special occasion. You know what my mug's going to be?
You know, it's episode 9, right?
It's episode 9?
Yeah.
Oh. I'm way ahead. I thought you guys did episode 9 while I was at the Indy.
No, we got sick. Both of us got sick.
Oh, you guys got sick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like physically sick. Like I got lung infection sick.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, so I am completely on the. I got the wrong setup for today then.
Yes. Okay, I'll give you a hand in this one. So while today is actually episode 9. So in 2 weeks, actually episode 10 because of because the holiday. But I was telling Derek earlier this morning that our podcast, our official podcast service is actually up and running now. So everything from episode 1 until episode 8 is up and running. So if you go to YouTube, if you go to YouTube, Spotify, Apple iTunes, and Google Play, and type the Coffee Shop Studio, you will get all our podcasts now, and it's downloadable. So
cool.
Everything is actually in the link below now. If you actually if you go to YouTube itself, the link, all the links are there. So it's actually pretty cool. I just got notification from everyone saying that they accepted our podcast, and we're officially in the internet.
So you can officially download it and listen to us on the way to work, and
24 hours a day will be in your ears.
Oh, really? I can't even take it with you guys in my ear for 1 hour.
We're lovable, that's why. Okay.
Okay, so all right.
Okay.
I'm really off. I do apologize for this, and I'm completely on the wrong setup today.
Okay, so today's while you're catching up, we'll just go through today's topics. Okay, so today's topic, we're going to be talking about the trade tariffs in Canada and how it normal people like us. That's topic number one. Topic number two is Samsung's new foldable smartphone, slated to be released in 2019. Okay. Our third topic is EU copyright law threatened to kill memes for everyone. Okay. And our last segment, Stupid as Stupid Does. I have a doozy one for you guys. It talks about Chinese food and someone's biting someone's ears. Okay.
Oh, you mean Mike Tyson biting?
Yes, similar to it. Similar to it.
Okay, give me one second.
Okay.
I am, like I said, I am totally lost today. So I'm like,
Okay. I'll give you one more minute. I'll give you one more housekeeping here, guys. For everyone who's watching us at Twitch, if you actually look at below our below in the notes show, there's actually a link for our YouTube area, our YouTube link. Starting at episode 10, I encourage you guys to move to YouTube and watch us our live stream there, because we have opened our chat room there, and we're going to be mostly we'll be moving all our chat to YouTube instead of Twitch, because it's actually a lot easier to manage, especially for Mark. And plus in YouTube we reach more audience and we can be in your phones rather than your computers. So yeah. Okay, so are you ready, Mark?
pretty much. So that's the trade tariffs.
Yeah, so trade tariffs. So I just want to give you a little bit of disclaimer here. We are not an expert in trade wars or trade or tariffs. This is our opinion based on our knowledge and research in the internet and radio and TV shows.
I don't have any knowledge.
I just want to let you guys know that we are not experts here. We're just very well sort of informed people. Okay, so we're just going to talk about how it's going to affect us, our families, and how we buy things. Okay, so we'll start with something simple. We'll start with a little synopsis here. So, guys, if you guys want to jump in anytime, we'll go right ahead. Our good buddy Donald Trump decided to put tariffs in Canadian goods. So in retaliate, the Canadians decided to put tariffs in their goods. So now there's a movement in Canada called Only Buy Canadian Products. And it's actually, to my honest with you, I'm doing it now too as well. And in the future, it will actually make our stuff a lot more expensive buying, especially if it's made in the US or products that's was produced in the US, being Canada, like fruits, vegetables, or anything like that. So the questions I have for everyone, including the chat room, what do you guys think about this tariffs? How does this tariff affect you guys buying things? Are you guys buying Canadian only products? Okay, and how does the tariff affects Canada, in your opinion?
Okay, first of all, what's Canadian products?
Fruits,
like,
vegetables, oil. I mean,
okay, gas, fruits and vegetables.
Metals. Cars now. Apparently, cars is a Canadian product, so we're getting tariffs for that one.
Yeah, but the tariffs are on very specific things. It's not on all Canadian imports as well, or exports, or whatever you want to call it. It's only under, I think it's steel, lumber. I think those are the two main ones.
Yeah, the list is actually pretty long. I did went to the list of the Canadian government's list regarding tariffs, and it's very specific regarding what's being tariffed going into Canada. Right, everything from jams to jeans to you name it, everything is being you name it is in that list. It's actually a pretty long list. And,
okay, so what you're saying is these are all the tariffs that the United States have imposed on us.
What we're imposing to Canada, what Canadian imposing to the American people, American goods, I mean.
Okay, well, that's us tariffing them, but my question was, what is the United States tariffing us on? And as far as I know, it was only steel and lumber.
Lumber, cars.
No, the proposal was on cars. I don't think that's gone into effect yet.
Well, dairy, a lot of dairy, anything that's farm related is being tariffs.
But
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know what? And the hard part is that if I go into a grocery like No Frills, Loblaws, Metro, how do you know which one was Canadian made? I mean, like, yeah, with the exception of Heinz ketchup and French's ketchup, everything else I don't know which is Canadian made. Like,
If
if I go buy oranges, we don't grow oranges here in Canada.
no, actually, that's a good thing to say, because in oranges, if you go to Loblaws, there's actually in their sign says oranges. There's actually says product by U.S. or product by Mexico, Brazil, or Ecuador, or whatever. You can actually know which those oranges come from.
Yeah, but
Right.
not all grocery stores do that.
And not all grocery stores have the same suppliers. So as you
Yeah,
said, it
no,
come from
exactly, yeah.
Mexico. It come from. I think Loblaws is more heavily invested in U.S. products because they're based in the U.S. as well. And then a lot of these conglomerate companies are owned by an umbrella company, which is in the United States. So obviously they're sourcing a lot of their stuff through those networks that they have in the United States. So when we talk about trade, we are very interconnected with the United States. We both us and them are trading back and forth services and goods. So I believe there was a guy who created a website that lists specifically Canadian-made products, which is wonderful. And I would certainly go and do that. But for day-to-day, the individual, it would be very hard to separate what the U.S. and Canada have for items, because we're so interconnected, and people don't realize how interconnected. So there's like $13 billion a day that goes across the borders, right? There's a lot of money that's passing through that border every day, and it benefits both countries. And Trump is simply trying to rock the boat. I don't necessarily think that, and we don't want to talk about politics here, but him imposing these tariffs is not about Canada being unfair to the United States. It's a political move, and we take hits in some areas where they take hits in others. NAFTA is an agreement through all between Mexico, Canada, and the United States to have trades flow freely between the borders, and I think that's a very good idea, because we don't need to impose tariffs on the United States, but we also have to, as Canadians, protect ourselves and so forth in regards to that. And I think that's where this movement comes from, about people looking at purchasing Canadian-only goods, which I want to support Canadians. I really do. But if we do that, I think we're looking at a isolationist mentality that the United States is doing, and I don't want Canada to go down that route either.
Definitely, and I agree with you on that one, Derek. Again, it's like, how far do we do this? Like right now, yeah, I do buy Canadian. I like when I do my tournament fishing, or when I try to buy my fishing product, like stuff that I use for fishing, I try to buy from the guys that are building and manufacturing here in Canada, because I want to support our guys in that venture. But if I go to Tim Hortons and get a coffee or juice or whatever, I can't say, well, I only want Canadian made stuff, because, well, Tim Hortons now is owned by a U.S. company, right? And a lot of their stuff is still imported across the border.
No, I agree with you guys. It is hard to buy Canadian-made products only, right? Because I went grocery shopping yesterday, and I spent almost 10 minutes in the fruit aisle looking for Canadian products. I want grapes. I saw grapes at a good price, but I found it was a U.S. product. I went to the Ontario side. It was organic and cost me a little bit more. Right.
Mhm.
So it becomes sort of like, I think it's a personal choice to say, okay, should I support our farmers, or should I support another country's farmers? Right. So it becomes like, for an extra 25 cents or 50 cents, I'll just get a Canadian product. Right. But again, at the same time, that it is hard to find, especially if it's not labeled properly.
Mhm.
Like here's an example. And the same thing yesterday, I want jam. I was in a jam aisle for for about 10 minutes looking for a jam that's made in Canada. It is hard because sometimes they're not in season. If they are in season, they are more expensive, right? Compared to American products.
The only
right?
way that the only way that you can find jam made in Canada, or fruits or vegetables grown in Ontario or in Canada. Unfortunately, you know what? You got to go to some place like St. Jacob's Market, or you go drive a little bit and you buy directly from a farm. Or those those fruits or vegetable markets out on the side of the roads when you're going towards the Kawarthas or Barrie. That's the only way. I mean, are you gonna spend every time you go do your grocery shopping? Are you gonna spend 25 minutes in one aisle to try to buy Canadian products, which is fine. I mean, we're supporting our own country, but is it worth it?
And the other thing you have to realize is that we are a resource-based country. We are not a production country. So the vast majority of things that we consume come from the United States or other countries. We export our resources, we import products. So when we talk about things like a headset or something like that, the extreme likelihood is that you're going to import it from the United States or somewhere else. When you talk about a car, that car might be built in Ontario, but you're still not paying for it because all of the materials that made that car either come from the United States or a good chunk of them do. So how do you reconcile that as well? You want to go buy a new car? Great, wonderful. Well, you are supporting Canadians because there are Canadian jobs here for that, but really in the end, it's coming from the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do want to apologize for me coughing. I'm still trying to get through my cough, so I just want to let you guys know that.
What's the thoughts of the chat room?
Chat room thoughts. If you're on a fixed budget, then paying an extra couple of cents or dollars because the Canadian builds up, why can't they bring the prices down too? We'd more likely to support the farmers and buy plain and simple truth. I find it the same thing. I mean, again, it's like it's basically what we're saying here. Like, yeah, trying to be on a fixed budget and trying to find Canadian products can start costing a bit more, especially when you're trying to buy, when you buy organic.
It's also a shame. People who are most low income will have the tariffs hit them the most because they won't be able to acquaint the cost, especially of food that will increase, and that'll come fairly soon. The food increase will come fairly soon with the tariffs being in place.
I agree.
It hasn't happened yet.
I agree because right now we're not seeing it. We're still at the beginning of this storm that's gonna be it's gonna be nuts. So I think we're gonna start feeling it probably around September, in my opinion. Like in the summer right now, we do have storage in Canada. The people do bring it up here. They do keep it in storage. So there's a good chance that you start feeling the grunt of the price changes. Probably closer to like at the end of summer, beginning of September, especially when school starts. Products, right? Normally, that's when some of the companies will gouge their consumers.
But interestingly enough, we're talking about Canada here, but the United States will feel it as well in different ways, right?
Well, they're feeling it right now. They're feeling it already since the tariffs.
Mostly on our lumber, right?
Lumber and steel.
We provide a significant amount of lumber that's used to build houses in the United States. A significant amount, not a small amount, a significant amount.
How ironic is that Trump's main business was real estate?
Yeah.
Okay, so for chat room, I just want to let you guys know that I did post the link of our YouTube channel in the chat room. If you guys want to switch and to see what's in our YouTube channel, feel free to go check it out as well. So starting next episode, just want to let you guys know we are streaming in both, and our chat room will be in YouTube 100% next episode. So I just want to let you guys know that. Okay. Final thoughts regarding this tariff thing?
You know what? Unfortunately, it's going to hit us. Whether we like it or not, it's going to hit us, and we got to suck it up. And if we want to buy the things that we want to buy, then, we're going to dish it out. Like, it's the same thing with gas prices. We're getting gouged at gas prices right now. But because we need it, we're gonna buy it, and unfortunately, that's the simple that's the simple truth right now.
I mean, in the future, was the government's response to this appropriate? Yes, I think it was. Over the long term, though, it's not a solution. We'll have to figure out some other solution, either by trading with other countries more, in Asia or something to that effect. Not necessarily for food. I think the food will be the easiest thing for people to see the impact on, and that's where they'll start to feel it, and that's where they'll start to complain about it, right?
I agree. I think the government's already been negotiating for a while now, even before our current government with other countries regarding trade. I think they're noticing that we need to diversify our trading partners. I think that's a good step overall for Canada to diversify our trading partners. And trading in Europe and Asia is a good thing. And I do encourage the government to go that route. It's nice to trade with Americans. They're really close. But currently, as of right now, it's. I think we need a backup plan for us to stay with this mentality of our best trading partners, the U.S. I think it's gonna be a disaster for us to keep if we stay in that mentality.
Well, the isolationism that's happening in the United States is creating a problem for the rest of the world as well. And it's just not Canada that's feeling the impact. China and other countries, the euro is being impacted by that as well. But I think other countries are generally looking at Canada and saying, hey, you guys are in the right here,
I think everyone knows that. Even some of the Americans knows that.
Well, put it this way. What is it? We only have to wait another 3 years for his term to end?
2 years. 2.
Okay, let's not get into politics.
Yeah.
I know, but
I think so.
Well,
No.
I was just we could totally go into this, but no.
you know what? But that's the thing, though. I mean, literally, what's going to happen after his first term? Is everything? Are these tariffs going to be removed again, or are they just going to be staying? Well, it's a waiting game.
I think
right?
I think a reasonable. There are reasonable people in the United States. I can say that for sure.
Yes.
I saw an interview with a congressman, and I don't know what his title was, but he was talking about that Canada is a national security threat to the United States, and in regards to the tariffs and so forth that are in there. And the congressman was asking the guy, is Canada an issue for the United States? Are they a national security issue? And the guy wouldn't say yes or no, because the logic of it is so unusual, right? So I think there are reasonable people there. I think that, the United States has to get past this and realize what they have currently in office. And I have faith that when they get rid of this guy, they look at, hey, we made a mistake. We elected this guy. We made a mistake. Great, wonderful, move on. I think that'll eventually happen. Whether it's 3 years from now, whether it's for God's sake, 7 years from now. It will end. That's what I'm saying. It will end.
Are the Americans afraid that we're going to invade them with hugs and politeness? And with our maple syrups?
No, it's actually more of the stories.
Oh, the stories. Okay.
But that's my thought on it.
Okay. Mark, are you feeling the same way too? Same conclusion on this little fiasco?
Like I said, it's a waiting game, and if you want the stuff that we want, we got to eat it. We have to simply just buy what it is. I mean, I can't, unfortunately for me and my time, I can't spend 20 minutes in a grocery aisle looking for Canadian-made products. Even though I want to, and even though I want to support my Canadian manufacturers, I don't have that luxury of time.
And you got to think, for grocers, they're not going to know, here are the Canadian products and here are the American products. Why? They're a business. They want you to buy everything. They're not going to specify that, really.
Plus, surprisingly, it's a good marketing. It's a marketing thing for products now to put Canadian made or Canadian produced.
Yeah. However,
because
don't forget,
it's a great little marketing thing, in my opinion.
Yeah. But again, in a grocery stores, what you see on the shelves are bought.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt about that.
That's why you see a big section of Heinz ketchup, and then the French's ketchup is like, small section.
It's kind of funny though because when I went to that ketchup aisle, the French's ketchup section is practically gone. The Heinz were still like there.
Yeah.
So
Personally, I buy Frenchies. I do. I really do. And it was
I
weird.
do like French too, but it was a little bit more pricey than Heinz. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I still go no name brand. But most of my time with
No Name was
ketchup.
good too. Yeah, No Name was pretty good too.
And honestly, if you take a look at it, it's like, really, what's the main difference in all of these things? I go by price, and if the no-name brand is going to save me $1, I'm going to go buy that because with the amount of ketchup I can go through in a year, that's still like $10 in my pocket.
No, I agree.
All right.
Okay. Let's move on to our next topic here. Samsung folding smartphone slated to be released in 2019. If you guys don't even know what we're talking about here, is the Samsung's new Galaxy X, but right now I think that's the name that they're going with. It's coming out next year. It's literally a smartphone that you can fold. If you guys get a chance to Google it, it's actually pretty cool. If you guys remember the iPhone 8 Plus, the big one, imagine that, fold that in half when you guys are not using it and opening it. If you guys want a full phablet style phone.
Just to be clear, this is not like a flip phone. This is
it's not a flip phone. No.
This is literally bending it and folding it, the screen itself.
So the size of the screen when it's fully open is 7.3 inches. When folded, it's approximately 4.5 inches. And the screen is made with all LED. It's kind of ironic though because Samsung just released their new they finally released their officially released their foldable screen, OLED foldable screen. And when I saw the prototype and the potential final look of the phone, I was like, okay, this could be a game changer here, right? So and it's reportedly the price is approximately $1,500 US. Okay. In my opinion, this is a very, very well good timing because, to be honest with you, having a big phone is great. Having a foldable phone that has the same size screen when you're not using it, fold it and put in your pocket, in my opinion, it's a good thing to have because, to be honest with you, bigger phones does not mean it's portable. It's getting to the point that it's getting really, really too big, in my opinion. So, what do you guys think about this new phone that's coming up from Samsung?
It's
a good idea.
It's interesting. I mean, everybody was talking about the foldable screens for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I think Samsung's finally decided, you know what, we're just gonna get one out.
Well, why not? Like, I mean, nobody else is doing it, so and that's the thing. You got to put it out, work out the bugs, and then you improve on it. So the first ones, it's going to be a fad. Everybody all those diehard Samsung users like myself will probably want it and try it out and test it out and see how it goes. And then from what our experiences are, you'll see whether or not it really takes off and it becomes the next gen. It's the next technological advancement in cell phones.
Yeah, the ZTE or as a phone manufacturer released a foldable phone before, and it was a disaster. It was too big, and I think the biggest people they complain about is there's actually a line, it's almost like a seam. There's a seam, so that's why people didn't like it. They want the full seamless experience. It was a good concept at the beginning. But I'm very excited with Samsung. If they do release this and it's affordable and everyone's jumping on it, it's going to be a very revolutionized phone.
They have to hit on a couple marks though. They have to hit on a phone that is foldable, that's approximately the same size right now. So whatever, an S9, the same size screen, with a phone that is approximately the same thickness that folds. Now, if you get those sort of things that are coming together, those points, then I think it will work. The challenge is going to be, and I read some articles on this, that the battery life and so forth might be a question, and will it fail after a certain amount of time, right? So I think for me, I love the idea of just taking your phone, folding it, throw it in your pocket. You reduce the size by about half. That's all wonderful. But remember, when you fold something, you're making it doubly thick now, right? So you're giving something up for that, right? Yeah, it's not going to be as sticking out of your pocket, but it might bulge into your pocket now. So there's a little give and take there, which I think is where my apprehension is on it, and where I'm waiting to see. If they were to be able to get it thinner than the current phones, which probably is unrealistic, then I think they might have something truly revolutionary and something they might be able to really market very well. But with things, as I understand it, with components and the cameras and so forth, they have to mount them in particular positions to make sure that it's not impacted by the phone folding and so forth. So there's some technical things there. I'm wondering. I'll be very curious about it. So when it does come out, I'm gonna go look at it definitely. But am I ready out to buy it right now? No. I probably won't be. I probably won't go for the first generation. I don't think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I may wait, but again, like I said, I've been looking for a new cell phone, and I still haven't pulled the trigger on the S9 yet. So if this is coming out, maybe.
Oh, come on, pull it on the S9. You would love it. Come on.
Well, Derek, you have an S9 right now, right? And you're loving
Yes,
it.
yes, I have. I'm very happy with it, and I'm gonna recommend he goes with it. I really do.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if I would pull the trigger on getting a phone now, I would get the S9. But I mean, again, it's like, okay, this is coming out. I'm on the S7. How much more long do I have to wait?
Well, they said it's during Mobile Congress that they're going to fully announce it. So that's usually in April, and if they do announce it, then it's going to be probably the end of next year. They're going to release the phone officially. So as you said,
that's my point. Get a new.
Yeah, you get a new phone. I think you're better getting a new phone. Plus, you see that you don't want to be the first person to buy it, right? Next thing you bought it, as soon as you unfold it, the whole thing cracks. So
Look
you're
at
like,
this way.
look, first adopters.
And that's why you get warranty. That's why you buy warranty. Like I mean, again, it's just like, well, you know what it is. It's really just a flip phone with a foldable OLED, OLED screen. And that's what basically it was, because I seen these OLED flexible OLED screens like years ago. I mean, they were developing it and they were testing it out. So I you know what, for me personally, I think they're gonna have a great phone coming out. Are there going to be bugs and issues with it? Of course. Again, it's first generation of anything. There's always those things, but I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe waiting and holding off now. Maybe.
I've convinced you. Okay, good. Go get that.
If you want, I can help you destroy your current phone because I'm very good at it, apparently.
What? Yeah, well,
phones, so.
Yeah, you might be good at destroying phones, but no, you're not touching my phone because I still need it. This phone actually lasted me 2 years within construction without no freaking dents, cracks, or anything like that. So yeah, and thanks to OtterBox for that freaking case.
So OtterBox, if you want to sponsor us, feel free to sponsor us.
Yeah, I have an OtterBox case. Yeah. Both Mark and I love your products. There you go.
Yes, I do too. I will spend $90 on your OtterBox case. I've actually had an S5 that fell 40 feet. Yes, I know your thing only says 6 feet, but my screen did crack, but the phone did not shatter, and I was still able to use it up until I was able to replace it. So
you should send them a note.
I should have tried recording it, but it actually literally fell. I was 40 feet up in the air on a lift. My phone fell. It hit the side of the building. It landed on rocks. I picked it up. The screen was completely cracked, but I was able to turn it on and connect it to my car. I was still able to make phone calls until I got to Rogers, and I was able to retrieve all my information still off of it. No problem. Transferred it to a new phone. I do like OtterBox. I haven't seen.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. Yeah.
So chat room, this is a question I want to ask you guys. Actually, before we go to that let's go to this question first. Do you guys, in your current phone, do you guys use a protective screen protector and an OtterBox, or even a thicker case, or do you guys pit against the wind and hope for the best?
For OtterBox, the thing I like about it is that I am so clumsy. I'll drop this phone 5-6 times a week, easy. I'm just clumsy, right?
Well, 5 or 6 times a week. I tried 5 or 6 times a day.
Yeah, but as long as you don't drop it, of course, just directly face down or something. If it hits the corners or even the back or something, it's fine. Just a general drop it out of your hand, out of your pocket, whatever. I mean, yeah, we're not talking about 40 feet, but it works. I've never had a problem. I've had an OtterBox case for probably the last 5 years, and it's when I got my new phone, the first thing I bought before I even got the phone in the mail was the OtterBox case.
Actually, which case do you use?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember the name of it. I know they have.
It looks like the commuter.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
I use the Defender. So I don't know if you can see it on the screen. That's how thick my phone is with the Defender on it.
Yeah.
I take this case off. Literally, it is. Actually, I'll show you.
That turns a lot of people off about OtterBox, saying, hey, it makes it so bulky and so forth. And I agree, it does make it bulkier. But in the end, I think that, the protection is what I'm looking for. I don't want to have a phone. You look at this, and I look at this as it's basically a computer, right?
Yeah.
Several $100s. I'm going to protect it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay.
That's the difference. I take the phone out. That's how small my phone is. But you know what, though? I don't mind the size, and I don't mind the weight. But then again, I'm that type of guy that I need the weight of the phone. I do work construction, and I do need my phone to contact my foreman, or to take pictures of other things, or take pictures of the plan so I can carry it with me. And having this phone in this case just gives me that added. I feel more safe with it on. It's bulky, it's big. I know where it is on my body. If it's in my pouch, I know where exactly it is in my pouch. And I won't go to anything smaller. Like if I have to carry, if it always doubles in size, I'll get it. There's no questions about it.
Yeah, same with me.
For me, I agree. OtterBox is an amazing product because last year, I think both of you guys know that going home on a subway, taking the subway, I actually dropped my phone in the subway tracks. Mm-hmm. And I had my OtterBox with me on my phone. And by the way, that was my third phone that year, in that month. So when the phone dropped in that month. So
what are you doing, man? I am clumsy as heck. And
okay, to make a long story short, I did drop my phone in the subway. The TTC guys graciously stopped the train, delayed the train for me. So they picked up my phone. I delayed it for a couple of minutes. No harm done. The phone is still working perfectly. No dents, no scratches. And OtterBox that had the commuter, it was amazing. It protected my phone. So that's my story of OtterBox. Is amazing. It's great. I love it. So, but right now, currently, I'm not using an OtterBox on my iPhone 10 because I don't like the bulkiness. So, but I do have insurance on my phone. So if I break this one, I might get an OtterBox. We'll see. So,
what do you have on it? Sorry, what do you have on it right now?
It's just the Apple case one, the very thin one that they have. And and
okay.
Yeah, well, the phone has insurance. I'm good. Knock on wood. Okay, so before we continue, I forgot to mention that if you guys are watching us in YouTube, if you click on the top right hand corner, there's an I button. If you click that, you can actually vote who has the best mug in this episode. So if you click on that, you can choose who has the best mug.
Oh yeah, this is
mine.
Is look at this,
Derek or Mark. Remember, mine's from Dave and Buster's. So if you guys are watching this live, I have a cool mug compared to the other two.
Well, you know what? I've been using the same mug again next week because this I thought was my Star Wars episode this week. So,
which for the record, I'm with Mark on that. The email you sent us had all the Star Wars stuff on it, so we thought.
Dude,
I completely unexcited about this.
You know,
So-
I thought again. You know what? Episode 9. Oh, are we following suit with the movies here? Episode 9. You know,
So
Star.
episode would be a Star Wars episode. So I'm just saying, if you guys want to vote who has the best mug, you guys can vote right now if you're watching us on YouTube to vote who has the best mug.
So this
and-
means I gotta change my mug. Now I can't use this mug next week, so I have to go and get another one.
That's an excellent mug, though. You can bring that. That's cool.
Yeah, you can still bring that. We'll see
For
who has
the
the best mug.
record, I won't be able to beat that, so you're fine. Okay.
I think I have a fighting chance next week.
Not with
the
BB-8.
next-
No, not with the BB-8 phone. No. I gotta
I
go.
might
You know,
have
actually, you know what? I do have to find. I used to have a yoga mug, a Yoda mug, and I cannot find it. I don't know where it is.
I have it.
Hey.
So, but now, yeah. So starting today and the next all the episodes, you can vote who has the best mug if you're watching us on YouTube. So as soon as we introduce our mugs, it's open. You guys can go from there. You guys can vote as much as you can, and we'll announce
Garzo
who
the
has the
Third
best
wants to
mug.
see our mugs.
I'm sorry.
Garzo wants to see our mugs again.
Well, okay, fine. Dave and Buster, if you're watching this live, Dave and Buster with coffee stains.
Look how
Star Wars.
beautiful it is. Look how beautiful it is.
Yeah.
It's big. It's the biggest one. They haven't-
It's a
it can't be. It's the
Oh,
biggest
really?
one.
Yeah. I got. Let's see. Like, I got Obi-Wan on mine. I got the Emperor. I got Chewbacca. Han
You are
Solo.
disqualified for this week.
Oh, I'm disqualified.
Well, yeah. So you guys feel free to start voting. We'll see. We'll go back at the end of the episode, at the end of the show, who has the best mug, and yeah. Okay. So on top of that, starting next week, we'll start putting polls on on YouTube regarding votes, so you guys can vote constantly now. So since we post the voting or what you guys' opinion, you guys can actually vote regarding what you guys want to do. You guys want to talk about, or what do you guys want to? Who has the best mug? Okay. So next topic, I think this is a good one. Okay, okay, here it is. EU copyright law threatened to kill memes for everyone. Right, to make a long story short, memes, if you guys don't know what memes is taking something from a TV show and just putting as titles and just to have fun with it, or just making fun of something. According to EU's copyright law, proposed law, you have to stop doing it because it actually violates privacy laws. It goes against online piracy. Okay, it fights online piracy. So activists saying that you can't do that because it is a joke. It is it helps promote whatever TV shows or photos that you're using to for that thing. Sorry guys, I'm kind of getting tired because of my cold. So yeah, in other words, this law is to prevent people to make memes in Europe. Right.
So the law was specifically drawn up to prevent people to make memes. Specifically.
Yes. So, what do you guys think? In my opinion, this is the most stupidest thing I've ever seen on the internet. Like the memes is there. I love memes. I love reading memes because, to be honest with you, that's my pickup. It helps pick up. It helps move your day forward, especially if you're working.
Okay, no. Like, let's get this straight. Again, this law was not made to
kill
stop,
memes.
Not made to kill memes. No, okay, just to correct you guys there. It may inadvertently destroy the internet's robot. Like, it may inadvertently destroy the whole meme culture, right?
In Europe.
In Europe, right? So it's not made. It's basically the EU is asking or making a law or proposing a law to prevent people using copyrighted images or copyrighted material on Facebook, Google, and all this other stuff, right? So again, it's not. It's again. It's to start. It's to try to fight online piracy. The main portion of it, but inadvertently it will destroy some of these other things, right? So that's something that we need to make sure that everybody understands. It's not to destroy. It's not to stop it. Like it's not designed to actually stop memes from being created, right?
So the question around what is the actual law intended to do to protect, right? And I understand it has the impact of memes. Personally, I find memes funny. They're great. They're wonderful. If they went away, I would not lose sleep over it, right? I mean, it's not one of those things that's hugely impactful. What might be more impactful is the regulation or stuff to that effect that might be happening. Say you take a screenshot of something and you send it out to friends or something like that.
But that's the whole thing.
Where does this set off? And I mean, I think Facebook is a large focus of the EU right now for a number of different reasons, and that might be part of the reason why they're looking at this, both for the fact of the election issues and so forth that are happening, because memes are used in that process to try to dissuade people or to sway people's opinions, and this might be an anti-political issue that they're trying to resolve with the law. But I actually don't know the exact reasoning behind the law.
No, the reasoning is basically, like I said, it's just to force. Is it one part of the article in the legislation? It's just would force online platforms like Google, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter to automatically censor copyrighted content. So,
but that's hard. Like, what's going to fall under that, right?
And that's what they're saying. And that's what they're saying, that it might inadvertently destroy this whole meme culture. It might even stop people from streaming their gaming, like on Twitch, because they're online, they're playing a game, and that game is copyrighted, but they're uploading them, playing the game. It might stop that as well. It might stop from other things, from YouTube broadcast of somebody else. Like, they have a law, they want to censor copyrighted material, and they want these companies to censor all these copyrighted material. However, inadvertently, they're going to stop a lot of what's going on and what's driving a lot of this online media stuff.
I also have another point here. If you tell the internet not to do something, it's pretty much going to do it. You don't.
I mean, again, it's like, how many times do we see shows being uploaded onto YouTube, clips of shows being uploaded onto YouTube? Is it breaking the law? Yes, it's actually breaking the law, and YouTube does. They go behind it, and they try to stop it, and they actually stop the stream, or they stop the feed of these copyrighted material. But can you police that every day?
They're pretty good about that. I mean, you can't really go on YouTube and find too much, especially popular shows and so forth. They're very quick about that, right? That stuff might show up, but they have.
But then again, we also have to look at copyright laws in the States, copyright laws in Canada. I know there is, if something was copyrighted for over 20 years, I could be wrong on this. This may have changed, but I vaguely remember that. A copyright only lasts like 20, 25 years.
Depending on the country.
Depending on the country, right? So, so that's why on YouTube, there are some shows that are actually on here because they're over 20 years old.
Yeah.
Right?
Remember, the copyright law, after, I think in Canada, after 25 years, it's the last descendant. Or the last, for example, if I created something, after I pass away 25 years later, it kicks in. Then becomes a public domain, I think. So don't quote me on that. As far as I know, it's like 25 years after of the last immediate family.
I'm kind of confused between the U.S. and Canada because I thought it was 50 years.
Well, it all depends. It all depends upon the states, the country, right?
Because I know the U.S. did change their copyright laws regarding public domains because of what happened because of Disney.
Yeah.
Disney's copyright laws is kind of Disney's copyrights is kind of weird. So the copyright in the U.S. changed because of Disney.
No, they extended it because they didn't want to let Mickey become
public domain.
Public domain, yeah.
So 3 circles looks like a big circle and 2 circles on the top is considered copyright infringement. So.
Well, think about it. Apple has that copyright infringement is about the curved icons.
Yes. Yeah.
So, like, I mean, I'm taking a look here. Copyright Act of 1842, Imperial. The term copyright was extended to 50 years after the creator's death, but where a work was not yet published at the time of death, its terms was extended to 50 years after publication. Yeah, it's there's so many reforms and everything like that in 1988, 2000. It changes time to time, but like I said, it was limited after 50 years or something like that. But
Well,
Yeah, so public domain is 50 years. Yeah, I think that, yeah.
so again, this whole thing about censorship coming up on EU. Yes, every country, every nation, everything have their copyright laws, and you know they want to stand behind it and they want to get to it. It's like the Millennium Act, for the states. Will it stop it? Will it become a deterrent? Sure, but will it completely stop it? No.
Yeah. So in other words, this thing that's happening in EU, I don't even sure it's a thing. To be honest with you, if you are if you have a show on the internet and they're using your characters or even your show as a meme, in my opinion, that's a good thing because it's free advertising, right? So I don't know. To be honest with you, this is a good thing for memes. For me, is a good thing. It's like free advertising, free marketing for everyone, and everyone try to figure out where that photo that they use for the memes, and it can trace it back to your content, right? Hell, I don't mind for them making this show a meme. I'll be awesome. Free advertising. In a positive
What kind of
way, of
meme
course.
do you want?
Something positive, something awesome.
That's
Yeah.
the way the internet usually works.
Yeah.
And I mean, I got Gorzo here saying that it is the stupidest thing that they've heard. Memes are is how we deal with hard topics with a little humor.
Yes,
You know.
I agree. I agree with her. I agree with them 100% on that one.
And I mean, sure, but a lot of these memes sometimes goes too far, though. Again, we gotta take everything. You gotta see. It has to be done in taste, and
Yeah.
some memes are downright mean. So
Plus, the problem with memes is that you could take an image of an individual and possibly assign that mentality to that individual. And I can't think of a good example at the moment, but if you're a person or an actor or whatever that might be, then now they're using that image to represent some sort of comment or thought. And if it's a negative one, which a lot of them are, then you may become associated with that, which as a person you don't want to be, right? So I can see there's a lot of downside and a lot of negative impact to that. So I don't, like I said, I don't necessarily worry about losing memes. I think they are useful, but I wouldn't
You
lose
can
sleep
live
over
without
them.
it. Yeah, you can live without it. There's actually a question that came in regarding how to they can't figure it out how to use the voting in YouTube. If you go to YouTube, if you hover the mouse on your top right hand corner, it says from the coffee shop studio, there's an eye. There's an eye with a circle. If you click on that, you'll see you can start voting. Then a window will pop out and you can vote your best mug there.
sorry, you're saying we go to YouTube, go to the top right hand corner.
Go to YouTube where if you're watching us in our channel right now, at the top right hand corner, there's an eye.
Oh, there it is. I found it.
Yeah.
Who has the best coffee mug? Oh, Mark.
Oh, no.
Come on, guys.
Let me see if I can pop this thing in YouTube here. Hold on. So, oh man.
I got 100% of the votes so far right now.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah.
Hold on. I think that's a false. Let me check the official results here. Double check because I'm leading too.
How are you leading?
How are you leading?
If you're leading too, how are you leading?
Doesn't make any sense.
Are we tied?
Sorry, there's a feedback there. Yeah, looks like I'm with you as well. I have one vote as well.
Wait, I don't have any votes?
I don't know. Why don't you go to YouTube and check it yourself?
I am. I'm looking at it right now.
No,
I
talk to
have one
Derek.
vote. Oh, Derek.
I'm
Yeah,
talking to
Derek is
Derek.
big fat zero right now.
I'm not
so
gonna
no
vote for
one-
myself. No, I'm not gonna do that. No.
Hey,
I'll do better next week.
No, put it this way: in a democratic country, you are allowed to vote for yourself if you are a candidate. Are you not?
So if you,
Like,
everyone,
I mean, tell me something. Do you think Justin Trudeau went into his voting and voted for, for the PC government?
no, I
No.
agree.
So,
I think that would have been
Mark.
funny, but I voted for you and I still won.
Also, the chat room in YouTube is live, so you guys go ahead and if you guys want to chat there too. Mark will keep an eye on that as well.
oh,
Thanks,
really
Mark.
now?
Yes. You're the chat person. So okay, let's move on to the next to the last topic here. Our wonderful segment, Stupid Is as Stupid Does.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay, let's go through this really fast. Okay. Women bite off a man's ears fighting over Chinese food order. Here's a little backstory here. Upset about her order at a Chinese restaurant in Mount Clemens, Michigan, a customer tossed her food down on the ground and started arguing with the owner, according to the sheriff's office. When the fight started turning physical, she ended up biting the guy's ear off.
Both or one?
No, just
one
part
ear.
of it. Detaching part of it.
Yeah. So she pulled a Mike Tyson. How upset do you have to be on your order to bite someone's ears off?
My first question is, why did she go for the ear? Why not the finger? I don't really,
Here's the
My
thing,
first
okay.
question, all right? Just
It all depends. I mean, unfortunately, there's no video of this, so we don't know exactly how physical it became. If somebody ran up and got you into a bear hug, and all you have, and you're like face to face with them, and the only access you have is to bite their ear, I can see that happening, right? Again, we don't know exactly how the physical fight turned out to be. So, if your guys are rolling around the ground, you're subdued in some way, and again, the only access and the only option that you have is to bite the ear. You go ahead and bite the ear.
if you don't know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, then that is your only option. Yeah, okay, I get it. But you're right. We don't know how the situation played out. But I mean, maybe she felt fearful for her life or something. Maybe they were in a huge brawl. I don't know. I mean, I get this image of her just reaching across the counter and pulling the guy's head down and biting off the ear. But that's probably unrealistic, right?
Well, to be honest with you, if you're upset about what you got in your order, there's other ways to solve this issue instead of biting someone's ears. Seriously, are you that upset? Like, I have been upset with my orders before, but I never come to the point of biting someone's ears.
Well, no, here, it's Mark saying, I'm with Mark on this.
Maybe she got hungry.
Yeah, but I'm with Mark on this, where we don't know what the escalation point was for that. Of course she was upset about her order, but maybe there was antagonism, and then they got into a physical altercation for whatever reason. And by that point, it's not really about the order or about being hungry. Let's hope it's not about being hungry at that point. But we don't know what the situation was. There is no video. It would be helpful if there was video. But I think that I agree that biting somebody's ear is not a good way to solve your problems.
Okay. Here's an example of something about escalation. And this happened actually downtown Toronto in front of St. Mike's Hospital. One of our guys, one of our workers, was coming in the morning. This was around 6:15, 6:30 in the morning. He was coming in, and a homeless person approached him, asking him for some change. He said no. All of a sudden, he got clocked in the face. Got a black eye and everything like that, and he had to go home and then go to work that day. So that's what somebody just refusing you. This is somebody getting refused some, spare change. I don't know what was said or whatnot, but for it to escalate, for a punch to be thrown because you were being refused to, somebody refused to give you change, it's anything can set off anybody. So if she was upset about her food and it just escalated because one party was not able to resolve the issue and one person was not understanding the issue, it can get crazy very fast. Right?
I would say that it's more realistic. Let's hope it's more realistic for them to say that they got into a brawl where she felt like that was her only way out to get out of the brawl is to do something extreme, right? I think that might be logically, more realistic.
So,
but yeah, we're coming close to 11 here too, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. So in other words, this is it was a very interesting story when I saw this one. So I just want to let you guys be aware that this is the most stupidest thing I've ever seen or read.
No, the most
stupidest thing ever. No, I can't say that.
Okay, let me rephrase. This is one of the most stupidest thing I've ever read while I was putting this show, show together, this episode together.
Oh, I got something more. I thought at one point we would talk about the Tim Hortons ordeal.
Oh, which one's that one? Okay, send me that thing. We'll talk about next week.
What do you mean? It was all over the news. This is where the girl was upset at Tim Hortons, dropped her pants, took a crap there.
Yes, I saw that one. I was planning to put that in.
Send me that article because it's funny. I didn't see that. I heard about it randomly, but I haven't seen any articles about it or anything. So
it was in BC, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, it was in BC.
Canada. So
yeah, so what? Okay, if I understand this correctly, she got upset. She pulled her pants down and did a number 2. And
she took a crap, picked it up and threw it at the worker.
Well, I was being polite here, but yeah, she put it number 2 and tossed it at the person.
And used it as an attack mechanism.
Yeah, so I was planning to put that in there, but I was hoping for Tim Hortons to sponsor us, so that's why I didn't put it in.
Yes, sponsor us, Tim Hortons, while we talk about him defecating in a restaurant. Yeah. Okay.
All right. We'll just leave it at that.
Okay, that was a good show. So let's just go out. So I just want to let you guys know. So if you are watching us in Twitch, please follow us at YouTube as well, because that's where all our shows are going to be from now on. We are still going to be televising in Twitch, but we're slowly migrating into YouTube because we got better audience penetration there. And also we can actually do voting as well there too. We are still going to be televising and we're still broadcasting in Twitch, but we might we'll probably shut down the chat there soon. So just keep that in mind. So if you guys are not subscribed on YouTube, please subscribe us on YouTube. Just go to YouTube and type the Coffee Shop Studio and click that subscribe and click on that bell button as well too, so you guys know when we're broadcasting. Also, we are officially we officially fixed the podcast. Sorry, the podcast hosting issue that we're having. So if you go to Spotify, iTunes, Google Play, and Podbean podcast website, if you type the Coffee Shop Studio, you'll find us there as well. So please subscribe us there as well. You can download the audio so you can listen to us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with our wonderful topics that we talk about. Plus, please feel free to tell your friends, because the more the merrier, especially in the chat room. Okay? So that's it for us. Our next episode is actually not next weekend, because next weekend is a holiday, but the following weekend. That will be August 12th. That will be our episode 10, our Star Wars special. We're gonna keep the ending, the time slot. We'll start at 10 o'clock sharp and ending whenever we decide to end. We're gonna keep the end hours open, just in case we have a very good debate. If you want to join us, if you want to join us, if you want to actually be part of this this conversation, like live, okay, I'm actually opening this to people. If you want to join us live in this panel, tweet me. Like, you have to use Twitter and tweet me at coffee oh shit, what is our Twitter handle account again, guys? Hold on. You can actually tweet us there. Tweet me, and you can actually then do like a small addition. Then you guys can find if you're good enough to be part of this little fiasco of ours. And you can join us this little show. You can tweet me at coffee shop _stu STU. So tweet me there and let me know if you want to join us in this panel. And we officially have someone joining us. Hi, Riley.
Say hi, Riley. Say hi.
Hi, she's our official cute mascot for this episode. So if you want to join us in this panel, tweet me. Then let me know if you want to audition for this little band of pirates of ours, and we'll see if we can put you guys in. So that's all we have. Derek, Mark, last words before we.
No, I mean it was a great show. Again, I can't wait till our next episode. And yeah, this is, you want to debate on Star Wars? Let's go for it.
Yes. Derek?
A lively debate. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm looking forward to our Star Wars episode. Mark and I should have a good little back and forth, and we'll see how that goes.
Perfect. So guys, we'll see you guys on August 12th at 10 o'clock sharp. We'll start broadcasting, and again, feel free to please subscribe and comment and like and tell your friends about us. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Bye now.
All right, that's it in 2 weeks. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Daddy, my too.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
Give up on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, but you still amaze me. Give up on my way home, yeah.
is the movers. For those who
Hello. So we're still waiting for other people to show up before we officially start our recording. Please stand by. This is the beauty of having a live show, right, Derek?
That's right. Lots of fun.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Mark to start before we actually officially start the show. So please stand by. Okay. I think Mark is about to log in. He just sent me a text. Oh, who do we have here?
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Mark, are you ready? I'm going to start my intro and we can start this this amazing show we have today.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay. Let me just drink one more go here. Okay. Where's my script here? All right, ready? Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Coffee Mug Show. This is episode 10, recorded live on August 12th, 2018. Welcome to the Star Wars episode, or the Star Wars special. My name is Leonard, and this morning I am drinking a Yoda mug coffee for Christmas, again, for my coffee. And this morning, I am joined by two of my lovely nerds, Derek and Mark. Derek,
Who are you calling a nerd? I'm not a nerd.
what do you call yourself, a geek?
I am a geek. I am not a nerd.
Okay, fine. Okay, Captain Geek, do you want to go first? What are you drinking this morning?
Oh, as you guys know, I really don't drink coffee, so I got my juice in my Star Wars mug. I mean, a lot of you guys have seen this mug before, but this is a special mug to me. It was a gift from one of my closest cousins, so that's what I'm drinking today.
Ah, Derek, what do we call you, a geek or a nerd?
A geek. Nobody likes nerd. It's politically incorrect now.
I agree.
I'm drinking just some juice in here. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a Star Wars mug, so this is what we got this morning. But I do have my nice Star Wars T-shirt here.
Oh, nice,
Awesome.
nice.
Oh, yeah.
So,
See, I mean, I got my Vader shirt on. All right.
oh, can I see it? Can I see? Ooh.
That's my Vader.
Oh, nice. Well,
I had a choice of Boba Fett, Kylo Ren, my original Star Wars T-shirt. So
So you are totally geeking this thing out, nerding this out.
Oh, no, geeking it out. All right.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, so if you guys are joining us live, especially at Twitch, you can go straight to YouTube. The link is actually in the chat room right now. If it's not there, I'll redo it again. Join us at YouTube, so you guys can join us in the chat room. Also, you can also join us to do some polling, because starting right now, you can vote who has the best mug from all three of us. So
I think I'm gonna lose this week.
whatever. We'll check out the polls every segment. See what's happening there.
Oh wow, 100% for me already. Yeah.
Oh wow, you just voted for yourself. You are such a geek.
Hey, it's that we're in a democratic society. I'm allowed to vote for myself if I wanted to.
Yes. Also, we're waiting for one of our special guests to come in. They're just having technical issues. Chad, hopefully he can join us. Derek actually found him. He is considered a Star Wars.
Find him. What do
You
you mean?
bumped into him. You literally found him. He is a Star Wars quote unquote expert. So hopefully, if he comes online, he can have a good debate with Mark and see the fireworks.
The man had a sci-fi
is it
wedding. He had a sci-fi wedding. I mean, there was like, for the seating chart was a Stargate ring. That was the seating chart at the man's wedding. Like,
But why is it for me? Why is he has to debate with me? It's
we had to bring in the big guns for you, man.
I know. We gotta make this a little bit more interesting and challenging for you.
interesting and challenging for me. What is this? Star Wars?
Last week you considered yourself an expert, so we decided to bring someone else in to see if we can debate him.
He's probably like watching it right now, going, "Damn, they're really talking me up. I gotta bring
game. Okay, so while we're waiting for him, I just want to let you guys know, please subscribe in our YouTube channel so you can watch us live, and so you guys know what's happening. Especially if you go live or any new show that comes up, you actually get a tweet automatically and a notification. Also, actually I just ran out of my thoughts there. I just forgot what I'm supposed to say, but I'll figure something out. So today's topics for the Star Wars special is we have three great topics. So our first topic we're going to talk about is Star Wars canon versus legend. Okay. Second topic we're going to talk about is Stormtroopers combat skills. Okay. Next is viewing orders. Okay, like regarding how the movie's supposed to flow. The last topic is prequel trilogies. If they're a good idea or bad ideas. Okay, so topic 1: Star Wars canon versus legend. Mark, I'm gonna pick on you. Do you want to read the materials here?
Let me bring it up here. Hold on.
Yeah. Because you're very passionate about this. Because when you read it, I got this feeling you're very passionate about this regarding the difference between canon versus legend.
Canon versus legend. All right. So legend, if you've been a Star Wars fan and have followed Star Wars from 1977 until The Force Awakens, Legends was the canon. It was all the stuff leading up to A New Hope, leading up to the very first prequel, until 30 years after the Battle of Yavin. When I mean the Battle of Yavin, Star Wars Legends, and actually Star Wars right now, chronologically is everything that happened after the Battle of Yavin, which is the final, when the first Death Star was destroyed in Star Wars: A New Hope. Then you have Empire Strikes Back, you have Return of the Jedi, and then every little in between stories between those two movies, and then everything that happened after Return of the Jedi, from Han and Leia getting married, having kids, Luke getting married, having a kid, how their kids became.
Oh, Mark just froze. Derek, are you good?
Um,
Mark, you just froze for like 2 seconds there. Can you hear us?
yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay, yeah, you were freezing a bit there. So, can you?
Wow, I guess this. What was the last thing that you guys hear?
You were finishing off your Legends versus canon description
Oh.
of the timeline. It was like the last sentence you said.
But yeah, so basically, Legends was, everything after Return of the Jedi, and everybody having their families and the new generation of the Jedi Order. Come Force Awakens, Disney decides that all that is scrapped. It is now known Legends, and there's a new canon. So there were new stories, new books written, Aftermath, which was happening right after Return of the Jedi, and so forth to what we have now into the movies, to the Last Jedi and the upcoming Episode 9. Including in canon, you got the Rogue One story about how the Death Star plans were actually stolen, which is actually a great movie, and it actually clears and eliminates a lot of the plot holes leading up to Star Wars: A New Hope. And then you had the new Han Solo movie about his origin. So that's the difference between legend and canon. Myself, I understand why they did that, and I have an opinion why they did that. And some people out there have also felt the same way as to why they did this. So, and what I mean, why, what I feel about is Disney had to scrap the canon and create Legends because they wanted to bring back Chewbacca.
So I get why they wanted to bring back Chewbacca. Everybody loves him. It's great. It's wonderful. But to really throw out everything else just for one character is where I start to question that a great deal.
Well, but you also have to understand, the whole thing about the Legends, all the expanded universe, the Star Wars expanded universe, which is now known as Legends. All those stories were written by different authors, written by different individuals, with the input of George Lucas. That if you're gonna write this story, you got to follow this route, right? You can't just change everything. So when Disney bought out Lucasfilm, excuse me, everything Star Wars related, Lucasfilms, LucasArts, they had to make some changes, and they had to create uh, their own view of how the Star Wars was supposed to be like.
But
And I
in
get that.
doing that, did they really need to make so many changes? I mean, I know it's a quote unquote Disney change in regards to making it more broad to more people, trying to, create characters that have certain roundabouts and so forth, and how they're looking at those characters. To me, I also wonder how much the original scripts or the original, because George, he didn't write out the scripts for the last three. He didn't do that, but he did have a framework of it. And I wonder how much of that framework did Disney use or not use,
Yeah, and you know what? They actually, I mean, from what I understand, they did have some calls. They did consult Lucas regarding these final three episodes of the Skywalker saga. And I like they're throwing in new things in it, and some changes in it, and it actually, for me, although I like the expanded universe and I prefer the expanded universe, I like the change. I like a final like this, something was finally solidified in how this is going to end. Um, I mean, with the expanded universe, if you actually read a lot of the stories, and actually, the last one I actually did read, um, where it was the series where Chewbacca actually died, and one of the Soul kids died. It was uh, a little darker, It was more of a, yes, it's another war story and everything like that, but it became a little bit more dark, in my opinion. And then it came down to the point where the whole Legends is the story of Darth Caedus.
Is this the son of Dark Mom?
No, Darth Caedus is actually one of the twins, solo twins. So in Legends, Han Solo and Princess Leia actually had 3 kids. The 2 eldest were Jaina and Jason Solo. They were twins, Jaina being the eldest. And then they had Anakin, again, named after his grandfather. Anakin died during the Yuzhan War, during Legends, during the same series of where Chewbacca died. And then it went across where after that and years later, Jaina and Jason became Jedi Knights. But Jason was turned to the dark side and became Darth Caedus, to the point where he actually killed off Mara Jade Skywalker, Luke Skywalker's wife. And Jaina had to go and try to resolve him. Like, I believe also Jason actually cut off Jaina's arm. So Jaina has a prosthetic arm, just like her grandfather did.
No, I could see how that, in a complexity perspective for Disney, was too complex to put on film, and that doesn't make sense to me. Yeah,
See,
so you make a good point there, where they would just look at that and go, "No way, we're not." You know, they can make movies out of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they can. And like I said, the Skywalker saga became a loop. It became a circle. Like, it went from Darth Vader, Anakin Skywalker turning to the dark side. Hi, Michelle.
Mark said hi. She said hi. Yeah, she's assisting me today.
So we have Anakin Skywalker in the prequels turning into Darth Vader, getting redemption. Then his son, actually Luke, actually became an apprentice to Palpatine and had to be, saved by Leia to get him out of, from becoming in the dark and returning to the light side. Then you have this whole story of Luke looking for his mom, looking for the Jedi Order, setting up the new Jedi Order, marrying a person that was supposed to kill him, which is Mara Jade. And then they have a kid. And then, like I said, it went through always a circle. It was going back, okay, Jedi turns dark side has to be saved, to the point where literally Jason couldn't be saved and Jaina had to kill her own brother.
So let's talk about the movies that in the context of what Disney did. All right, so that actually gives good context as to what they did. Right?
It's actually okay. Hold on, because under StarWars.com, according to them, the canons is all the movies, including the Clone Wars, all the TV shows, including all the books. So I believe the books itself is correct, including the Darth Maul, son of Darth Mir's comic book miniseries.
Yeah. See,
Mark, do you watch Rebels? Do you watch Rebels?
You know what? Okay, everybody's gonna kill me. I have not watched an episode of Rebels or the Clone Wars. However, don't get me wrong. However, when I have the time, I'm gonna binge watch them because I have them. I can binge watch them on Netflix. So I can't speak about Rebels or the Clone Wars. I know some of the characters and I know what's been going on in it. It's just, unfortunately, with my my current lifestyle right now, I have no time to actually sit down and watch.
There's a list online where you can actually just pick and choose certain episodes that are related to the storylines, and you can just watch those. So that might be.
No, thanks for that, and I know about that. It's just that I can't. I have to watch. I have to watch everything, like all the episodes, and I'm talking about 7 seasons of the Clone Wars, or 6 seasons, and everything.
You can share it too. There's only like 20 minutes, without commercials. There's like 20 minutes. It's not that.
Oh, I know. Like I said, I need a day. I need a day just to sit down and not have everybody out of the house, and I can just sit down and it's like, okay, I'm gonna start binge watching. Nobody, and I might do it in such a way that I watch Rogue One first. Then, actually not Rogue One, I'll watch the prequels first. Then I watch Rebels, Clone Wars. Then I watch Rogue One. Then I watch, episode 4, episode 5, episode 6, 7, and 8. right? And I might do that once I actually get episode 9 here at home. Like once I buy, like yes, I have all the movies and everything like that, so I'm gonna binge watch.
Okay, but going back to my thought then about the way the direction Disney took. So that's a good explanation that people are listening as to why that happened, and I actually like that explanation. But when we talk about the scripts that they wrote, I think personally they could have done better with what they had. All right, and my biggest gripe about the new movies isn't the First Order and so forth. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It makes a lot of sense. The First Order does make a lot of sense. My problem is every time they keep on jumping up to a bigger and bigger Death Star or whatever that might be. Now it's a planet and so forth. I found they tried to merge 3 different movies, the first 3 movies, into one movie when they made Episode 7, right?
Mhm.
And for me, I found that very annoying because you didn't feel any new progression out of it. The Rebel fleet at that point was much larger. Yes, they were still fighting them, but they had a much larger fleet at that point, as far as I know. And why wouldn't they just display that fleet, right? Rather than going to a planet and having six fighters go in and destroy the whole darn thing, right? Like, see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. However, here's the thing. How many? I believe it was like a 30-year gap um, between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens.
Yeah.
Now, I'm still trying to finish the Aftermath books, and this is where a lot of context is lost. You have to look at Return of the Jedi, then you got to read all the books in between that leads up to Force Awakens, and you'll understand what's going on. Now, I have not finished Aftermath, and I would love to read that book and all the other books in between. But if you're taking the look at the movies, you're looking at General Leia, General Leia herself, taking a band of people again, which is known as the Resistance, and fighting the First Order. However, with the backing of the New Republic. So the New Republic had its fleet and their own army, but then there's also the Resistance. So the Resistance is not as big as what everybody would think of. Again, a Resistance, these are little people, like pocket cells that are working together for a bigger cause. When the Republic fleet was destroyed in The Force Awakens, everything, the people, like the Resistance was just a very small band of people left. And that's what happened in The Last Jedi. When you look at The Last Jedi and you look at the Resistance fleet that were trying to escape from this one little planet, that's all they had, really. They had little other cells, and they were going to ask for help, but nobody responded. To the point where, guess what? Well, with all those ships being destroyed when they're trying to make it to the planet of Crate, yeah, their numbers got dwindled, and they're that last few that was left in the Millennium Falcon is what's left of the Resistance group. And I know, and it's hard to get that explanation. It's hard to understand that without reading the books in between.
I find it also, maybe it's, in regards to reading the books, I find it questionable that over a 30-year period that they would not be able to accumulate more ships or whatever that might be. And also, you could make the argument that, the Empire was defeated. Why would they need to get more ships and so forth? And that's a legitimate argument, right? But then the New Republic, you would think that their fleet would be a match to what was left over from the Empire, right? And I know, I haven't read the books, but I know that's actually not true because there was still a very large fleet left over afterwards. But the idea of it, as I understand it, is they went away and then they came back. Like they left and then they came back after like 30 years or whatever.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. It's like, again, I haven't read the book, so I don't know what the time frame is when the First Order actually first showed up again. Even in Legends, there.
He froze good there.
Oh, buddy, you froze.
You froze really good there. That was funny.
Where did I freeze?
I don't.
I'm just saying is that in Legends, they actually had an Imperial fleet that actually consisted of a superstar destroyer. And it was funny because the superstar destroyer was actually buried under the planet of Coruscant. But it's to give you a sense that yes, the Imperial fleet was large. It was massive. So yes, it didn't take long for the First Order. If they follow that same concept, it wouldn't take the First Order long to amass the amount of people and troops together to go against the New Republic. Again, I don't know what, like I said, it all depends upon the timeline. The New Republic may have had a fleet set up, but it may not have been large enough to combat the First Order, right? And then you also have the resistance pockets who, well, guess what? The fight against the Empire is done. I'm out. I'm not going to fight no more. So it doesn't. It is very difficult to try to establish all these little intricate parts without more backstories and more back information. And there's going to be a lot of plot holes in these movies and in the books and in this canon going forward until somebody decides, well, okay, well, let's clear this plot hole up and see exactly what happened.
Okay, what about the characters in the movie specifically? And some of them are stronger than others. We add the new Rebel, basically the replacement of Han Solo in there, as the new jock, or the guy who's able to go and do lots of cool stuff. And then we had Poe and so forth. What do you think about these new characters versus the older characters, and how they made us feel back in the original movies? Because I really connected with the original characters in the original movie a lot more than I've connected with the new people.
And that's the thing, and this is going to go back towards the prequels. This is going back towards the prequels and why George Lucas actually made them. Star Wars, all these new Star Wars movies is to reconnect the old generation, but it's to draw in new fans to the story. So some of us may not be able to, the older versions of us may not be able to connect to these newer people. But the younger generation might, because they might have a better understanding of how these people feel. They might connect to them in a way that, oh, wait a minute, that's exactly how I feel. This is how I feel in my life right now, right? So it's trying to connect the new audience to the story. Have I connected to any of these new characters? No, I'm still invested in Han, I'm still invested in Luke, and I'm still invested in Leia. Because I grew up with them, and these are the ones I know. And now it's a changing of the guards. They're changing to the new generation, right?
Yeah.
So
I tend to look at that, and I get that piece as well. For me, I don't find the characters as in depth and that might be a fault of Disney, not really fleshing them out, because you had a lot with the New Hope and so forth. You got to know the characters. In these, they kind of blow something up. The character arrives, and they give you 3 scenes to connect with the character, and then they're off to do their adventure. Right? It's just not the same way that it used to be. Right?
But again, they were rushed. You think they were rushed making those movies?
I think the character development wasn't there, and it's not that I don't like the characters. It's just you're not as invested. Even in the prequels, they spent a lot of time looking at the characters and so forth. Even though I understand, I personally, as much as people say, I didn't hate the prequels that much. I really didn't. I thought it was interesting. It was funny. People mash on the Clone Wars a lot. I personally didn't mind that. There's a lot of people have very strong feelings about the prequels, and I think that mostly comes out of people were so hyped up to have new movies, and they wanted them to be exactly like the old movies, and there was no way that that was going to happen, you
Definitely.
know. And you know, George Lucas did his best. Do I think he made some slips with like Jar Jar Binks? Oh yeah, he made you know some mistakes there, but they were well written. They were George Lucas movies. They were thought out character development. He knew how to do that. And you wonder who was it who made Awakening? Was it J.J. Abrams or somebody, or I'm not sure who was it that
Awakening?
directed it. Was it J.J. Abrams that,
Oh, I don't know.
yeah,
Force
anyway,
Awakening? Yeah, it is the first one. It's by J.J. Abrams.
it comes down to the director.
Oh,
and
the
it comes
Force
down-
Awakens. Yes,
Yeah, the Force
JJ.
Awakens.
Sure. When you said Awakenings, I'm like, wait, the Robin Williams movie? I'm like, what?
So okay, I just put a brand new poll in YouTube. Let us know if everyone who's watching live, let us know if you guys like the prequel trilogy, yes or no. So let's find out if it's if we get a good.
Have we checked the chat at all? Because we're kind of rambling on like a lot
Sorry,
here.
that's me. Nothing in the chats right now. I think everybody's engrossed.
Chat, yeah, because right now I have do you check YouTube?
I check YouTube and yeah. Oh, what's this? Laura Lee Michelle. I heard they are canceling the production of the new movies like the Yoda one. Have you heard of this? And what do you think?
Yeah, the Han Solo one. You know,
Okay.
it bombed bad in the theater.
Okay, can we let's put this on hold for a second because I wanted to go back to what Derek was saying.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, Chad is here. Sorry, guys, couldn't get on.
Yeah, so what we'll do, hey Chad, if you're actually listening to us, well, you are listening to us and watching us, we'll have you back in the next episode just to recap and have your thoughts regarding Mark's regarding our conversation here. We just really want to hear your comments on this one. So we'll have you next in the next episode, and we'll chat about this again. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Mark. What you were
Okay,
saying?
so character development, and this is the difference between how movies are made back then and how movies are back now. You could take any movie, and depending upon what the movie is, if it's an established story already, like the Star Wars, the Star Wars movies, Star Trek, and then you take a look at how they made them in the 70s and the 80s, and you take a look at them now, there's not a lot of character development. You take a look at the new Star Trek reboot.
Oh, let's not talk about that. No.
I know.
No, you don't want to get into that.
I know, but it relates because guess what? J.J. Abrams is the one who produced it and directed the first the Star Trek reboot, as well the Force Awakens. As a director, as a producer, as a filmmaker himself, you can see his styles are it's like the two movies are very similar in how they progressed. Was there a lot of character development in the Star Wars reboot and the Force Awakens? No, it went straight out to okay, I need this action sequence here. I need this lens flare here. I need this, let's talk about this character over here. I need some action over here, and I need this lens flare over here.
So you're telling us that the movie itself, it will be a lot
of
better.
lens flares.
It was
Lots of lens flare.
So in other words, you're telling me that the movie will be a much better if another director directs the movie.
I think that, when you look at the director, it's not George Lucas. George Lucas has he comes from I don't want to say a classical training in regards to filmmaking, but
he likes character development.
He's very much invested in what the audience is seeing. And, J.J. Abrams is a younger guy and so forth. And it actually is a good notation of the generation where it's just, fast. That's the generation that we live in now, that they want it right now, and they want it to go very fast. And that's,
And that's the thing. They want to cram, like, even if you take a look at the Marvel movies, there's not a lot of character development in the Marvel movies. What they want to do is cram all the action-packed sequences in 2 hours and get the movie progressing. But there's not a lot of character development. However, they make 3 movies for each character, and you can see them develop in that manner.
That's a bad example because Marvel did do that approach, and Star Wars isn't necessarily going to do that. However, I was quite annoyed when they canceled. Like, I would have preferred they did Yoda's prequel before doing Han Solo, and they did Han Solo, and it bombed terribly in the theaters. They didn't even make their money back on it. I personally didn't hate it. I think it was as good as the Rogue One? Certainly not. But I would have hoped to see the Yoda one, and I'm really sad they canceled that because I wanted to see it.
So
I
they
really did.
Okay, so they did cancel that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, okay, the prequel stuff, because our next topic is actually prequel trilogy. Before we go ahead ourselves there, I'm gonna ask this question. The trilogy itself, do we really care about how Anakin became Anakin and how Obi-Wan failed Anakin?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay, so okay, I agree. I do want to see that, but do you guys agree that the trilogy that was developed was really? Well, I don't want to say bad, but it wasn't very. It feels like it was like not very well done.
No. Okay. Here's
Is that
okay,
fair to say?
let me get this.
All right, go on, Mark. Go on.
All right, let me get here because it came out of George Lucas's mouth as well. In an interview, and I can't, unfortunately, it's been so years, but in an interview, he said, okay, the prequels weren't for the original fans. The prequels were for the new, younger generation. And when he's talking about younger generations, it's like the kids. That's why he developed Jar Jar Binks. Also, George Lucas, and he even said it, like, even his actor said it, George Lucas cannot write dialogue for shit. He cannot write dialogue. So he goes, yeah, whatever you're gonna write, we're gonna do it our way to make it look bad. He can't write dialogue for shit. The prequels themselves were a great, I would say, a great concept because why? It ties into it covers the plot holes. Where did Darth Vader come from? Why is it so? How did this war started? Because when you start and you see the opening scroll of Star Wars, it says Episode 4.
Yes.
So everybody's wondering what happens to 1, 2, and 3. Right? So him developing these movies finally tied in what everybody was waiting for.
And also, you got to understand, George Lucas had a great concept. He's a good storyteller. He's not a good writer, and that is a difference. Even in the original movies, the dialogue wasn't amazing. It was a great story, and the story is what people latched onto.
Yes,
that is what not so much the writing in it, but the story and also the visuals, of course, at the time. And so I do agree with your point there, Mark. Really.
Okay, how about this? Let me rephrase my question then. If the prequel has been re-edited to get rid of like Jar Jar Binks, get rid of all the crap that we don't need to see, would that prequel be a lot more flowing to the second one, to the last three?
Is
that fair to say, or is it?
It's not that way. It's about the storytelling. It's not about. We don't have to eliminate Jar Jar Binks. Yes, some people were offended and so forth. About him, and he made a bad call on it, but. Even in that, the characters were more developed than in the newer movies, right? Yeah. So it's not about recutting it or anything. In fact, I think he added more. He always adds more.
He added a lot more when he re-released those prequels.
Well, what do you mean? You know what? I'll tell you this. It's not also about the movies themselves. It's also there have been a better choice in actors. And I would agree, and that's with any movies. Can another person do this role better?
Who do you think for the prequels there? Who was bad and who was good to you? I'm curious.
Okay, you know what? Hayden Christensen, and unfortunately, he was very dull.
Yeah, he was. I'm in complete agreement. I personally like Natalie Portman in it. I thought
yes, Natalie Portman was great. And that's what makes a character alive, fully alive. It's the person bringing that character alive. Natalie Portman did what she needed to do to bring Amidala, Queen Amidala, and all of these, her roles as senator, as the mother of the twins. She brought them to life.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Ewan McGregor was a great young Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I like him too.
You could see, if you look at Sir Alec Guinness and the way he was, and then how Ewan McGregor, you can see the progression, how this old man became, how Obi-Wan became, it progresses.
And I love the relationship between him and his master, and so I love that relationship.
Mhm.
When he died, you could feel the hurt in him, and that was
Yeah.
really good acting, right?
Ian McDermott, okay. I mean, there's nobody. I cannot find anybody else who can play Palpatine the way that Ian McDermott is. Especially
Yeah.
when they brought him in Return of the Jedi, and he comes back in, and then Ian McDermott is Palpatine. He brought that character. He brought that that's dual side of him out. Like, I'm gonna be like this one person, and then but yet I'm gonna be the destruction of the whole galaxy type of person. So it's all about, again, it's all about the actors as well. Mace, yes, Samuel L. Jackson was there, and did he bring Mace Windu to life? Yeah, he did. Because Mace Windu, if you actually look at Mace Windu's backstory, he was some form of more of an aggressive type of Jedi, and his form of lightsaber battle was the fine line becoming using the dark side and the light side together. He was there. Either which way he would go, he would follow either way, right?
I think you get that a lot in the in things like Rebels and so forth. I find that they explore those sort of concepts a little bit in them, and I like that about Rebels. The fact that they were delving into these pieces and also seeing it. I wonder if they're going to do a prequel movie that relates more to Rebels and so forth, because the ship from Rebels is actually in Rogue One.
Yes.
They actually have it in there, and so I would enjoy seeing that. I learned more about canon from Rebels than what I did before, because I haven't read all the books, right? And I found that was a really good one.
Well,
And
trust me,
kids
there
would
was like
love
more
it.
than 40 books to read.
Yeah, well,
How many books are we talking about? Like after the movies or between the movies? How many books are we talking about?
We're
Are we
talking about,
like
there's about 40. Well, think about it. Heir to the Empire was 3 novels. The Yuzong Vong trilogy was about 15 novels, right? Then you have Smithers of Mind Eye, which is, and then you have the New Jedi Order books. You also have the Truth of Bakura. Then the novel between Han Solo and Princess when they get engaged and finally get married. There was a lot, and I'm talking about. I have a bin full. I have 2 bins fulls of books, right? And I mean, I have these 2, and I found these 2, and I've been keeping them. And you guys are gonna laugh because look at these
oh wow,
paperback.
awesome.
Return of the Jedi. This Return of the Jedi is also one that actually has like some screenshots in it, like pictures from the movie. So, these are actually, I believe, for first editions. I believe first or second or second editions of these books. Yeah, this is a first edition Return of the Jedi paperback.
Nice.
So,
Well, this actually brings us to the third topic here: viewing orders. If you are planning to, let's say, binge watch this, just watching the movie itself only, what do you prefer? How do you want to see? How do you want to see it? Do you want to see it based on what they actually released from episode 1 to episode 6, 8 now? No, 6, 8. 8, yeah.
No, you would go 4 to 6. You would go first, and the reason for that is that opening scene in 4 is one of the most iconic scenes ever, where you have the music, it comes in. I think that you get a lot more out of it when you watch it that way. And yes, having the prequels there is good, but I think if you watch it from prequel moving forward, you wouldn't have the same impact. I mean, to me, but I'm very biased on this. We grew up in the generation where these movies were released, right? So
yeah. So I mean, like now you're gonna see, because when you take a look at it, I mean, for me, like I said, if I'm gonna binge watch, I'm gonna binge watch prequels, Rogue One, episodes 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, and then whatever in between. Because again, that's chronicle order of the movies. If I was going to tell somebody to watch them, I go, which one? Like, it also depends upon the person. I mean, if the person goes, oh, I've never seen the first, episodes 4, 5, and 6. Well, go watch them. Then bring in the prequels, because when you watch 4, 5, and 6, and then, or you watch the prequels first, and then you watch 4, 5, and 6, not knowing when these are actually come, they're gonna be like, oh, why is 4, 5, and 6 really shitty, graphics and special effects and everything like that? Because they were made in a time where none of these things, CGI was not around at all. So
Yeah, these were all done with models and moving
Practical.
cameras, and like it was revolutionary when they did it.
and that's what Lucas was. Lucas was an innovator. He a lot of these things that he needed to film these movies, they weren't around. He built them. He got them made. He spent money on it. And remember, Lucas, I believe Lucas paid for Star Wars himself. He
Yes, he did. Yeah, he funded
No.
himself. Yeah.
he funded for himself for Star Wars because nobody wanted to take a chance. You know,
So in other words, the order that you guys are looking at, if you are going to binge watch this, we'll start with 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, then 7, 8. So and don't forget Rogue.
Watch it before the end of next year, and you can go see 9 in the theater.
yeah.
Yeah, is that the order that you guys want to see it, or is it 3, 4, 5? Sorry, yeah, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, Rogue One, then 7, 8.
No.
No. It would go Rogue One, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and
No.
then
It'll be 1, 2, 3, Rogue One, then 4, 5, 6. Because Rogue One is when they stole the Death Star
Yeah.
plans.
Yeah,
right, yeah, of course, yeah.
So
yeah,
in other words, if you're gonna let someone say, "Hey, I've never seen Star Wars before. I keep hearing about this order thing, this viewing order thing.
Then
How
it's
do you want to? What do you recommend watching? How do you want me to start?"
1, 2, 3, Rogue One, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Derek, are you agree with that, or?
Yeah, I think so. For somebody to, I think what you have to do is, as Mark said, is you have to let them know that the quality in 4, 5, 6 is different and the reasons why. But from a chronological perspective, from somebody watching it from the beginning, it would make a lot more sense to them.
For me, it's sort of the opposite. I rather recommend 4, 5, 6 than 1, 2, 3 than Rogue One. The reason why is this: when the first time I saw Star Wars, seeing Episode 4, it makes me think, oh my god, what happened before that? It makes you think, and after when you go back the way they actually saw it in the theater, it's kind of like, oh, it's tying in. But as soon as you get to Rogue One, going to 4, it becomes like this unveil. It just the whole storyline just blows up in your face. I'm like, oh my god, this is how it's supposed to be. This is everything just ties in. It feels like there's an anticipation.
I
Of
mean,
the whole
yeah,
thing.
again, but here's the thing. How would you watch the Harry Potter movies?
Well, again, Harry Potter was completely different because they actually shot the movie first. They shot the movie based on the books,
They shot the
books orders, right?
But again, you won't say, you won't tell them to watch, like if nobody was to watch Harry Potter or anything like that, you tell them, well, watch it from 1 to 8 or 1 to 7 with parts 1 and 2 for 7, right?
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with the Star Wars. You won't, because they're gonna get lost. Like honestly, now everybody's gonna get, if you watch 4, 5, and 6, everybody's gonna get lost. Oh, because everybody knows about the prequels, right? And everybody knows the story, what happened. So there's no that mystery, that unveiling mystery, that what we got when the prequels came out is gone. Everybody knows what this is like. Even if somebody watched The Force Awakens already, they're like, oh, wait, so how did it end up? Who's Princess Leia? Like, who's Darth Vader? Who's all this? Well, guess what? They're going to start watching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And if they want to put Rogue One in, they'll put Rogue One in. It's hard to tell somebody now to go 4, 5, 6 because everybody knows what's going on.
And you got to remember, we've had these movies in a flurry over the last couple of years. So people have probably started to go watch Star Wars, at least in some fashion more. And so you're right. We would have to have them go in sequence to make it more reasonable for them to capture all those timelines and those pieces, right, in doing it. In fact, the most interesting question I have is what are they going to do after 9? That's I'm curious about that. Are they going to split off and do some other individual movies, or are they going to attempt to cut it off and move on? I've heard that they're just going to stop at 9. They're going to take a new direction after 9, and I would prefer if they do that.
Yeah, and I see, and that's the thing about the whole thing about Star Wars. There were only supposed to be 9 episodes. 4, 5, and 6. Then 1, 2, 3. 7, 8, and 9 were. There was an idea. There was a little bit of writing on. Nothing was set in stone for 7, 8, and 9. And if George Lucas did not sell Star Wars and all the rights to Disney, he may have had a different concept completely. It may have followed the canon that we know already.
I think it probably would have. I mean,
Yeah.
it was his vision, right?
See, and that's the thing. And then everybody was looking forward to seeing Mara Jade on film. They were looking forward to seeing Luke Skywalker marry Mara Jade. And the thing is, if you don't know who Mara Jade is, Mara Jade was the Emperor's hand. Her last order by the Emperor before he died was to kill Luke Skywalker. And that stuck in her. If she didn't do it, she would get a migraine head. Like she would get her body would go in through so much pain if she couldn't do it.
That would have been interesting. That would have been an interesting movie in itself.
Yeah.
That would have been, yeah.
And then here comes Heir to the Empire trilogy. Guess what? Luke Skywalker, Mara Jade meet up. Mara Jade trying to kill Luke Skywalker. Next you know, guess what? There's a clone of Luke Skywalker in these books, made by the hand that was lost in Bespin on Cloud City. And the way that they spelled his name was Luuke, right? Guess what? It ended up Mara Jade ended up killing this clone Luke and fulfilling the Emperor's last wish. She's broken free of this will. Her body's no longer going in pain and everything like that. And she joins and becomes a smuggler. Years later, she runs into Luke Skywalker again. They go on to a mission, or they talk. It's a little flirting here, a little flirting there, and it keeps on going, and it progresses. It becomes to a point where it finally accumulates where they do a mission together, and they're like, yeah, I have to put you underneath. Her force powers wasn't as strong as Luke, so Luke had to put her in a force hibernation so that they could swim her underwater for like a great distance. And they remark the actual words to break her out of this trance was "I love you." Right, and it came out, and it was a love story. That
I'm sort of surprised that Disney wouldn't grab onto that. I'm a little surprised.
And this is what everybody was waiting for. I myself was waiting for this, right? And then when Force Awakens comes out, yeah, it's like, yeah, this is Ben Solo. What? No. It's not Ben Solo. It's Ben Skywalker. That's the kid. Ben was the name for, Mara Jade and Luke's kid, in honor of Ben Kenobi. So, yeah, it was very disappointing for me that Mara Jade was not brought into this. She was an integral part of Luke Skywalker's life afterwards. So,
okay, before we continue, let's just go through the polling here.
Yeah, we only got a few minutes left over here too.
Let's just go through the polls really fast here. For mugs, actually, for the mugs, we have we're tied between Leonard and Mark. We're tied.
Come on, not even one guy. Just give me
I am not joking.
Give me
we're
like a pity vote.
But I did saw in the chat room that they want to see our mugs again. So Mark, you want to show your mug first before I show mine?
Yeah. Oh, and they're asking who is our favorite character.
Yes.
This is my mug.
Yes, we've all seen the mug. Yeah.
This is my mug. This is my mug right here. It is Yoda mug.
Mine has every character of the first Star Wars trilogy. Okay.
Okay, so to our chat room, feel free to start voting. Let us know. We'll go visit our polls again before the end of the show here. Also, sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Derek, who's your favorite character?
I struggle with that depending on what series of movies I'm looking at. I liked the original in the prequels, Kenobi. I liked him a lot. I thought he did a really good job. Um, I enjoyed Luke Skywalker originally, but also probably from the original, probably Han Solo the most when I'm like thinking back on it when I was originally watching the movies was Han Solo, but maybe more Luke afterwards. I don't know. It sort of goes in that direction depending on what time in my life I watched them.
For me, it's Jean. Is it Jean from Rogue One? Because you can her character.
Jyn Erso.
Yeah, her character, in my opinion, is more entwined to the Star Wars universe because well, to make a long story short, it feels like her character is more sort of like got screwed by the Empire, and you actually see it in her character and how her character became part of the rebels. I don't know, I think her character is way more believable in the Star Wars universe. She's more normal. I think that's the best way to describe it.
I liked her. I mean, her father being the developer of the Death Star and so forth and so on. And I liked how Disney did that integration and solved those questions that would have come up. I enjoyed that. I couldn't really think of a better way that they would have sort of intertwined that. And of course, they, you didn't necessarily know at the end of the movie that everybody would die, but because
I kind of like that actually, to be honest.
No, I did, and I agree that was very poetic, and it was they didn't know what would happen for what they were laying down their lives for, but that wasn't the point for her. Her point was, to get these plans away and basically to give the finger to the Empire, and she did that.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Let's do our last topic here. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Mark.
Nobody asked me who my favorite character was.
I don't know. I feel like you've been yapping the whole time, so presumably you already said something. Sorry.
We're almost at 11 here, so let's at 11. So let's let Mark make his piece here. And
Okay. Well, right now, I have a few as well. Right now, it's Vader. Vader had that torn soul and redemption. That's why it's one of those things. We all have gone that through our lives, right? We've gone through a dark path in our life, and we redeemed ourselves because we're still here. We're still moving forward. That's why I like it. And then I got Yoda, and I also have Luke.
See, I didn't put Yoda in my list because he doesn't show up till later on. But yes, Yoda, as soon as he shows up, totally there. I'm with it. I totally understand your point about Darth Vader too.
Yeah, I mean Yoda himself is you get this wise old guy in the original trilogy. Then you get his mysterious self again in the prequels, and he shows himself as being a badass. He's like, okay, I'm this little old man, but don't mess with me because I'll slice you down with my lightsaber. So
well, no, he draws people in by not showing that he's so strong with the Force, and people go, if he's so strong with the Force, why can't he move around? And they answer that question where, yeah, I can move around, I just choose not to, so people are disarmed and so forth. Yeah, I don't need to show that.
And again, he's like the wise old grandfather that everybody has. That old patriarch of the family that everybody goes to for some form of advice, but they don't give it to you directly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree, and I like Yoda very much, and that's why I said if they had moved, Rogue One was a great movie. If they had chosen Yoda's prequel versus Han Solo, I think it would have done better on the box office too.
But I don't want a Yoda movie.
Why not?
Because Yoda himself has always been a mystery. That's why even George Lucas has never revealed where he was born, the planet, that the actual species that he is. It's that thing. There's only 2 of them in the whole Star Wars universe, right?
Sorry, who's the second one?
It's a female one. She was also a Jedi.
So Yoda.
Of course.
But there's only been
repopulate the species. That's what we're saying.
But I'm just saying is that
how to do it.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing about a lot of these stories, a lot of these sci-fi things, always leave a mystery. And Yoda is that mystery for Star Wars. Who is Yoda really? And if you can leave it at that, he will always have that aura around him.
I agree, but see, I loved seeing Obi-Wan's origination story. I enjoyed that. I thought it brought a lot, and that's the reason I want to. I take your point. I think that if it's done right, as I always say, with the Yoda piece, that would also be a new, lovely movie. And it doesn't necessarily have to be what planet he's from, but just him as a Padawan. That was the original idea apparently for the movie. Just him as a Padawan, seeing him how he learns, the mistakes that he makes as a Padawan. I would enjoy seeing that. I think.
Yeah,
I
but I
agree.
mean,
I agree.
but that you're looking at it 800 years into the past, though.
Exactly. And there was a lot that happened back then. But
It's a
the
clean
Jedi
slate,
was
right?
was just formed. The current Jedi. Sorry, I know you hit me on that. Was first formed. The more modern Jedi was first formed around then. The reformation of the Jedi, and you can correct me and all that. But that would be an interesting thing to come out where they have those conversations around what the Force is then and so forth, and the state of the Republic at that point, right?
No, I agree. For me, if you are gonna redo or do his origin story, I want to see it at the beginning, like how he became like a Padawan, right? But at the same time, I don't. It's almost like a clean slate for Star Wars, if for Disney to do it. If they end up doing it, doing the movie, they literally have to start from the beginning. They have to like make sure that they follow. Well, if they do it right, they follow exactly what the Bible is, the Star Wars Bible, right? And I got this feeling if they do it, they're not going to do it that way because they have to cram it for like, let's say 2 hours long movie, his history in that time frame. And I got this feeling they're just going to ruin it. But if they're doing it properly, they should be doing it properly. Like two movies,
Well, okay. Well, that's a sad note to end on.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll do our last topic here. I think this is a good one here. Stormtroopers combat skills. Specifically, we are gonna be we're going to discuss the difference between the the Death Troopers and Rogue One versus Stormtroopers at First Order. Who's better trained? Who's actually more badass? And what happened after Rogue One? Why the Stormtroopers can't shoot? And why they became like a joke?
Sorry. Oh, First Order and the original.
First Order versus the Death Troopers at Rogue One, and what happened after Rogue One?
Okay.
What happened? What happened to the Stormtroopers? They became like a laughing stock of like.
Okay. So let's take a look at the progression here. You had the clone troopers who had accelerated growth, who was genetically modified out of Jango Fett's DNA to be obedient, to be to follow through, and to be creative with their killing styles. The Empire did not like this, and so they started growing their own human, original growth human individuals. And just like with any army and anything, there are some people who are going to be who will do well and who are just ordinary soldiers. The Death Troopers were an elite group. They were not just they're not just a regular stormtrooper, right? These once you get away from the stormtrooper moniker, Death Troopers, the snow troopers and everything. These were individual. These are different styles of.
These are like special forces of.
Special forces. That's right. That's what I was looking for.
So they have better training. They have better equipment. They're specialized in whatever area that might be in. So the original, just a general stormtrooper. When you look at something like the Clone Wars and so forth, those troopers were trained from birth. All they did was learn how to fight. They were all clones, and they were professional soldiers.
Yes.
The ones in, just a general stormtrooper were conscripts or people who joined whatever that might be. And it's a general, soldier. And there's that old joke where they never hit anything or so forth, even though there's some differences in the movies where they talk about being precise and so forth. But what we see when it's on Hoth, when they invade those are white stormtroopers, and
The snowtroopers, yeah.
yeah. So those are elite forces that they landed, and you don't see many large amounts of stormtroopers there, with the exception of like the Death Star or something like that. But we don't actually see them fighting that much, and when they do, they're not very good because they're just a general infantry soldier, right, who has training.
And then let's take a look at the Force Awakens, especially to Finn. Finn got into his head, I'm not going to shoot. I'm not going to look at. So being a conscript and being conscripted into the Imperial Army and being a snowtrooper, a lot of these guys didn't want to be there.
And and I don't know how it will work, but most conscripts, most people who are put in, they're just want to get out. That's their main like, how long do I have to stay here until I get out? So they're not a committed soldier; they're conscripted in, right?
And if I shoot,
a lot of the people there would be like that. A lot of people joining or would be involved would be conscripts.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, it all depends upon the mentality and how they want to be portrayed. And I think Derek just brought up some points there. And then also the mentality is, like I said, some of them may not want to kill people, so they're purposely not aiming at them. And I don't know, like maybe that's what they were trying to portray, or maybe just the graphics themselves was. Well, think about it. Let's look at Commando or all these other 80s action movies. There's one guy, he's killing everybody, but you have tons of guys shooting at him and they're missing them, right? Like, how do you do that? You got 1,000 bullets flying at one guy and all of those miss. Right? So,
hey, look, man, it's like the whole John Wick thing,
Yeah.
God mode in John Wick.
but John Wick himself, well, the thing is with John Wick, he's gotten hit with bullets, he's got stabbed, so he's literally getting hit. I'm talking about, let's say, look at Arnold Schwarzenegger. Not one bullet hits him.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, like Chad was saying in the chat room, like it's almost like Spaceballs. It's a Spaceballs mentality. That's why they can't shoot.
Oh my god, I gotta go watch that now. Thanks, Chad. I gotta go watch it.
Okay, guys. So I think that's it. We actually reached our 1 hour mark. I just want to go through the polls here, just do a final check and see what our audience are saying. Okay, the first question is, who has the best mug? Leonard had 60% of the vote, and Mark got 40%.
Well,
that doesn't seem right.
Leonard got 60%, so I won. Mark, you got 40%. You're second place. And
I want to recount.
0%.
I want to recount, but without Michelle voting.
If Michelle doesn't vote, I still won.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the first poll. Second poll is, do you like the prequel trilogy? 100% of the people in Canada or in the world says yes, they love they like the prequel. So our polls are very accurate, ladies and gentlemen. And I just want to say thank you again for joining us in our polls. And also, this is our 10th episode. Thank you again for joining us. Much appreciated. And we are going to take a break for a bit to regroup and make sure our next 10 episodes are actually coordinated properly. And also, we do want to invite Chad to come back. Try to log in again to give his opinions regarding our conversations in today's episode. And also, I want to say thank you to Mark and Derek for making our first 10 episode amazing, and being very patient of all these technical issues we had the first 10 episodes.
Well, it was enjoyable.
Yes. So for the people who's joining us in the chat room, thank you again. I know the moving from Twitch to YouTube could be very daunting, and so far, if you guys like YouTube, we will keep staying in YouTube and simultaneously transmitting Twitch. But let us know if you guys actually like the polling and the voting. If you guys do like it, we'll start implementing that more and more on our videos. And also, if you want to join, if you want to hear us hear the podcast, definitely listen to us. Definitely subscribe us to all. Subscribe in all our podcasts and everything. You can find us in Spotify, YouTube, iTunes, and Google Play. So if you just type the Coffee Shop Studios, you'll find us there as well. And also definitely subscribe, follow us on Twitter, because it does tell you exactly when we start broadcasting, and when our podcasts are available to be downloaded. So Mark, Derek, any last thoughts before we sign off and be prepared to start working on the next 10 episodes?
Yeah, I gotta go watch Star Wars.
I gotta go watch Spaceballs now. Yeah,
I gotta go look for Spaceballs and actually watch it. And actually, you know what? That's one movie I do not have in my collection.
Wow, I'm shocked.
You know what? I don't know why I don't have it. I just don't. I mean, I even have the new Star Wars trilogy on friggin' Blu-ray, and I still don't have Spaceballs. So I gotta. If you guys find one, let me know where to get it, or if you guys can pick it up for me, please pick it up for me, because I would love to have that in my collection.
Do you check Amazon?
I am not gonna buy on Amazon. Well, yeah, I'll check on Amazon, but
if you're desperate, you'll buy something in Amazon.
Yeah. Well, after my big move is done, so.
Yes. Okay, guys, thank you again for joining us. Much appreciated. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. And if you have a time, join us in our live recording of our podcast, and you can join us in our conversation then. Thank you, guys, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.